Section 22 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Woodcutter's Daughter, Part 2. As for Mother Thomas, she was wiser, and so well pleased with the idea of her daughter, that her imagination roamed no farther. In course of time she gave birth to an infant, but scarcely had it seen the light than it glided from her arms, and started up to the stature of a well-formed girl of 12 or 13 years old, who made a low courtesy to the woodcutter, kissed the hand of her mother, and offered her brothers a cordial embrace. But these lads ill-naturedly repulsed the young stranger. They felt jealous, fearing that she would now be preferred to them. Rose, one might say, was born dressed, for flowing ringlets fell around her shoulders, forming a complete covering, and with her increase of size, appeared a little smart petticoat and brown bodice in peasant fashion. Her delicate feet were clad in wooden shoes, but both the foot and the shoe were so shapely that any lady in the land might have been proud to exhibit them. Her little plump hand was so white that it hardly appeared formed for rustic labours, yet she immediately prepared to assist in household matters, and the poor old dame was never weary of caressing such a charming child. A bed was prepared for Rose beside her mother. This good girl arose at dawn to prepare the young men's breakfast, for she had an excellent natural disposition, and so much intelligence that she seemed to know by instinct that her birth was displeasing to them, and sought to gain their regard by good-natured attentions. Mother Thomas soon rose likewise, and returned to the kitchen. But what was her horror on beholding her daughter's face black as ebony, her hair woolly and crisped as a negro's. As there was no mirror in the cottage, Rose could not understand what had so alarmed her mother. She asked if she had involuntarily had the misfortune to give offence. "No, no," said the old dame, weeping. "Shouldst thou remain all thy life as black as ink, I shall not love thee less. But I cannot without pain recall thy beauties of yesterday. Thou wilt be laughed at, and us too. Still, we will keep thee. Thou must never leave us." Rose readily promised she never would. But when her brothers returned, they considered the change in her quite as a matter of course. They recollected the prediction of the pitcher, and seemed quite delighted to think that, since it was fulfilled in the first instance, they might yet become the brothers of a queen. Meanwhile they lived on better terms with Rose, hoping that one day she might be of service to them. Far from listening to the counsels of their father, they endeavoured to awaken in her mind the seeds of ambition, and in order to further views interested and selfish, flattered her beauty, her talents, and her sense, rendering the future queen the most respectful homage, which diverted her exceedingly. But, strange to say, Rose was not always black. Every second day she recovered her natural beauty, from whence it might be concluded that the influence of the fairy and the enchanter Barabapatapouf operated alternately. The woodcutter's family grew gradually accustomed to these successions, and as habit reconciles people to all things, each colour became indifferent to them. Thomas was too old to change his mode of life. He would not hear of going to live in town, although they had money sufficient for that purpose. He also still continued the making of wooden shoes. Those which Rose wore in winter were trimmed with lamb's wool, which she wrought very dexterously. She was clever and ingenious, but, it must be confessed, a little imperious, and was sometimes surprised sighing like a person indulging in visionary wishes, and languishing under some secret chagrin. A year passed. Rose grew tall, and her brothers, weary of waiting for an event so uncertain as her marriage with the king, executed a crime which they had long meditated. Seeing that their father had touched but one of the purses, they easily obtained possession of the rest, and rising with the dawn, all three departed, saying, to satisfy their conscience, that these purses must be finally theirs, and that they would, meanwhile, turn them to advantage. When they should become very rich, they would come back to their parents and take care of their latter days. Each of them made a belt, in which he concealed his gold, and with perfect concord, more frequently found among knaves than honest men, they travelled 100 leagues in 8 days. The woodcutter and his wife did not at first comprehend the extent of their misfortune. They thought their children must have gone astray in the forest, and the old man wandered everywhere in search of them. But when he observed the loss of the purses, the truth was revealed, and he felt ready to die with grief. "Cursed gold!" cried he. "Thou hast corrupted my brave and honest boys. They were poor but virtuous. They are now become villains, and will meet punishment from either man or God." Thus saying, he took the remaining purse, and flung it into the bottom of a well. Mother Thomas was vexed, but dared not speak, for the unfortunate man was so much irritated and troubled that he would have beaten her. When his reason cleared a little, however, he felt that he had committed an error in parting with his money, they being both old and unable to work as formerly. The dame sold some articles which had been purchased during their prosperity, but poverty was nothing, it was the conduct of their sons which inflicted the bitter sting. How was this then augmented, when some officers of justice arrived, and announced that James, Peter, and Paul had been arrested. It seemed that while drinking together in a public house, they had spread on a table all their gold. The host surprised them, and not believing that young peasants, so coarsely clothed and wearing wooden shoes, could lawfully be in possession of such a sum, he had given them in charge. The poor boys, quite terrified, related the story of the fairy coquette, but as the magistrate had never seen a fairy, he did not believe one word of the matter. Having then no hope in the kindness of their father, they sent to summon the woodcutter and his wife, who confirmed all their assertions. But as no money was found in the cottage, whose inhabitants appeared to subsist on their labour, the officers knew not what to think. Meanwhile they arrested the woodcutter for the purpose of identifying his children. Pale and trembling like criminals, the old couple followed the guards. Mother Thomas was ready to faint, and doubly grieved for leaving poor Rose all alone, especially as this was her day of being white and beautiful. She begged her not to leave the house, but to live on the milk of her sheep, and to bake cakes for some meal which was in the bin. Their adieus were heart-rending, although the soldiers declared that in 3 days the forester should be at liberty to return, provided the innocence of his family was established. Rose believed them, and endeavoured to take courage. But more than a month passed, and no tidings of her parents. She could not then prevent herself from wandering a little on the highway, and having walked till sunset, wept so bitterly that her beauty indeed must have been a fairy gift to remain uninjured. One evening, being more worn out than usual, she seated herself at the foot of the tree, and fell asleep. A slight noise awoke her, and, on looking up, she perceived a young gentleman, richly dressed, who was contemplating her with evident astonishment. "Art thou a goddess, or a simple mortal?" cried he. "Sir," replied Rose, "I am the daughter of a poor woodcutter, who lives in the forest. It is late, and I beg you will not detain me." "You are a wayward beauty indeed," replied the prince, for so he was. "But as my way lies in that direction, I hope you will permit me to see you home." "It is not in my power to prevent you," said Rose, without raising her eyes. The prince at this moment remarked that she had been weeping, and, delighted to have an opportunity of offering sympathy and consolation, entreated her to impart her grief to him. "I am not actuated by mere curiosity," added he. "I never can behold a woman in tears without feeling moved to the bottom of my soul. Tell me your distress, and I will neither sleep nor eat till I have aided you." Rose timidly raised her lovely blue eyes, to see whether the countenance of the prince harmonized with his discourse. But although he was not actually ugly, his features wore an expression too stern and hypocritical to invite her confidence. She therefore walked silently forward, and when near the cottage felt so uneasy, that, for the first time, she invented a lie in order to get rid of him. "You seek to compassionate my sorrows," said she. "Meanwhile you only increase them. When my mother sees me accompanied by a great gentleman like you, She will beat me, and not believe that you have followed me against my will." This reasoning appeared so just to the prince, who felt himself affected by a passion such as he had never before experienced, that he consented to retire, entreating Rose to meet him the next evening at the same hour. She refused to give a decisive answer, and returned home much dejected, recalling all the words of the stranger, and almost reproaching herself for having behaved so harshly to him. The following day Rose took mechanically the same route, going always in the path by which her parents might be expected. Her provisions being nearly exhausted, she feared to die of hunger, and began to think that this gentleman, who had been repulsed so rudely, could, perhaps, obtain news of her family. Suddenly beholding him leaning against a tree, looking very melancholy and dejected, she threw herself at his feet, bathed in tears, and said, "Sir, a wretch who has lost everything dear, supplicates your compassion. You are so kind, so tender-hearted."
"What does the vile creature want?" exclaimed the prince, with a savage expression. "How dare you have the impertinence to address me? I wonder what prevents me from shooting you. I lost my sport all yesterday in following a pretty girl. Here is game of a new description."
Rose started up, overwhelmed with terror, while the prince laughed most brutally. It was not till that moment she recollected that this, her black day, which accounted for his not recognizing her. "Ah," thought she, "this is the humane man who could not behold a woman weep. Because my colour displeases him, he is ready to take my life. No hope now remains for me. My misfortunes are at their height." Rose wept all night, yet she could not prevent herself from returning to the same spot on the following day. She felt irresistibly led thither, dreading and yet wishing to meet the prince. He had been already waiting above an hour, and accosted her with a degree of respect quite unusual for him. But he was in love, and love makes the worst of people better for the time.
"Cruel beauty!"
said he in a courtier-like style, to which Rose was little accustomed. "What have I not suffered during your absence? I even remained all night in the wood, in expectation of you, and the queen my mother dispatched messengers everywhere, fearing some accident had befallen me."
"The queen your mother?" exclaimed Rose. "Are you, then, the son of a queen?"
"I have betrayed myself," said the prince, striking his forehead in a theatrical manner. "Yes, it is true, I have that misfortune. You will now fear me, and what we fear we never love."
"The wicked alone are to be feared," answered Rose. "I am very glad to hear that you are a king, for I know that you will be my husband."
The prince, who little guessed the enchanter's communication, was confounded by the unembarrassed freedom of her manner, but it was far from displeasing to him. "You are ambitious," said he, smiling, "but there is nothing to which beauty may not pretend. Tell me only how I can have happiness of serving you, and you shall see that everything is possible to love." Rose sat down on the grass, and related in very simple terms the story of the purse, confessed that she had deceived him, and that, so far from being severely treated at home, she was now weeping her mother's loss, that the king must take measures for the discovery and liberation of her family, before he could hope to win her affections, or pretend to her hand. The enamoured monarch vowed he would not lose a moment, and although she behaved with much dignity, her every word and look was adorable in his eyes. Rose thought all night of the fine fortune of being queen. She would then no longer wear wooden shoes, and above all might have an opportunity of being useful to her dear parents. These meetings continued every alternate day during a week, and the Queen Dowager was informed that her son neglected all business, and thought of nothing but making love. She was in despair. This prince was surnamed the Terrible, by reason of his ferocity to women. Till that moment he had never loved, but he had frequently made pretence of it, and when successful, it was not unusual with him to cut out poor ladies' tongues, put out their eyes, or even throw them into the sea. The last pretext sufficed for this, and the queen, who was of a kind disposition, lamented that yet another victim was preparing. The courtiers begged her to be tranquil, said it was nothing more than the daughter of a poor woodcutter, whom his majesty now admired, and that if he did kill her, it would be of little consequence. But the courtiers, and the Queen Dowager herself, were altogether bewildered when the king, having liberated the woodcutter and his family, brought Rose to the palace as his wife. She was not at all abashed or out of countenance. She behaved with the utmost respect to the queen, and with affability to all. It was universally remarked, "The king has committed a folly, but that charming girl is his excuse, and no man would have been wiser under similar circumstances." A grand ball was given in the evening. Rose danced well enough for a queen, and she yielded herself up entirely to the enchantment of such a happy day. The prince, ever eager to be near her, was figuring away in a quadrille, when 12 o'clock struck. Great, then, was his astonishment, while gazing passionately on his partner, he beheld a negress. "What metamorphosis is this?" cried he, rudely seizing her arm. "Where is the princess I married today?" Rose bent her head in confusion. It still bore her diamonds, and her crown. No doubt could exist of her identity. "Wretched, hideous black, thou shalt surely die!" cried the king. "None shall deceive me with impunity." He then threw a poniard, and was preparing to take instant vengeance, when, recollecting himself, "I do thee too much honour," said he. "Rather let my cooks cut thee in pieces to make hash for my hounds." The old queen, as humane as her son was cruel, knew there was but one means of saving the unfortunate victim. This was to appear still more enraged than the king. "I truly feel this injury," said she. "Sometimes you have reproached my weakness, but now behold a proof that I also can avenge. Your orders must be strictly fulfilled. I myself shall witness the execution." She then signed to the guards to lay hold of the unfortunate Rose, who was dragged away by an iron chain fastened around her neck. She gave herself up for lost, and uttering the most heart-rending cries, was led away to a pigeon-house at the end of the palace, furnished with some clean straw, where, however, the queen promised to come on the following day. Her Majesty kept her word. Much affected by the sweetness of the hapless bride, she promised to mitigate, as far as possible, her melancholy situation. Rose, very grateful, supplicated her benefactors to inform the woodcutter's family that she was still alive, knowing that they would suffer should the story reach them of the Black Rose having breakfasted the king's hounds. The queen promised to employ a confidential domestic, and Rose, who had still persevered her wooden shoes, sent one, that her father might recognize his handiwork. A few days afterwards, a young peasant arrived from the cottage. He brought some cakes and cheese, made by Mother Thomas, which Rose preferred to all the delicacies of the palace. This young peasant, who was named Mito, related to Rose everything concerning her dear parents, and took back very loving message from her to them. Mito found so much pleasure in conversing with the fair prisoner, and had so often cakes to carry, that they were seldom asunder. He said he was an orphan, and having some work to do in the prison where Thomas had been confined, there formed a friendship with the family. In return for some little services then rendered them, he desired to learn the trade of the wooden shoes. Being very ingenious, he became a valuable acquisition. He never had felt so happy before. In truth, he was not aware that his happiness received its date from the hour in which he first saw Rose. Alas! The poor Rose was only too sensible of his affection, and feeling the duty of struggling against it, found herself still more miserable than before. "Whatever may be the conduct of Prince Terrible," said she to herself, "I have married him. It is certainly very hard to love a husband who wishes to kill me, but still I should not permit myself to love another." For a whole month following she had sufficient resolution to see Mito no more, and was becoming sick with chagrin and weariness. The queen visited her frequently, bringing all sorts of sweetmeats, and a singing bird, to divert her captivity. She brought no finery. Indeed, that would have been quite thrown away on the pigeons. At length, one day Rose heard a great noise in the palace. People kept running to and fro. All the bells were rung, and all the cannons fired. The poor prisoner mounted up to one of the pigeon-holes, and peeping through, perceived the palace hung with black. She knew not what to think. Some one of the queen's officers appeared, and conducted her in due form to the court. Rose, all trembling, inquired what had happened. "Your Majesty is a widow," replied the officer.
The king has been killed in hunting. Here are your weds, of which the queen begs your acceptance."
Rose was much agitated, but she followed the officer in silence, with a sad and serious aspect, as a dignified personage should do when informed of the death of a husband. The queen was a tender mother, and although fully conscious of the ferocious disposition of her son, she deeply lamented him, and wept bitterly on embracing her daughter-in-law. "Your husband is no more," said she. "Forget his errors, my dear child. The remainder of my life shall be devoted to making atonement for them." The princess threw herself at her benefactress's feet, and declared all was forgotten. "If your majesty deigns to permit me to speak candidly," added she, "and will bestow a moment's attention, I shall confess the dearest wishes of my heart." "Speak," said the queen. "Nothing now can assuage my grief, save an opportunity of proving to you my friendship." "I was not born for a queen," continued Rose. "My mother is a poor forester, but she has been a tender parent, and weeps incessantly for my absence." "Let her be conducted hither," replied the queen. "This is not all, madam," continued Rose. "I confess that I love a young peasant, who has assisted my father to make wooden shoes. If I were the wife of a Mito, and your majesty would have the goodness to give some assistance to my family, my old father might be freed from labour, and I the happiest woman in the world." The queen embraced Rose, and promised all she wished. She then conducted her to the forest, and just as they had reached its boundary, they perceived in the air a mahogany car, mounted on wheels of mother of pearl. Two pretty white lambs were yoked to it, which Rose immediately recognised as those of the fairy Coquette. The car descended, and the fairy alighting thus addressed the queen: "Madam, I come to seek my child, and am delighted to find you willing to part with her, for she has a lover whom I approve, who loves her faithfully, though hopelessly, which is a thing more rare than all the treasures of your majesty's crown." The fairy then addressing herself to Rose, related that her enemy, the enchanter Barabapatapouf, had just been killed in combat with another giant. "Now," added Coquette, "I have full power to render you happy." And passing her fair hand over Rose's face, the negro colour and features vanished, to reappear no more. The queen, convinced that her daughter-in-law required nothing further, offered only her portrait as a token of esteem and friendship. Rose received it with grateful respect, then ascending the fairy's car, and was in a few minutes surrounded by the foresters, who never wearied of caressing her. Poor Mito drew back, trembling, not knowing whether to hope or fear. But Coquette, perceiving their mutual embarrassment, declared that she had ordained this marriage from the very beginning. She blessed them, gave them a flock of beautiful white sheep, a cottage covered in honeysuckles and roses, a lovely garden abounding with fruits and flowers, and a moderate sum of money, endowing them also with life for 100 years, uninterrupted health, and constant love. End of The Woodcutter's Daughter, Part 2.
Section 23 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michaela. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Brother and Sister. A brother took his sister by the hand and said, "Since our mother is dead, we have no more happy hours. Our stepmother beats us every day, and whenever we come near her, she kicks us away. She gives us hard crusts and nasty scraps to eat, and the dog under the table fares better than we do, for he does sometimes get a nice bit thrown to him. It would break our mother's heart if she knew it. Come, we will go out into the wide world together." They went along the whole day through the meadows, over rocks and stones, and when it rained, the little sister said, "Heaven and our hearts are crying together." In the evening they came to a great wood, and were so worn out with grief, hunger, and weariness, that they sat down in a hollow tree and went to sleep. The next morning when they awoke, the sun was already high in the heavens, and shone down very hot on the tree. Upon which said the brother, "Sister, I am thirsty. I would go and have a drink if I knew where there was a spring. I think I can hear one trickling." He got up, took his sister by the hand, and they went to look for the spring. The wicked stepmother, however, who was a witch, and well knew how the children had run away, had crept after them secretly, in the way witches do, and had bewitched all the springs in the wood. When they had found a spring that was dancing brightly over the stones, the brother stooped down to drink, but his sister heard a voice in its murmur, which said, "Whoever drinks of me will become a tiger." Eagerly the little sister cried, "I pray thee, brother, do not drink, lest thou become a wild beast and tear me to pieces." The brother did not drink, although he was so thirsty, but said, "I will wait for the next spring." When they came to the next, the little sister heard it say, "Who drinks of me will become a wolf. Who drinks of me will become a wolf," and cried out, "O brother, I pray thee do not drink, lest thou become a wolf and eat me up." The brother did not drink, but said, "I will wait till I come to the next spring, but then I must drink, say what you will, for my thirst is getting unbearable." And when they came to the third spring, the little sister heard a voice in its murmur, saying, "Whoever drinks of me will become a roe." And she cried, "O brother, do not drink, I pray thee, lest thou become a roe and run away from me." But the brother had already knelt down by the stream, stooped down, and drank of the water. And as soon as the first drop touched his lips, there he lay, a white roe. The little sister cried over her poor bewitched brother, and the roe cried also as he rested mournfully beside her. At last the maiden said, "Never mind, dear roe, I will never forsake you." So she took off her golden garter, and put it round the roe's neck, then pulled some rushes and wove them into a cord. To this she tied the little animal, and led him on, and they both went still deeper into the wood. When they had gone a long, long way, they came at last to a little house, into which the maiden peeped, and as it was empty, she thought, "Here we may stay and live." So she made a pretty bed of leaves and moss for the roe, and every morning she went out and gathered roots, berries, and nuts for herself, and for the roe she brought tender grass, which she ate out of her hand, and played about and was very happy. In the evening, when the little sister was tired and had said her prayers, she laid her head upon the roe who was her pillow, and went sweetly to sleep. And if her brother had only kept his proper shape, they would have led a very happy life. They had lived alone in this way during a long time, when it happened that the king of the country held a great hunt in the forest. Through the trees might be heard the blowing of horns, the barking of dogs, and the joyous cries of the hunters, which when the little roe heard he was almost beside himself with delight. "Oh," he said to his sister, "let me go and see the hunt. I can no longer refrain." And he begged hard till she consented. "But," said she, "when you return at evening, I shall have shut my door against the wild huntsmen, and in order that I may know you, knock and say, 'My little sister, let me in.' But if you do not say so, I shall not open the door." Now off sprang the roe, and was so happy to find himself in the open air. The king and his huntsmen saw the beautiful beast, and set off after him, but they could not catch him, for when they thought they had certainly got him, he sprang over a bush and disappeared. When it was dark, he galloped up to the little house, knocked, and cried, "My little sister, let me in." And when the door was opened, he sprang in, and rested all night on his pretty little bed. Next morning the hunt began again, and when the roe heard the blast of the horns, and the "ho, ho" of the hunters, he could not rest, and cried, "Sister, open the door, I must go." His sister opened the door, and said, "But mind you must be back in the evening, and make your little speech, that I may let you in." When the king and his huntsmen saw the white roe with the gold band once more, they all rode after him, but he was too quick and agile for them. This chase lasted the whole day. At last, toward evening, the hunters surrounded him and wounded him with an arrow in the foot, so that he was forced to limp and go slowly. One of the hunters, creeping softly after him to the little house, heard him say, "My sister, let me in," and saw that the door was opened and immediately shut to again. So he went back to the king and told him all that he had seen and heard. "We will have another hunt tomorrow," said the king. The little sister was greatly alarmed when she saw her white roe was wounded. She washed off the blood, laid herbs upon the place, and said, "Go now to thy bed, dear roe, and get well." The wound, however, was so slight that the next morning he felt nothing of it, and when he heard the noise of the hunt, he said, "I cannot keep away. I must go, and nothing shall keep me." His sister cried and said, "Now you will go and be killed, and leave me here alone in the forest, forsaken by all the world. I will not let you go out." "Then I shall die here of grief," answered the Roe, "for when I hear the sound of the horn, I do feel as if I could jump out of my shoes." So his sister could not do less than open the door with a heavy heart, and the Roe sprang out joyfully into the forest. As soon as the king saw him, he said to his huntsman, "Now hunt him all day till evening, but don't do anything to hurt him." When the sun was set, the king said to his huntsman, "Now come and show me the little house you saw in the wood." And when he was before the door, he knocked and cried, "Dear little sister, let me in." Immediately the door opened, the king entered, and there stood a maiden more beautiful than any one he had ever seen. The damsel was frightened when she found there had come in not her Roe, but a man who wore a golden crown on his head. But the king looked kindly at her, took her hand, and said, "Wilt thou go with me to my castle, and be my dear wife?" "Oh yes," answered the maiden, "but the Roe must come with me, for I cannot forsake him." The king replied, "He shall remain with you as long as you live, and shall want for nothing." At this moment he came springing in. His sister tied the cord of rushes round his neck, and led him with her own hand, and they all left the little house together. The king took the beautiful maiden on his own horse, and conducted her to his castle, where the marriage was celebrated with great pomp. She was now queen, and they lived a long time very happily together, while the Roe was petted and taken care of, and played all day about the palace garden. But the wicked stepmother, on whose account these children had been driven into the wide world, thought nothing less than that the little sister had been torn to pieces by wild beasts in the forests, and that the brother, in the shape of a Roe, had been killed by the hunters. When she now heard that they were so happy, and that everything went well with them, envy and spite raged in her heart and gave her no rest, and her only thought was how she could do some mischief to them both. Her own daughter, who was as ugly as the night and had only one eye, was continually reproaching her and saying, "It is I who ought to have been made queen." "Never mind," said the old witch to console her, "when the time comes I will manage it." By and by the queen gave birth to a beautiful little boy, and the king being away at the hunt, the old witch took upon herself the form of a lady in waiting, entered the room where the queen lay, and said to her, "Come, the bath is ready, which will do you good and give you new strength. Make haste before it gets cold." Her daughter was also at hand, and they carried the poor weak queen between them into the bathroom, and laid her in the bath. Then they shut the door and ran away. But under the bath they had first lighted a great furnace fire, so that the beautiful young queen could not save herself from being scorched alive. When that was done, the old witch took her own daughter, put a cap on her, and laid her on the bed in the queen's room. She changed her also into the shape of the young queen, all except her one eye, and she could not give her another. But in order that the king might not observe it, she was obliged to lie on that side where there was no eye. In the evening, when he was come home, and heard that he had a little son, he was very much delighted, and wished to visit his dear wife and see how she was getting on. On which the old woman cried out in a great hurry, "As you value your life, don't touch the curtain. The queen must not see the light, and must be left quite quiet." So the king went away, and never found out that it was a false queen in the bed. But when it was midnight, and all the world was asleep, the nurse who was sitting beside the cradle, and who was the only person awake, saw the door open and the true queen come in. She took the baby out of the cradle, laid it in her arms, and nursed it tenderly. She then shook up the pillows, laid it down again, and covered it with the counterpane. She did not forget the Roe either, but went into the corner where it lay and stroked it gently. After this she passed out quite silently through the door, and the nurse inquired next morning of the sentinels whether anyone had gained entrance into the palace during the night, but they answered, "No, we have seen nobody." She continued to come in the same way for several nights, though she spoke never a word. The nurse always saw her, but never dared to mention it. When some time had passed, the queen at last began to speak, and said, "How is my baby? How is my Roe? I can come again twice, then forever must go." The nurse could not answer her, but when she had disappeared she went to the king and told him all about it, upon which he cried, "What does it mean? I will myself watch by the child to-night." In the evening he came to the nursery, and there at midnight the dead queen appeared, and said, "How is my baby? How is my roe? I can come but once more, then forever must go," and nursed and fondled the baby as before, then vanished. The king did not dare to address her, but watched again the following night. This time she said, "How is my baby? How is my roe? I can come but this once, then forever must go." Upon which the king could no longer contain himself, but sprang forward and cried, "Thou canst surely be no one but my own dear wife." She replied, "Yes, I am thy dear wife." And as soon as she had spoken these words, she was restored to life, and became once more fresh and blooming. Then she related to the king the crime committed on her by the old witch and her ugly daughter, whom he at once commanded be brought to judgment, and had sentence passed upon them. The daughter was taken forth into the woods, where the wild beasts tore her in pieces, and the witch was burnt. And behold, as soon as there was nothing left of her but ashes, the white roe became changed again, and resumed his human form. So they all lived happily together till the end of their lives. End of section 23. Recording by Michaela.
Section 24 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Janet Shipman. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Little Red Riding Hood. Once there was a little village maiden, the prettiest ever seen. Her mother was foolishly fond of her, and her grandmother likewise. The old woman made for her a little hood, which became the damsel so well that ever after she went by the name of Little Red Riding Hood. One day when her mother was making cakes, she said, "My child, you shall go and see your grandmother, for I hear she is not well, and you shall take her some of these cakes and a pot of butter." Little Red Riding Hood was delighted to go, though it was a long walk, but she was a good child and fond of her kind grandmother. Passing through a wood, she met a great wolf, who was most eager to eat her up, but dared not, because of a woodcutter who was busy hard by. So he only came and asked her politely where she was going. The poor child, who did not know how dangerous it is to stop and speak to wolves, replied, "I am going to see my grandmother, and to take her a cake and a pot of butter, which my mother has sent her."
"Is it very far from hence?"
asked the wolf.
"Oh, yes. It is just above the mill which you may see up there, the first house you come to in the village." "Well," said the wolf, "I will go there also to inquire after your excellent grandmother. I will go one way, and you the other, and we will see who can be there first."
So he ran as fast as ever he could, taking the shortest road. But the little maiden took the longest, for she stopped to pluck roses in the wood, to chase butterflies, and gather nosegays of the prettiest flowers she could find. She was such a happy and innocent little soul. The wolf was not long in reaching the grandmother's door. He knocked, and the grandmother said,
"Who is there?" "It is your child, Little Red Riding Hood,"
replied the wicked beast, imitating the girl's voice.
"I bring you a cake in a pot of butter, which my mother has sent you."
The grandmother, who was ill in her bed, said,
"Very well, my dear. Pull the string, and the latch will open."
The wolf pulled the string. The door flew open. He leaped in, fell upon the poor old woman, and ate her up in less than no time, tough as she was, for he had not tasted anything for more than 3 days. Then he carefully shut the door, and laying himself down snugly in the bed, waited for Little Red Riding Hood, who was not long before she came and knocked at the door.
"Who is there?"
said the wolf, and the little maiden, hearing his gruff voice, felt sure that her poor grandmother must have caught a bad cold and be very ill indeed. So she answered cheerfully,
"It is your child, Little Red Riding Hood, who brings you a cake and a pot of butter that my mother has sent you."
Then the wolf, softening his voice as much as he could, said,
"Pull the string, and the latch will open."
So Little Red Riding Hood pulled the string, and the door opened. The wolf, seeing her enter, hid himself as much as he could under the coverlid of the bed, and said in a whisper,
"Put the cake and the pot of butter on the shelf, and then make haste and come to bed, for it is very late."
Little Red Riding Hood did not think so, but to please her grandmother she undressed herself and began to get ready for bed, when she was very much astonished to find how different the old woman looked from ordinary.
"Grandmother,
what great arms you have!"
"That is to hug you the better, my dear." "Grandmother, what great ears you have!"
That is to hear you the better, my dear.
Grandmother, what great eyes you have!
That is to see you the better, my dear.
Grandmother, what a great mouth you have!
That is to eat you up,
cried the wicked wolf, and immediately he fell upon poor Little Red Riding Hood and ate her up in a moment. End of Little Red Riding Hood. Recording by Janet Shipman, Rochester, New York, USA.
Section 25 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Book by Dinah Marie Mulock. Puss in Boots. A miller, dying, divided all his property between his 3 children. This was a very simple matter, as he had nothing to leave but his mill, his ass, and his cat. So he made no will, and called in no lawyer, who would probably have taken a large slice out of these poor possessions. The eldest son took the mill, the second the ass, while the third was obliged to content himself with the cat, at which he grumbled very much. "My brothers," said he, "by putting their property together, may gain an honest livelihood, but there is nothing left for me except to die of hunger, unless indeed I were to kill my cat and eat him, and make a coat out of his skin, which would be very scanty clothing." The cat, who heard the young man talking to himself, sat up on his 4 paws, and looking at him with a grave and wise air, said, "Master, I think you had better not kill me. I shall be much more useful to you alive." "How so?" asked his master. "You have but to give me a sack and a pair of boots, such as gentlemen wear when they go shooting, and you will find you are not so ill off as you suppose." Now, though the young miller did not much depend upon the cat's words, still he thought it rather surprising that a cat should speak at all, and he had before now seen him show so much adroitness and cleverness in catching rats and mice, that it seemed advisable to trust him a little farther, especially as, poor young fellow, he had nobody else to trust. When the cat got his boots, he drew them on with a grand air, and slinging his sack over his shoulder, and drawing the cords of it round his neck, he marched bravely to a rabbit warren hard by, with which he was well acquainted. Then, putting some bran and lettuce into his bag, and stretching himself out beside it as if he were dead, he waited till some fine, fat young rabbit, ignorant of the wickedness and deceit of the world, should peer into the sack to eat the food that was inside. This happened very shortly, for there are plenty of foolish young rabbits in every warren. And when one of them, who really was a splendid fat fellow, put his head inside, Master Puss drew the cords immediately, and took him and killed him without mercy. Then, very proud of his prey, he marched direct up to the palace, and begged to speak with the king. He was desired to ascend to the apartments of his majesty, where, making a low bow, he said, "Sire, here is a magnificent rabbit, killed in the warren which belongs to my lord the Marquis of Carabas, and which he has desired me to offer humbly to your majesty." "Tell your master," replied the king politely, "that I accept his present, and am very much obliged to him." Another time Puss went and hid himself and his sack in a wheat field, and there caught 2 splendid fat partridges, in the same manner as he had done the rabbit. When he presented them to the king with a similar message as before, his majesty was so pleased that he ordered the cat to be taken down to the kitchen and given something to eat and drink, where, while enjoying himself, the faithful animal did not cease to talk in the most cunning way of the large preserves and abundant game which belonged to my lord the Marquis of Carabas. One day, hearing that the king was intending to take a drive along the river side with his daughter, the most beautiful princess in the world, Puss said to his master, "Sir, if you would only follow my advice, your fortune is made." "Be it so," said the miller's son, who was growing very disconsolate, and cared little what he did. "Say your say, cat." "It is but little," replied Puss, looking wise as cats can. "You have only to go and bathe in the river, at a place which I shall show you, and leave all the rest to me. Only remember that you are no longer yourself, but my lord the Marquis of Carabas." "Just so," said the miller's son. "It's all the same to me." But he did as the cat told him. While he was bathing, the king and all the court passed by, and were startled to hear loud cries of "Help! Help! My lord the Marquis of Carabas is drowning." The king put his head out of the carriage, and saw nobody but the cat, who had, at different times, brought him so many presents of game. However, he ordered his guards to fly quickly to the succor of my lord the Marquis of Carabas. While they were pulling the unfortunate marquis out of the water, the cat came up, bowing, to the side of the king's carriage, and told a long and pitiful story about some thieves who, while his master was bathing, had come and carried away all his clothes, so that it would be impossible for him to appear before his majesty and the illustrious princess. "Oh, we will soon remedy that," answered the king kindly, and immediately ordered one of the first officers of the household to ride back to the palace with all speed, and bring back the most elegant supply of clothes for the young gentleman, who kept in the background until they arrived. Then, being handsome and well made, his new clothes became him so well that he looked as if he had been a marquis all his days, and advanced an air of respectful ease to offer his thanks to his majesty. The king received him courteously, and the princess admired him very much. Indeed, so charming did he appear to her, that she hinted to her father to invite him into the carriage with them, which you may be sure the young man did not refuse. The cat, delighted at the success of his scheme, went away as fast as he could, and ran so swiftly that he kept a long way ahead of the royal carriage. He went on till he came to some peasants who were mowing in a meadow. "Good people," he said, in a very firm voice, "the king is coming past here shortly, and if you do not say that the field you are mowing belongs to my lord the Marquis of Carabas, you shall all be chopped as small as mincemeat." So when the king drove by, and asked whose meadow it was where there was such a splendid crop of hay, the mowers all answered, trembling, that it belonged to my lord the Marquis of Carabas. "You have very fine land, Marquis," said his majesty to the miller's son, who bowed and answered that it was not a bad meadow, take it altogether. When the cat came to a wheat field, where the reapers were reaping with all their might, he bounded in upon them. "The king is coming past to-day, and if you do not tell him that this wheat belongs to my lord the Marquis of Carabas, I will have you every one chopped as small as mincemeat." The reapers, very much alarmed, did as they were bid, and the king congratulated the Marquis upon possessing such beautiful fields, laden with such an abundant harvest. They drove on, the cat always running before and saying the same thing to everybody he met, that they were to declare the whole country belonged to his master, so that even the king was astonished at the vast estate of my lord the Marquis of Carabas. But now the cat arrived at a great castle, where dwelt an ogre, to whom belonged all the land through which the royal equipage had been driving. He was a cruel tyrant, and his tenants and servants were terribly afraid of him, which accounted for their being so ready to say whatever they were told to say by the cat, who had taken pains to inform himself of all about the ogre. So, putting on the boldest face he could assume, Puss marched up to the castle, with his boots on, and asked to see the owner of it, saying that he was on his travels, but did not wish to pass so near the castle of such a noble gentleman without paying his respects to him. When the ogre heard the message, he went to the door, received the cat as civilly as an ogre can, and begged him to walk in and repose himself. "Thank you, sir," said the cat, "but first I hope you will satisfy a traveler's curiosity. I have heard in far countries of your many remarkable qualities, and especially how you have the power to change yourself into any sort of beast you choose. A lion, for instance, or an elephant." "This is quite true," replied the ogre, "and lest you should doubt it, I will immediately become a lion." He did so, and the cat was so frightened that he sprang up to the roof of the castle and hid himself in the gutter, a proceeding rather inconvenient on account of his boots, which were not exactly fitted to walk upon tiles. At length, perceiving that the ogre had resumed his original form, he came down steadily and confessed that he had been very much frightened. "But, sir," said he, "it may be easy enough for such a big gentleman as you to change yourself into a large animal. I do not suppose you can become a small one. A rat or a mouse, for instance? I have heard that you can. Still, for my part, I consider it quite impossible." "Impossible!" cried the other indignantly. "You shall see," and immediately the cat saw the ogre no longer, but a little mouse running along the floor. This was exactly what he wanted, and he did the very best a cat could do, and the most natural under the circumstances. He sprang upon the mouse and gobbled it up in a trice. So there was an end of the ogre. By this time the king had arrived opposite the castle, and was seized with a strong desire to enter it. The cat, hearing the noise of the carriage wheels, ran forward in a great hurry, and standing at the gate, said in a loud voice, "Welcome, sire, to the castle of my lord the Marquis of Carabas." "What!" cried his majesty, very much surprised, "does the castle also belong to you? Truly, Marquis, you have kept your secret well up to the last minute. I have never seen anything finer than this courtyard and these battlements. Indeed, I have nothing like them in the whole of my dominions." The Marquis, without speaking, offered his hand to the princess, to assist her to descend, and standing aside that the king might enter first, for he had already acquired all the manners of a court, followed his majesty to the great hall, where a magnificent collation was laid out, and where, without more delay, they all sat down to feast. Before the banquet was over, the king, charmed with the good qualities of the Marquis of Carabas, and likewise with his wine, of which he had drunk 6 or 7 cups, said, bowing across the table at which the princess and the miller's son were talking very confidentially together, "It rests with you, Marquis, whether you will not become my son-in-law." "I shall only be too happy," said the complacent Marquis, and the princess cast down eyes declared the same. So they were married the very next day, and took possession of the ogre's castle, and everything that had belonged to him. As for the cat, he became at once a grand personage, and had never more any need to run after mice, except for his own diversion. End of section 25. Recording by Sharon Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Section 26 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Wolf and the 7 Young Goslings. There was once an old goose who had 7 young goslings, and loved them as only a mother can love her children. One day she was going into the wood to seek provender, and before setting off she called all 7 to her and said, "Dear children, I am obliged to go into the wood, so be on your guard against the wolf, for if he gets in here he will eat you up, feathers, skin, and all. The villain often disguises himself, but you can easily recognize him by his rough voice and his black paws." The children answered, "Dear mother, we will take great care, and you may go without any anxiety." So the old lady was comforted and set off cheerfully for the wood. Before long, someone knocked at the door and cried, "Open up, my dear children. Your mother is here, and has brought something for each of you." But the goslings soon perceived, by the rough voice, that it was the wolf. "We will not open," said they. "You are not our mother, for she has a sweet and lovely voice, but your voice is rough. You are the wolf." Therefore the wolf set off to a merchant, and bought a large lump of chalk, and ate it, and it made his voice sweet. Back he came, knocked at the door, and cried, "Open, open, my dear children. Your mother is here, and has brought something for each of you." But the wolf had laid his black paw on the window sill, and when the children saw it, they cried, "We will not open. Our mother has not black feet like you. You are the wolf." So the wolf ran off to the baker, and said, "I've hurt my foot. Put some dough on it." And when the baker had plastered it with dough, the wolf went to the miller and cried, "Strew some meal on my paws." But the miller thought to himself, "The wolf wants to deceive someone," and he hesitated to do it, till the wolf said, "If you don't do it at once, I will eat you up." So the miller was afraid, and made his paws white. Such is the way of the world. Now came the rogue back for the 3rd time, knocked, and said, "Open the door, dear children. Your mother has come home, and has brought something for each of you out of the wood." The little goslings cried, "Show us your paws first, that we may see whether you are indeed our mother." So he laid his paws on the window sill, and when the goslings saw that they were white, they believed it was all right, and opened the door, and who should come in but the wolf. They screamed out, and tried to hide themselves. One jumped under the table, another into the bed, the 3rd into the oven, the 4th ran into the kitchen, the 5th hopped into a chest, the 6th under the wash-tub, and the 7th got into the clock case. But the wolf seized them, and stood on no ceremony with them. One after another he gobbled them all up, except the youngest, who, being in the clock case, he couldn't find. When the wolf had eaten his fill, he strolled forth and laid himself down in the green meadow under a tree, and went fast asleep. Not long after, back came the old goose home from the wood. But what, alas, did she see! The house door stood wide open. Table, chairs, benches were all overthrown. The wash-tub lay in the ashes. Blankets and pillows were torn off the bed. She looked for her children, but nowhere could she find them. She called them each by name, but nobody answered. At last, when she came to the youngest, a little squeaking voice answered, "Dear mother, I am in the clock case." She pulled him out, and he told her how the wolf had come and had eaten up all the others. You may think how she wept for her dear children. At last in her grief she went out, and the youngest gosling ran beside her, and when she came to the meadow, there lay the wolf under the tree, snoring till the boughs shook. She walked round and examined him on all sides, till she perceived that something was moving and kicking about inside him. "Can it be," thought she, "that my poor children, whom he has swallowed for his supper, are yet alive?" So she sent the little gosling back to the house for scissors, needle, and thread, and began to slit up the monster's stomach. Scarcely had she given one snip when out came the head of a gosling, and when she had cut a little further, the 6 jumped out one after another, not having taken the least hurt, because the greedy monster had swallowed them down whole. That was a joy. They embraced their mother tenderly, and skipped about as lively as a tailor at his wedding. But the old goose said, "Now go and find me 6 large stones, which we will put inside the greedy beast while he is still asleep." So the goslings got the stones in all haste, and they put them inside the wolf, and the old goose sewed him up again in a great hurry, while he never once moved nor took any notice. Now when the wolf at last woke up and got upon his legs, he found he was very thirsty, and wished to go to the spring to drink. But as soon as he began to move, the stones began to shake and rattle inside him, till he cried, "What's this rumbling and tumbling? What's this rattling like bones? I thought I had eaten 6 little geese, but they've turned out only stones." And when he came to the spring and bent down his head to drink, the heavy stones overbalanced him, and in he went head over heels. Now when the 7 goslings saw this, they came running up, crying loudly, "The wolf is dead! The wolf is dead!" and danced for joy all round the spring, and their mother with them. End of The Wolf and the 7 Young Goslings. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com.
Section 27 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Fair One with Golden Locks. There was once a king's daughter so beautiful that they named her the Fair One with Golden Locks. These golden locks were the most remarkable in the world, soft and fine, and falling in long waves down to her very feet. She wore them always thus, loose and flowing, surmounted with a wreath of flowers. And though such long hair was sometimes rather inconvenient, it was so exceedingly beautiful, shining in the sun like ripples of molten gold, that everybody agreed she fully deserved her name. Now there was a young king of a neighboring country, very handsome, very rich, and wanting nothing but a wife to make him happy. He heard so much of the various perfections of the Fair One with Golden Locks, that at last, without seeing her, he fell in love with her so desperately that he could neither eat nor drink, and resolved to send an ambassador at once to demand her in marriage. So he ordered a magnificent equipage, more than 100 horses and 100 footmen, in order to bring back to him the Fair One with Golden Locks, who, he never doubted, would be only too happy to become his queen. Indeed, he felt so sure of her that he furnished the whole palace, and had made by all the dressmakers of the city dresses enough to last a lady for a lifetime. But alas, when the ambassador arrived and delivered his message, either the princess was in bad humour, or the offer did not appear to be to her taste, for she returned her best thanks to his majesty, but said she had not the slightest wish or intention to be married. She also, being a prudent damsel, declined receiving any of the presents which the king had sent her, except that, not quite to offend his majesty, she retained a box of English pins, which were in that country of considerable value. When the ambassador returned alone and unsuccessful. All the court was very much affected, and the king himself began to weep with all his might. Now there was in the palace household a young gentleman named Avenant, beautiful as the sun, besides being at once so amiable and so wise that the king confided to him all his affairs, and everyone loved him, except those people to be found in all courts, who were envious of his good fortune. These malicious folks, hearing him say gaily, "If the king had sent me to fetch the fair one with golden locks, I know she would have come back with me," repeated the saying in such a manner that it appeared as if Avenant thought so much of himself and his beauty, and felt sure the princess would have followed him all over the world, which, when it came to the ears of the king, as it was meant to do, irritated him so much that he commanded Avenant to be imprisoned in a high tower and left to die there of hunger. The guards accordingly carried off the young man, who had quite forgotten his idle speech, and had not the least idea what fault he had committed. They ill-treated him very much, and then left him with nothing to eat and only water to drink. This, however, kept him alive for a few days. He did not cease to complain aloud, and to call upon the king, saying, "O king, what harm have I done? You have no subject more faithful than I. Never have I had a thought which could offend you." And it so befell that king, coming by chance, or else with a sort of remorse, past the tower, was touched by the voice of the young Avenant, whom he had once so much regarded. In spite of all the courtiers could do to prevent him, he stopped to listen, and overheard these words. The tears rushed into his eyes. He opened the door of the tower and called, "Avenant!" Avenant came, creeping feebly along, fell at the king's knees, and kissed his feet. "Oh, sire, what have I done, that you should treat me so cruelly? You have mocked me and my ambassador, for you said, if I had sent you to fetch the fair one with golden locks, you would have been successful and brought her back." "I did say it, and it was true," replied Avenant fearlessly, "for I should have told her so much about your majesty and your various high qualities, which no one knows so well as myself, that I am persuaded she would have returned with me." "I believe it," said the king, with an angry look at those who had spoken ill of his favourite. Then he gave Avenant a free pardon, and took him back with him to the court. After having supplied the famished youth with as much supper as he could eat, the king admitted him to a private audience, and said, "I am as much in love as ever with the fair one with golden locks, so I will take thee at thy word, and send thee to try and win her for me." "Very well, please your majesty," replied Avenant cheerfully. "I will depart to-morrow." The king, overjoyed with his willingness and hopefulness, would have furnished him with a still more magnificent equipage and suite than the first ambassador, but Avenant refused to take anything except a good horse to ride, and letters of introduction to the princess's father. The king embraced him and eagerly saw him depart. It was on a Monday morning when, without any pomp or show, Avenant thus started on his mission. He rode slowly and meditatively, pondering over every possible means of persuading the fair one with golden locks to marry the king. But even after several days' journey towards her country, no clear project had entered into his mind. One morning, when he started at break of day, he came to a great meadow, with a stream running through it, along which were planted willows and poplars. It was such a pleasant rippling stream that he dismounted and sat down on its banks. There he perceived, grasping on the grass, a large golden carp, which, in leaping too far after gnats, had thrown itself quite out of the water, and now lay dying on the greensward. Avenant took pity on it, and though he was very hungry, and the fish was very fat, and he would well enough have liked it for his breakfast, Still he lifted it gently and put it back into the stream. No sooner had the carp touched the fresh cool water than it revived and swam away, but shortly returning it spoke to him from the water in this wise: "Advenant, I thank you for your good deed. I was dying and you have saved me. I will recompense you for this one day." After this pretty little speech, the fish popped down to the bottom of the stream, according to the habit of carp, leaving Avenant very much astonished, as was natural. Another day he met with a raven that was in great distress, being pursued by an eagle, which would have swallowed him up in no time. "See," thought Avenant, "how the stronger oppress the weaker. What right has an eagle to eat up a raven?" So taking his bow and arrow, which he always carried, he shot the eagle dead, and the raven, delighted, perched in safety on an opposite tree. "Avenant," screeched he, though not in the sweetest voice in the world, "you have generously succoured me, a poor miserable raven. I am not ungrateful, and I will recompense you one day." "Thank you," said Avenant, and continued on his road. Entering in a thick wood, so dark with the shadows of early morning that he could scarcely find his way, he heard an owl hooting, like an owl in great tribulation. She had been caught by the nests spread by bird-catchers to entrap finches, larks, and other small birds. "What a pity," thought Avenant, "that men must always torment poor birds and beasts who have done them no harm." So he took out his knife, cut the net, and let the owl go free. She went sailing up into the air, but immediately returned, hovering over his head on her brown wings. "Avenant," she said, "at daylight the bird-catchers would have been here, and I should have been caught and killed. I have a grateful heart. I will recompense you one day." These were the three principal adventures that befell Avenant on his way to the kingdom of the Fair One with Golden Locks. Arrived there, he dressed himself with the greatest care, in a habit of silver brocade, and a hat adorned with plumes of scarlet and red. He threw over all a rich mantle, and carried a little basket in which was a lovely little dog, an offering of respect to the princess. With this he presented himself at the palace gates, where, even though he came alone, his mien was so dignified and graceful, so altogether charming, that every one did him reverence, and was eager to run and tell the Fair One with Golden Locks that Avenant, another ambassador from the king, her suitor, awaited an audience. "Avenant," repeated the princess, "that is a pretty name. Perhaps the youth is pretty too." "So beautiful," said the ladies of honor, that while he stood under the palace window we could do nothing but look at him. "How silly of you," sharply said the princess, but she desired of them to bring her robe of blue satin, to comb out her long hair, and adorn it with the freshest of garland flowers, to give her high-heeled shoes and her fan. "Also," added she, "take care that my audience chamber is well swept and my throne well dusted. I wish in everything to appear as becomes the Fair One with Golden Locks." This done, she seated herself on her throne of ivory and ebony, and gave the orders for her musicians to play, but softly, so as not to disturb conversation. Thus, shining in all her beauty, she admitted Avenant to her presence. He was so dazzled that at first he could not speak. Then he began and delivered his harangue to perfection. "Gentle Avenant," returned the princess, after listening to all his reasons for returning with him, "your arguments are very strong, and I am inclined to listen to them. But you must first find for me a ring which I dropped into the river about a month ago. Until I recover it, I can listen to no propositions of marriage." Avenant, surprised and disturbed, made her a profound reverence, and retired, taking with him the basket and the little dog Cabriole, which she refused to accept. All night long he sat sighing to himself. How can I ever find a ring which she dropped into the river a month ago? She has set me an impossibility." "My dear master," said Cabriole, "nothing is an impossibility to one so young and charming as you are. Let us go at daybreak to the riverside." Avenant patted him, but replied nothing, until, worn out with grief, he slept. Before dawn Cabriole wakened him, saying, "Master, dress yourself, and let us go to the river." There Avenant walked up and down with his arms folded, and his head bent, but he saw nothing. At last he heard a voice calling from a distance, "Avenant, Avenant!" The little dog ran to the waterside. "Never believe me again, master, if it is not a golden carp with a ring in its mouth." "Yes, Avenant," said the carp, "this is the ring which the princess has lost. You saved my life in the willow meadow, and I have recompensed you. Farewell." Avenant took the ring gratefully, and returned to the palace with Cabriole, who scampered about in great glee. Craving an audience, he presented the princess with her ring, and begged her to accompany him to his master's kingdom. She took the ring, looked at it, and thought she was surely dreaming. "Some fairy must have assisted you, fortunate Avenant," said she. "Madam, I am only fortunate in my desire to obey your wishes." "Obey me still," she said graciously. "There is a prince named Galifron, whose suit I have refused. He is a giant as tall as a tower, who eats a man as a monkey eats a nut. He puts cannons into his pockets instead of pistols, and when he speaks, his voice is so loud that everyone near him becomes deaf. Go and fight him, and bring me his head." Avenant was thunderstruck, but after a time he recovered himself. "Very well, madam, I shall certainly perish, but I will perish like a brave man. I will depart at once to fight the giant Galifron." The princess, now in her turn surprised and alarmed, tried every persuasion to induce him not to go, but in vain. Avenant armed himself and started, carrying his little dog in the basket. Cabriole was the only creature that gave him consolation. "Courage, master! When you attack the giant, I will bite his legs. He will stoop down to strike me, and then you will knock him on the head." Avenant smiled at the little dog's spirit, but he knew it was useless. Arrived at the castle of Galifron, he found the roads all strewn with bones and carcasses of men. Soon he saw the giant walking. His head was level with the highest trees, and he sang in a terrific voice, "Bring me babies to devour, more, 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 men and women tender and tough, all the world holds not enough." To which Avenant replied, imitating the tune, "Avenant, you here may see, he is come to punish thee. Be he tender, be he tough, to kill thee, giant, he is enough." Hearing these words, the giant took up his massive club, looked around for the singer, and perceived him, and would have slain him on the spot had not a raven, sitting on a tree close by, suddenly flown out upon him, and picked out both his eyes. Then Avenant easily killed him and cut off his head, while the raven, watching him, said, "You shot the eagle who was pursuing me. I promised to recompense you, and today I have done it. We are quits." "No, 'tis I who am the debtor, Sir Raven," replied Avenant, as, hanging the frightful head to his saddle bow, he mounted his horse and rode back to the city of the Fair One with Golden Locks. There everybody followed him, shouting, "Here is brave Avenant, who has killed the giant," until the princess, hearing the noise, fearing it was Avenant himself who was killed, and even when he appeared with Galifron's head, she trembled still, although she had nothing to fear. "Madam," said Avenant, "your enemy is dead, so I trust you will accept the hand of the king my master." "I cannot," replied she thoughtfully, "unless you first bring me a vial of the water in the Grotto of Darkness. It is 6 leagues in length, and guarded at the entrance by 2 fiery dragons, within its pit full of scorpions, lizards, and serpents. And at the bottom of this place flows the fountain of beauty and health. All who wash in it become, if ugly, beautiful; if beautiful, forever; if old, young; if young, young forever. Judge then, Avenant, if I can quit my kingdom without carrying with me some of this miraculous water." "Madam," replied Avenant, "you are already so beautiful that you require it not. But I am an unfortunate ambassador whose death you desire. I will obey you, though I know I shall never return." So he departed with his only friends, his horse and his faithful dog Cabriole, while all who met him looked at him compassionately, pitying so pretty a youth bound on such a hopeless errand. But however kindly they addressed him, Avenant rode on and answered nothing, for he was too sad at heart. He reached a mountainside, where he sat down to rest, leaving his horse to graze, and Cabriole to run after the flies. He knew that the Grotto of Darkness was not far off, yet he looked about him like one who sees nothing. At last he perceived a rock as black as ink, whence came a thick smoke, and in a moment appeared one of the 2 dragons, breathing out flames. It had a yellow and green body, claws, and a long tail. When Cabriole saw the monster, the poor little dog hid himself in terrible fright. But Avenant resolved to die bravely, so taking a vial which the princess had given him, he prepared to descend into the cave. "Cabriole," he said, "I shall soon be dead. Then fill this vial with my blood, and carry it to the Fair One with Golden Locks, and afterwards to the king, my master, to show him I have been faithful to the last." While he was thus speaking, a voice called, "Avenant! Avenant!" He saw an owl sitting on a hollow tree. Said the owl, "You cut the net in which I was caught, and I vowed to recompense you. Now is the time. Give me the vial. I know every corner of the Grotto of Darkness. I will fetch you the water of beauty." Delighted beyond words, Avenant delivered up his vial. The owl flew with it into the grotto, and in less than half an hour reappeared, bringing it quite full and well corked. Avenant thanked her with all his heart, and joyfully took once more the road to the city. The Fair One with Golden Locks had no more to say. She consented to accompany him back, with all her suite, to his master's court. On the way thither, she saw so much of him, and found him so charming, that Avenant might have married her himself, had he chosen. But he would not have been false to his master for all the beauties under the sun. At length they arrived at the king's city, and the Fair One with Golden Locks became his spouse and queen. But she still loved Avenant in her heart, and often said to the king her lord, "But for Avenant I should not be here. He has done all sorts of impossible deeds for my sake. He has fetched me the water of beauty, and I shall never grow old. In short, I owe him everything." And she praised him in this sort so much, that at length the king became jealous. And though Avenant gave him not the slightest cause of offence, he shut him up in the same tower once more, but with irons on his hands and feet, and a cruel jailer besides, who fed him with bread and water only. His sole companion was his little dog Cabriole. When the Fair One with Golden Locks heard of this, she reproached her husband for his ingratitude, and then throwing herself at his knees, implored that Avenant might be set free. But the king only said, "She loves him," and refused her prayer. The queen entreated no more, but fell into a deep melancholy. When the king saw it, he thought she did not care for him because he was not handsome enough, and if he could wash his face with her water of beauty, it would make her love him more. He knew that she kept it in a cabinet in her chamber, where she could find it always. Now it happened that the waiting maid in cleaning out this cabinet, had, the very day before, knocked down the vial, which was broken in 1,000 pieces, and all the contents were lost. Very much alarmed, she remembered seeing, in a cabinet belonging to the king, a similar vial. This she fetched and put it in the place of the other one, in which was the water of beauty. But the king's vial contained the water of death. It was a poison used to destroy great criminals, that is, noble men, gentlemen, and such alike. Instead of hanging them or cutting their heads off like common people, they were compelled to wash their faces with this water, upon which they fell asleep and woke no more. So it happened that the king, taking up this vial, believing it to be the water of beauty, washed his face with it, fell asleep, and died. Cabrio heard the news, and, gliding in and out among the crowd which clustered around the young and lovely widow, whispered softly to her, "Madam, do not forget poor Avenant." If she had been disposed to do so, the sight of his little dog would have been enough to remind her of him, his many sufferings, and his great fidelity. She rose up without speaking to anybody, and went straight to the tower where Avenant was confined. There with her own hands she struck off his chains, and putting a crown of gold on his head, and a purple mantle on his shoulders, said to him, "Be king and my husband." Avenant could not refuse, for in his heart he had loved her all the time. He threw himself at her feet, and then took the crown and sceptre, and ruled her kingdom like a king. All the people were delighted to have him as their sovereign. The marriage was celebrated in all imaginable pomp, and Avenant and the fair one with golden locks lived and reigned happily together all their days. End of section 27.
Section number 28 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Butterfly. In the time of the illustrious Marinus, it was indeed a pleasure to be a king. The laws were just, the people obedient, and peace was over the land. This monarch would have been the happiest of men, but for the continual complaints of his consort, which tore his very heart in twain. She wept continually for her daughters, 19 of whom had perished in the flower of youth. The Fairy of the Fountain had promised a 20th, but years passed away in fruitless expectation. "You have neglected to do the fairy sufficient homage," said the king one day. "I shall give orders to conduct you to the foot of the mountain with pomp and splendor. But when you arrive there, the mountain itself must be climbed on foot, with many fatigues. Most women would rather die childless than encounter them." "Courage shall not be wanting on my part," said the queen, "and I wish to set out immediately." The king kissed her forehead, bade her good night, and fell asleep. At early dawn appeared in the grand court of the palace an equipage dazzling as the sun itself. The wheels were of massy gold, with emerald nails, which sparkled in the light. It was drawn by 42 horses, white as snow, whose reins were of rose-colored satin, the fashion of that period. They snorted impatiently, striking fire from the pavement beneath their feet. Their eyes were inflamed, their bits covered with foam, and their proud and triumphant air seemed already to announce the success of the Queen's enterprise. 3,000 chevaliers, armed at all points and mounted on fiery coursers, wheeled about the chariot, the air resounding with their joyful acclamations of "Long live King Merinous and his august spouse." The Queen saluted the people with the utmost grace and condescension, which caused such immoderate joy that she was almost stifled by the pressure of the crowd, but the guards gently kept them at a distance, and the procession passed on. When her Majesty had reached the foot of the mountain, she alighted from her chariot, and, accompanied by only 4 maids of honor, proceeded on foot. The mountain was formed of slippery earth, slightly covered over with green turf, but giving way at every step. The Queen's pretty little white satin shoes were soon left behind, and her feet next stuck so fast that she could not withdraw them. Her fair hands were in the same plight. She cried aloud for succor, fearing she should be completely buried alive. Turning then round to look for her maids of honor, she perceived that they had fallen flat on their faces. The impression remains till this day, and were struggling, making the most desperate efforts, less in consideration of their own danger than that of the Queen. In fine, after 4 hours and a half's patient perseverance, they succeeded in regaining their feet, and, strange to say, no mud or clay attached itself to their clothes. Nothing worse than a slight shade of the green turf, which assumed the appearance of a gauze veil. The fairy then, seeing the Queen willing to overcome difficulties, would not try her further, but with one stroke of a wand reduced the mountain 200 or 300 feet. The remaining height was very dry and easy of ascent. The Queen was thus conducted to a delicious grove. A coral fountain rose in the midst. Its waters of the purest rose color wound around the meadow, murmuring plaintive airs whose words were perfectly distinguishable. The fairy there welcomed her Majesty, who prepared to explain the occasion of her journey, but that was quite unnecessary. The fairy, exacting profound secrecy, presented her with a vial of water drawn from the fountain, strictly ordering that it should be broken when she had drank it all. The Queen, charmed by this reception, made presents of inestimable value, and rejoined her maids of honor, who had been thrown into an enchanted sleep. They then returned to the palace in such high spirits that all the court danced and sung for a month afterwards. In due course her Majesty became, for the 20th time, a joyful mother. The magnificence and liberality displayed for this occasion exceed belief. The royal palace was surrounded by 300 large spouts, which poured forth alternately, night and day, the choicest sweetmeats, confectionery, and money. The streets, in fact, were filled. The passengers had only to stoop down and be satisfied. But in the midst of these festivities, the Fairy of the Fountain, uncovering the little princess's cradle, which was of mother of pearl studded with diamonds, perceived a beautiful butterfly placed immediately under the infant's left eye. The chief cradle rocker, who dreaded being taxed with negligence, took a humming-bird's wing and endeavored to chase it away, but all in vain. It remained quite unconcerned in the same spot, extending its large wings of rose color and azure blue on the face of the princess, appearing rather to caress than to wish to do her any injury. "Ah," said the fairy, "this butterfly is not what you imagine. It is a powerful fairy, who presides at the birth of the most distinguished princesses, and endows them with a degree of levity which generally leads to misfortune. I can lessen the evil without doubt, but I cannot entirely avert it." The queen wept bitterly at this sad news, and the king saw no person during 8 days. He then ceased to think on the subject. Misfortunes rarely enter into the speculations of kings, masters of the destinies of others. Mankind flatter them into a belief that their power can almost control fate itself. Accordingly, the visit of the butterfly did not produce much permanent inquietude. The poets laureate and literati of the court turned it into numerous sentimental conceits, among others, that the insect had fastened on the princess' cheek, mistaking it for a rose. This idea branched out into 100 elegies, 1,000 madrigals, and 1,500 songs, which were sung in all the principal families, and adapted to airs, some already known, and others composed for the occasion. The fairy frequently visited her little charge, but was unable to conquer her fickle disposition. 10 different nurses had already been obliged to give her up. She scratched them, bit them, and obstinately refused to be fed. When she grew older, she began her education. She was so easily wearied and vexed that no one dared to contradict her. The fairy was consulted, who made her smell at a very rare flower. This produced a degree of intelligence so extraordinary that in 3 days she could read, write, speak all languages, and play on every instrument after just 23 minutes' application. The queen was now delighted, for the princess's talents were noised abroad equally with her beauty. She had scarcely attained the age of 14 when many kings sought the honour of her hand. The good King Marinus was well stricken in years, and fondly desired to see Papillette established. All who seemed worthy of her received a favourable reception, and amongst this number was the accomplished Prince Favourite. After he had been presented in due form, the old monarch asked his daughter what she thought of their new guest. "Sire," replied the maiden, "I have been brought up with too much modesty and reserve to bestow attention on strangers of the other sex." "That is true," returned the monarch; "but merely regarding him as a picture, how has he appeared to you?" "Tall and handsome," answered Papillette, "his chestnut hair clinging in close and crisping curls to his ivory brow, his eyes of violet blue filled with soft vivacity, his teeth of the most brilliant white, divide lips of coral, his nose is perfect Grecian, and his limbs like the rarest statuary. I might say more, had I ventured to look at the prince." "It is enough," said the king. "Your first glance has shown you enough. I am delighted that you are so sensible to the merits of Prince Favourite. As I design him for your husband, love him accordingly." "Your Majesty's commands are laws to your dutiful daughter," replied Papillette. One may easily imagine with what magnificence preparations were made for the nuptials. The king hastened them, lest his daughter's fickleness and levity might cause disappointment to their dearest hopes. Papillette one day, while steadily regarding her lover, who was kneeling before her, appeared struck by something which made an impression as sudden as disagreeable. She repulsed Prince Favourite, saying she was seized with a headache, and could not be troubled with company. The lover submissively rose, and went to seek the queen, beseeching her to find out what he had done, and to intercede in his favour. Her Majesty accordingly questioned the princess, who, bathed in tears, threw herself into the arms of her mother, confessing that she had made a discovery which totally altered her sentiments regarding the prince. "Is it possible," added she, "that you have not perceived his ears, of so unusual a size, and a deep red colour?" "Is that all?" cried the queen. "In truth, I had not observed it. But to take notice of an imperfection so very trifling would make us appear ridiculous indeed." "People cannot help their feelings," replied Papillette. "I have quite a horror of red ears. It is little worth while to be daughter of a great king, if one must be crossed and thwarted in the most important arrangement of life." The queen reasoned long, but this only increased Papillette's resistance. Therefore, being quite defenceless against the tears of a child so dear, her Majesty promised to speak to the king. Marinus was firm in all his resolutions. He therefore declared that his daughter should become the wife of Prince Favourite, whether she liked it or not. The queen had not courage to impart this dreadful intelligence, but she threw herself on the generosity of the prince, beseeching that he would himself break the engagement, thus shielding Papillette from the resentment of the king. The distracted lover was ready to die with grief, but promised to do all she requested. He asked but 3 days' grace. The queen consented, and Prince Favourite then summoned Queséca, chief barber, to the king. "Barber," said he, "each country has its particular prejudices, its own ideas of beauty. Here I find large ears are deemed a deformity. Therefore I command thee to cut off mine." "I cannot do it," replied the barber. "Your royal highness has been grossly deceived. I have the honour of shaving the first lords of the court, and I know many of them whose ears are equally red and 10 times as long as those of your royal highness. These very lords are amongst the most distinguished favourites of the king." "I have summoned thee," replied the prince, "to operate, not to prate. Obey my orders, and inflame not my ears still further by thy discourse." "Alas!" said the barber, "since your royal highness means to sacrifice them to an unreasonable caprice, what signifies it whether they are inflamed or not?" At these words the prince made a threatening gesture, and Queséca, no longer daring to resist, took his razor, and with a trembling hand separated two of the handsomest ears from one of the finest heads in the world. For be it known that the princess only made a pretext of this assertion, because she had taken a fancy for somebody else. The wound bled profusely. The prince applied healing balm, and when in a condition to appear before her, enclosed his two ears in a little box, rare and precious, and presented it to Papillette, his heart once more filled with hope and love. The princess eagerly opened the beautiful little casket, then dashed it with horror to the ground. "Prince," she cried, "what can have induced you to mutilate yourself so cruelly? Can you imagine that I would ever wed a man who submitted to lose his ears?" "Madam," said the prince in consternation, "it was by my own order that—" "What a fool you were then!" cried Papillette. "If you are not willing to become the ridicule of the court, I advise you to quit it with the greatest expedition imaginable." The prince dared not call her cruel and ungrateful. He retired to the thickest retreats of a forest, and soon after entirely lost his reason. The princess, once more free, confessed that amongst her numerous suitors there was one whom she preferred. This was Prince Malabar, whose martial mien announced the soul of a hero. The queen did not deny that Malabar had sought her daughter's hand, even before favourite aspired to that honour, and King Merinous could now no longer insist on her marriage with this unfortunate prince, since he was quite insane, ran naked through the woods, sometimes believing himself a hind, sometimes a wolf, and never stopping until exhausted by grief and despair. But in consenting to the marriage of his daughter with Prince Malabar, the king declared that should she again change her mind, he would never forgive her. The happy day was once more fixed, and Papillette, 3 days preceding, invited her lover to meet her in a delightful grove at the extremity of the gardens. This grove was planted with myrtles, so thick and high that they afforded a pleasant shade. Beautiful flowers sprang up on all sides, and added to the warblings of the birds in the trees were the voices of hidden musicians, singing a chorus composed by the princess herself. This, however, Malabar, who was a soldier and not a musician, and who naturally wished to have his lady love's society all to himself, did not sufficiently appreciate. "Princess," said he, "I had much rather hear you talk than these people sing." "Are then those cares despised," replied Papillette, "which I have so assiduously employed to amuse and gratify you by the display of my talents?" "Your dearest talent," cried he, "is that of pleasing. It compromises every other. Send away these people, I pray." He added in a tone of the utmost irritation, "I hate, I detest music." "Have I rightly heard?" exclaimed the princess angrily. "And do you pretend to love, if your soul is insensible to such transporting sounds?" "I wish they would transport themselves far enough away," returned the lover, who, like most other lovers, could be in an ill humour sometimes. "My princess, do order these scraping and squallings to cease." "On the contrary, I order my musicians to remain," answered Papillette, quite indignant, "and never, never will I unite myself to him whom divine melody hath no power to move. Go, prince, barbarous alike in taste and science, and seek some rustic maid best suited to your insensibility." The musicians, too far distant to hear these words, struck up a lively tune. Malabar imagined this done in derision, and it required all his respect for the princess to prevent him from falling on them sword in hand. He repented much his words, but considered it beneath his dignity to retract them. The princess also refused to retract hers, so they parted. Malabar resolved on instant death. Mounting the noblest courser in his stable, he rode down to the sea-coast, and plunged him right over a perpendicular cliff into the waters below. The tide happened to be coming in, so that the body was soon washed on shore, and brought before the eyes of the cruel princess, laid on a litter formed of willow, hung with draperies of black crape. She was standing at the window when the melancholy procession passed, and inquired what it was. None dared answer; they only removed the covering from the face of the corpse. She uttered a loud shriek, and fainted away. The king and queen lavished on her the most tender cares, but all in vain. She declared that she regarded herself as an inconsolable widow, and insisted on putting on the deepest weeds. King Marinus respected this caprice, and ordered 20,000 yards of crape for her use. She was just giving orders to have her apartments festooned with it, and holding a cambric handkerchief to her eyes, when a little green ape, a drawing-room favourite, dressed itself in weepers, and disposed one of the widow's caps most tastefully under its chin. At this sight the princess burst out laughing so loudly and heartily, that all the court ladies, who had been trying which could pull the longest and most sympathetic countenance, were greatly relieved, and began immediately to smile a little. Gradually they removed from their eyes the trappings of woe, and substituted ribbons of rose colour and blue of every shade and variety. Trying on these, so diverted Papillette's melancholy, that the poor drowned prince was soon forgotten. Her tears, indeed, were vain; he had already enough of water. The king was in despair. "Alas!" he said to the queen, "we shall never have the consolation of marrying Papillette, or beholding our grandchildren. Of two monarchs so worthy of her, one has lost his reason, the other has cast himself into the sea; and while we continue to weep, she, already consoled, thinks only of diverting herself." "Sire," replied the queen, "calm your apprehensions. Our daughter is yet too young to feel true love in all its fervour. Let us have patience, and seek alliance with none but those truly worthy of her affections." "Such is my wish," replied the king, "and I begin to turn my views upon Prince Patipata. He has seen the portrait of Papillette, and is satisfied; but though a wise and noble monarch, his personal qualifications are little in his favour." "How so?" rejoined the queen. "Because he is stiff, tall, and spare; his eyes bleared and filmy; his hair red, and so scanty withal, that it seems like a few stripes of blasted flax hung around a distaff." A few days after this conversation, Prince Patipata arrived at court, and the queen did not conceal from Papillette that, notwithstanding his personal disadvantages, he was intended for her spouse. The princess laughed immoderately, yet just for amusement she displayed towards him all the arts and graces of coquetry to perfection. Prince Patipata, having been informed of the deplorable end of his predecessors, concealed his love as carefully as the others had proclaimed theirs. He was so reserved and cold that the princess longed exceedingly to discover the state of his feelings. Accordingly, one day, while Patipata was walking with Salmo, his intimate confidant, she hid herself in the trunk of an old tree which had been hollowed out by lightning, and afforded apparently a secure retreat. The prince seated himself at the foot of it, but he had observed the princess, and making a sign of intelligence to his companion, feigned to continue a conversation of which she was the subject. "Assuredly," said he, "the princess is very handsome, but flatterers, poets, and painters always overstep the truth. Her portrait has deceived me. Its large blue eyes bear assuredly some resemblance to those of Papillette, but they bespeak an ardent and feeling heart, while hers is frivolous, volatile, and incapable of love. Her smile would be charming but for its satirical irony. And what is the value of the loveliest lips in the world, if they open but to deceive and betray?" "I am much surprised," replied Salmo. "I believed that your royal highness was equally loving and beloved." "Far from it," returned Patipata. "It would ill become me, plain as I am, to be confident of pleasing, and I am not duped enough to yield my heart without return. Do not you approve of this?" "No," answered Salmo, "your royal highness is too modest. I cannot sufficiently appreciate your humility." The prince affected to be dissatisfied with this praise, and then moved onwards in order to liberate Papillette, who was very inconveniently cramped and almost suffocated with anger. Disagreeable truths seldom reach the ears of princesses. Her resentment, therefore, was to be expected. Meanwhile, her heart being equally capricious as her understanding, she felt ready to pardon, and even on reflection to justify Patipata. But pride soon combated this weakness, and she determined to send him away. She complained to her father, assured him that by mere chance she had heard the most odious calumnies uttered by a prince who sported with their dignity, by falsely pretending to the hand of her whom he slighted and despised. The king was surprised, but not having entered into any positive engagements with Patipata, he readily entered into her feelings, and intimated to the prince that his adieus would be well received. This Patipata expected, but although not naturally presumptuous, he had read sufficiently into the heart of Papillette to feel some degree of consolation. As no decisive explanation of any kind occurred, he was permitted to take leave of the princess. This he did with much firmness, whilst she appeared so much agitated that it was remarked by all the court. The men attributed this to hatred, but the ladies, who knew better, pronounced it love. They were convinced of the fact, when day by day she began to pine and refuse to eat, and had not the chief cook every day invented some new ragout, she would inevitably have died of hunger. The queen was in despair, and dispatched a billet to the fairy of the fountain, fastening it to the tail of a little white mouse, which served as a messenger on this occasion. It was perfectly acquainted with the way, and in a few minutes the fairy arrived at the palace. The late events were mentioned to her, and the melancholy situation of the princess. "I understand this case," said the fairy, "but it is necessary that Papillette should give me her confidence." The fairy was so amiable and so much beloved by the princess that she easily yielded, and casting down her eyes, confessed that she loved one who regarded her with contemptuous indifference, and what rendered her choice still more degrading was, its object being equally ugly as insensible. "I am then to understand," replied the fairy, "that you wish to be cured of this unfortunate passion." "Alas, no," rejoined Papillette, "for my only pleasure is in thinking of him, speaking to him as if he could hear, and persuading myself that notwithstanding appearances he could have loved me, and he believed my heart capable of steady affections. I shall therefore die, leaving him alike ignorant of my regrets and my repentance." "I would not advise you to die," said the fairy. "That is the only evil in the world without a remedy. But, my dear Papillette, what can I do to console you? Let me see the prince once more under some metamorphose, in which it is impossible for him to recognize me." "Very well," replied the fairy; "but since you wish to risk it, and that a simple butterfly can scarcely compromise her dignity in following a king, under this form I shall transport you to his court." So saying, the Fairy of the Fountain placed on her finger a little emerald ring, and the princess distinctly felt her arms change their shape, expand, become flexible, and form two light wings, clothed in the most brilliant colours. Her little feet quitted the earth, and as the window was opened, she flew out, traversing the air, with a degree of rapidity which at first caused some sensations of fear, but soon the eager desire of seeing Patipata urged her forward, although natural instinct so far prevailed as to cause frequent descents to earth, where she rested on every tempting flower. At length, entering the prince's garden, she beheld him walking on a terrace, watering a beautiful orange tree. Her heart beat so violently that her first emotion was to hide, but soon recovering self-possession, she flew forwards and rested on a branch which he had just gathered. "What a charming butterfly!" observed the king to his chief gardener. "Its colours are truly exquisite. I never recollect having seen any such before." "Some new species come to do mischief, I suppose," said the gardener, preparing to brush it rudely away. But it took refuge on the bosom of the king, with such caressing and tender familiarity, that only a hard heart could have done it injury. "Ah, little traitor!" cried Patipata, "thou wishest to win me by thy fleeting charms, and then escape for ever. I already know too well the pain of loving fickle beings such as thou. Yet still I must defend thee, and permit thy return to my orange tree as often as thou desirest." Papillette easily penetrated the thoughts of the prince, and although they uttered a reproach for her inconstancy, she fancied they also breathed the language of love, and returned in better spirits than usual to her father's palace, where her absence had been unobserved. From thenceforward she never omitted making use of the emerald ring, which transported her in a few moments to her royal lover. She followed him to his palace, saw him give audience, preside in council, and everywhere prove himself just, great, generous, and worthy of all her affection. It is true that his eyes were still filmy, his body spare, and his hair red as ever. But what signifies an outside casket when containing a priceless jewel within? Patipata was determined against marriage. He therefore adopted as heir to the crown the son of a cousin, a young orphan, whom he proposed bringing up beneath his own eye. This prince little resembled his uncle. He had been much spoiled in infancy, and it was impossible to improve him. One day, while conversing with Patipata, "Sire," said he, "I have a favour to ask your majesty, and I pray you not to refuse me." "I shall willingly grant you anything reasonable," replied the king. "It is but your beautiful rose-colored butterfly which follows you everywhere." "And if I were to give it to you, what then?" "I would run this golden pin through its body, and stick it to a branch of the orange tree to see how long it would live. Oh, nothing could be more amusing!" "Nothing could be more barbarous," answered Patipata indignantly. "Go, you inspire me with horror. I banish you from my presence during 3 entire days. And remember that if my butterfly should receive any injury, you shall be punished with unexampled severity." The poor butterfly, who had heard this discourse, knew not how to express its gratitude and joy. It flapped its wings and sported around its benefactor. The king held out his finger, and it rested there. "Thou shalt quit me no more," said he. "It is so sweet to be loved, even by a butterfly, that I would not willingly prove myself ungrateful. Thou shalt feed at my table. I will serve thee with the finest fruits, the fairest flowers. Ah, if I can only make thee happy!" On the following day, Patipata went out hunting. In vain Papillette sought him in the park, in the garden, and near the favorite orange tree. But his nephew, taking advantage of his absence, began chasing the pretty butterfly. The courtiers knew that he would one day be in power, and, eager to gratify his whims, assisted in the wanton sport. Ministers the most pompous, members of council the most profound, climbed on trees, and capered through the meadows. One would have supposed them mad, but the royal insect, so familiar with the king, was, for all others, the most capricious of butterflies. It amused itself in leading the court a long chase, and at length rested in the private cabinet of the king, where they never once thought of seeking it. Papillette, now all alone, could not resist the opportunity afforded of looking over a great quantity of writing which lay on the bureau. What was her surprise and joy, on there finding verses the most passionate and tender, which Patipata had written in her praise! They indeed revealed that he was proud, and would not risk a second refusal, but they vowed to remain faithful to her, and never to wed another. The princess was so affected that 2 little tiny tears stood in her butterfly eyes. Well indeed she might shed them, for at this moment the wicked little prince, her enemy, came behind, and seizing her by her 2 lovely wings, popped her into his hat. "Now I have you!" cried he. And it is impossible to say what would have happened had not the king opportunely returned, when, in taking off his hat to his uncle, he let the butterfly go. She, recovering from her fright, testified affection by many little endearments, and Patipata, now accustomed to speak to her, exclaimed, "Beautiful insect, how happy art thou! Thou wanderest from flower to flower, without giving the preference to any. Thou knowest not love, thou hast not found ingratitude. I, a king, cannot boast of such happiness. I adore the lovely Princess Papillette, and am dismissed from her court. I am ugly, it is true, but were I ever so handsome, I should not be more fortunate, for I too well know her fickle." The butterfly here sighed so deeply that the king started. "Is it possible thou canst feel?" said he. "Oh, if my princess had as much sensibility, I would know no other care. With her I would live in a hut, far, far from the deceitful splendor of a throne." "The Princess Papillette would willingly accompany you," said a little voice in tones of the finest and purest melody, and the butterfly's rosy wings blushed deep as crimson. "What a prodigy!" cried Patipata. Ah, butterfly, what dost thou know of my Papillette?" "Suppose it were herself," said a voice, which seemed to proceed from a little fountain of rock crystal which stood between the windows. The prince turned round, but instead of the butterfly, he beheld the fairy of the fountain, holding the fair Papillette by the hand. They were both encircled by a rose-colored cloud, which shed a soft, brilliant light around the apartment. Patipata bent one knee to the earth, and kissed the hem of the princess's garment. "Come, prince," said the fairy, "King Merinous is apprised of what passes here. Papillette has overcome her evil destiny. Her affections are fixed and sure, and that object is yourself. And however ready you may both be to live in a hut together, I advise you not to do it. Love is sweeter than royalty, no doubt, but it is not impossible to unite both." The lovers, transported with joy, placed their feet on the rose-colored cloud, which instantly carried them to the palace of the king. The fairy of the fountain, to complete her benefactions, rendered Patipata as handsome as he was amiable, and the nuptials were celebrated with suitable pomp and festivity. We are informed that Papillette had at first some slight returns of her natural disposition, but in 1 year she became a mother, and from thenceforward never knew frivolity more. End of The Butterfly, recorded by Susan Morin, Portland, Maine.
Section 29 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Frog Prince. In times of yore, when wishes were both heard and granted, lived a king whose daughters were all beautiful. But the youngest was so lovely that the sun himself, who had seen so much, wondered at her beauty every time he looked in her face. Now, near the king's castle was a large, dark forest, and in the forest, under an old linden tree, was a deep well. When the day was very hot, the king's daughter used to go to the wood and seat herself at the edge of the cool well, and when she became wearied, she would take a golden ball, throw it up in the air, and catch it again. This was her favorite amusement. Once it happened that her golden ball, instead of falling back into the little hand which she stretched out for it, dropped to the ground and immediately rolled away into the water. The king's daughter followed it with her eyes, but the ball had vanished, and the well was so deep that no one could see down to the bottom. Then she began to weep, wept louder and louder every minute, and could not console herself at all. While she was thus lamenting, some one called to her. "What is the matter with you, king's daughter? You weep so that you would touch the heart of a stone." She looked around to see whence the voice came, and saw a frog stretching his thick, ugly head out of the water. "Ah, it is you, old water paddler," said she. "I am crying for my golden ball, which has fallen into the well." "Be content," answered the frog. "I dare say I can give you some good advice, but what will you give me if I bring back your plaything to you?" "Whatever you like, dear frog," said she. "My clothes, my pearls and jewels, even the golden crown I wear." The frog answered, "Your clothes, your pearls and jewels, even your golden crown, I do not care for. But if you will love me, and let me be your companion and playfellow, sit near you at your little table, eat from your golden plate, drink from your little cup, and sleep in your little bed, if you will promise me this, then I will bring you back your golden ball from the bottom of the well." "Oh, yes," said she, "I promise you everything, if you will only bring me back my golden ball." She thought to herself meanwhile,
What nonsense the silly frog talks! He sits in the water with the other frogs and croaks, and cannot be anybody's playfellow." But the frog, as soon as he had received the promise, dipped his head under the water and sank down. In a little while up he came again with the ball in his mouth, and threw it on the grass. The king's daughter was overjoyed when she beheld her pretty plaything again, picked it up, and ran away with it. "Wait, wait!" cried the frog. "Take me with you. I cannot run as fast as you." Alas, of what use was it that he croaked after her as loud as he could? She would not listen to him, but hastened home, and soon forgot the poor frog, who was obliged to plunge again to the bottom of his well. The next day, when she was sitting at dinner with the king and all the courtiers, eating from her little gold plate, there came a sound of something creeping up the marble staircase, splish, splash, and when it had reached the top, it knocked at the door and cried, "Youngest king's daughter, open to me." She ran, wishing to see who was outside, but when she opened the door and there sat the frog, she flung it hastily to again, and sat down at table feeling very, very uncomfortable. The king saw that her heart was beating violently, and said, "How, my child? Why are you afraid? Is a giant standing outside the door to carry you off?" "Oh, no," answered she, "it is no giant, but a nasty frog, who yesterday, when I was playing in the wood near the well, fetched my golden ball out of the water. For this I promised him he should be my companion, but I never thought he could come out of his well. Now he is at the door and wants to come in." Again, the second time, there was a knock, and a voice cried, "Youngest king's daughter, open to me. Know you what yesterday you promised me by the cold water? Youngest king's daughter, open to me." Then said the king, "What you promised you must perform. Go and open the door." She went and opened the door. The frog hopped in, always following and following her, till he came up to her chair. There he sat and cried out, "Lift me up to you on the table." She refused, till the king, her father, commanded her to do it. When the frog was on the table, he said, "Now push your little golden plate nearer to me, that we may eat together." She did as he desired, but one could easily see that she did it unwillingly. The frog seemed to enjoy his dinner very much, but every morsel she ate stuck in the throat of the poor little princess. Then said the frog, "I have eaten enough and am tired. Carry me to your little room, and make your little silken bed smooth, and we will lay ourselves down to sleep together." At this the daughter of the king began to weep, for she was afraid of the cold frog, who wanted to sleep in her pretty clean bed. But the king looked angrily at her and said, "What you have promised you must perform. The frog is your companion." It was no use to complain whether she liked it or not. She was obliged to take the frog with her up to her little bed. So she picked him up with 2 fingers, hating him bitterly the while, and carried him upstairs. When she got into bed, instead of lifting him up to her, she threw him with all her strength against the wall, saying, "Now, you nasty frog, there will be an end of you." But what fell down from the wall was not a dead frog, but a living young prince, with beautiful and loving eyes, who at once became, by her own promise and her father's will, her dear companion and husband. He told her how he had been cursed by a wicked sorceress, that no one but the king's youngest daughter could release him from his enchantment and take him out of the well. The next day a carriage drove up to the palace gates with 8 white horses, having white feathers on their heads and golden reins. Behind it stood the servant of the young prince, called the faithful Henry. This faithful Henry had been so grieved when his master was changed into a frog, that he had been compelled to have 3 iron bands fastened around his heart, lest it should break. Now the carriage came to convey the prince to his kingdom, so the faithful Henry lifted in the bride and bridegroom, and mounted behind, full of joy at his lord's release. But when they had gone a short distance, the prince heard behind him a noise as if something was breaking. He turned round and cried out, "Henry, the carriage is breaking." But Henry replied, "No, sir, it is not the carriage, but one of the bands from my heart, with which I was forced to bind it up, or it would have broken with grief, while you sat as a frog at the bottom of the well." Twice again this happened, and the prince always thought the carriage was breaking, but it was only the bands breaking off from the heart of the faithful Henry, out of joy that his lord the Frog Prince was a frog no more. End of The Frog Prince.
Section 30 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michaela. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The White Cat. There once was a king who had 3 sons, all handsome, brave, and noble of heart. Nevertheless, some wicked courtiers made their father believe they were eager to wear his crown, which, though he was old, he had no mind to resign. He therefore invented a plan to get them out of the kingdom and prevent their carrying out any undutiful projects. Sending for them to a private audience, he conversed with them kindly and said, "You must be sensible, my dear children, that my great age prevents me from attending so closely as I have hitherto done to state affairs. I fear this may be injurious to my subjects. I therefore desire to place my crown on the head of one of you. But it is no more than just that. In return for such a present, you should procure me some amusement in my retirement, before I leave the capital forever. I cannot help thinking that a little dog, handsome, faithful, and engaging, would be the very thing to make me happy. So that, without bestowing a preference on either of you, I declare that he who brings me the most perfect little dog shall be my successor." The princes were much surprised at the fancy of their father to have a little dog, yet they accepted the proposition with pleasure, and accordingly, after taking leave of the king, who presented them with abundance of money and jewels, and appointed that day 12-month for their return, they set off on their travels. Before separating, however, they took some refreshment together, in an old palace about 3 miles out of town, where they mutually agreed to meet in the same place on that day 12-month, and go all together with their presents to the court. They agreed to change their names and travel incognito. Each took a different road, but it is intended to relate the adventures of only the youngest, who was the most beautiful, amiable, and accomplished prince in the world. As he traveled from town to town, he bought all the handsome dogs that fell in his way, and as soon as he saw one that was handsomer than those he had, he made a present of the rest, for 20 servants would scarcely have been sufficient to take care of all the dogs he was continually purchasing. At length, wandering he knew not whither, he found himself in a forest. Night suddenly came on, and with it a violent storm of thunder, lightning, and rain. To add to his perplexity, he lost his way. After he had groped about for a long time, he perceived a light, which made him suppose that he was not far from some house. He accordingly pursued his way towards it, and in a short time found himself at the gates of the most magnificent palace he had ever beheld. The entrance door was of gold, covered with sapphires, which shone so that scarcely could the strongest eyesight bear to look at it. This was the light the prince had seen from the forest. The walls were of transparent porcelain, variously colored, and represented the history of all the fairies that had existed from the beginning of the world. The prince, coming back to the golden door, observed a deer's foot fastened to a chain of diamonds. He could not help wondering at the magnificence he beheld, and the security in which the inhabitants seemed to live. "For," said he to himself, "nothing could be easier than for thieves to steal this chain, and as many as the sapphire stones as would make their fortunes." He pulled the chain, and heard a bell, the sound of which was exquisite. In a few moments the door was opened, yet he perceived nothing but 12 hands in the air, each holding a torch. The prince was so astonished that he durst not move a step, when he felt himself gently pushed on by some of the other hands from behind him. He walked on in great perplexity, till he entered a vestibule inlaid with porphyry and lapis stone, where the most melodious voice he had ever heard chanted the following words: "Welcome, prince, no danger fear, mirth and love attend you here. You shall break the magic spell that on a beauteous lady fell. Welcome, prince, no danger fear, mirth and love attend you here." The prince now advanced with confidence, wondering what these words could mean. The hands moved him forwards towards a large door of coral, which opened itself to give him admittance into a splendid apartment built of mother of pearl, through which he passed into others, so richly adorned with paintings and jewels, and so resplendently lighted with thousands of lamps, girandoles, and lustres, that he imagined he must be in an enchanted palace. When he had passed through 60 apartments, all equally splendid, he was stopped by the hands, and a large easy-chair advanced of itself towards the fireplace. Then the hands, which he observed were extremely white and delicate, took off his wet clothes, and supplied their place with the finest linen imaginable, adding a comfortable wrapping gown embroidered with gold and pearls. The hands next brought him an elegant dressing-table, and combed his hair so very gently that he scarcely felt their touch. They held before him a beautiful basin, filled with perfumes for him to wash his face and hands, and afterwards took off the wrapping gown and dressed him in a suit of clothes of still greater splendor. When his toilet was complete, they conducted him to an apartment he had not yet seen, and which also was magnificently furnished. There was a table spread for supper, and everything upon it was of the purest gold, adorned with jewels. The prince observed that there were 2 covers set, and was wondering who was to be his companion, when his attention was suddenly caught by a small figure not a foot high, which just then entered the room, and advanced towards him. It had on a long black veil, and was supported by 2 cats dressed in mourning with swords by their sides. They were followed by a numerous retinue of cats, some carrying cages full of rats, and others mouse-traps full of mice. The prince was at a loss what to think. The little figure now approached, and throwing aside her veil, he beheld a most beautiful white cat. She seemed young and melancholy, and addressing herself to him, she said, "My prince, you are welcome. Your presence affords me the greatest pleasure." "Madame," replied he, "I would fain thank you for your generosity, nor can I help observing that you must be an extraordinary creature to possess, with your present form, the gift of speech, and the most magnificent palace I have ever seen." "All this is very true," answered the beautiful cat, "but, prince, I am not fond of talking, and least of all do I like compliments. Therefore, let us sit down to supper." The trunkless hands then placed the dishes on the table, and the prince and the white cat seated themselves at it. The first dish was a pie made of young pigeons, and the next was a fricassee of the fattest mice. The view of the one made the prince almost afraid to taste the other, till the white cat, who guessed his thoughts, assured him that there were certain dishes at the table which had been dressed on purpose for him, in which there was not a morsel of either rat or mouse. Accordingly he ate heartily of such as she recommended. When supper was over, he perceived that the white cat had a portrait set in gold hanging to one of her feet. He begged her permission to look at it, when, to his astonishment, he saw the portrait of a handsome young man, who exactly resembled himself. He thought there was something most extraordinary in all this, yet as the white cat sighed and looked very sorrowful, he did not venture to ask any questions. He conversed with her on different subjects, and found her extremely well versed in everything that was passing in the world. When night was far advanced, his hostess wished him a good night, and he was conducted by the hands to his bedchamber, which was different still from anything he had seen in the palace, being hung with the wings of butterflies mixed with most curious feathers. His bed was of gauze, festooned with branches of the gayest ribands, and the looking-glasses reached from the floor to the ceiling. The prince was undressed and put into bed by the hands, without speaking a word. He, however, slept little, and in the morning was awakened by a confused noise. The hands took him out of bed, and put on him a handsome hunting jacket. He looked into the courtyard, and perceived more than 500 cats, busily employed in preparing for the field, for this was a day of festival. Presently the white cat came to his apartment, and having politely inquired after his health, she invited him to partake of their amusement. The prince willingly acceded, and mounted a wooden horse, richly caparisoned, which had been prepared for him, and which he was assured would gallop to admiration. The white cat mounted a monkey. She wore a dragoon's cap, which made her look so fierce that all the rats and mice ran away in the utmost terror. Everything being ready, the horns sounded, and away they went. No hunting was ever more agreeable. The cats ran faster than hares and rabbits, and when they caught any, they turned them out to be hunted in the presence of the white cat, and 1,000 cunning tricks were played. Nor were the birds in safety, for the monkey made nothing of climbing up the trees, with the white cat on his back, to the nests of the young eagles. When the chase was over, the whole retinue returned to the palace. The white cat immediately exchanged her dragoon's cap for the veil, and sat down to supper with the prince, who, being very hungry, ate heartily, and afterwards partook with her of the most delicious wines. He then was conducted to his chamber as before, and wakened in the morning to renew the same sort of life, which day after day became so pleasant to him that he no longer thought of anything but pleasing the sweet little creature who received him so courteously. Accordingly, every day was spent in new amusements. The prince had almost forgotten his country and relations, and sometimes even regretted that he was not a cat, so great was his affection for his mewing companions. "Alas," he said to the white cat, "how it will afflict me to leave you, whom I love so much! Either make yourself a lady, or make me a cat." She smiled at the prince's wish, but offered no reply. At length the 12-month was nearly expired. The white cat, who knew the very day when the prince was to reach his father's palace, reminded him that he had but 3 days longer to look for the perfect little dog. The prince, astonished at his own forgetfulness, began to afflict himself, when the cat told him not to be so sorrowful, since she would not only provide him with a little dog, but also with a wooden horse, which should convey him safely home in less than 12 hours. "Look here," said she, showing him an acorn. "This contains what you desire." The prince put the acorn to his ear, and heard the barking of a little dog. Transported with joy, he thanked the cat 1,000 times, and the next day, bidding her tenderly adieu, he set out on his return. The prince arrived first at the place of rendezvous, and was soon joined by his brothers. They mutually embraced, and began to give an account of their success, when the youngest showed them only a little mongrel cur, telling them that he thought it could not fail to please the king from its extraordinary beauty. The brothers trod on each other's toes under the table, as much to say, "We have little to fear from this sorry-looking animal." The next day they went together to the palace. The dogs of the 2 elder brothers were lying on cushions, and so curiously wrapped around with embroidered quilts, that one would scarcely venture to touch them. The youngest produced his cur, and all wondered how the prince could hope to receive a crown for such a shabby present. The king examined the 2 little dogs of the elder princes, and declared he thought them so equally beautiful that he knew not to which, with justice, he could give them preference. They accordingly began to dispute, when the youngest prince, taking his acorn from his pocket, soon ended their contention, for a little dog appeared, which could go with ease through the smallest ring, and was besides a miracle of beauty. The king could not possibly hesitate in declaring his satisfaction, yet, as he was not more inclined than a year before to part with his crown, he told his sons that he was extremely obliged to them for the pains they had taken, and since they had succeeded so well, he wished they would make a second attempt. He therefore begged they would take another year in order to procure a piece of cambric, fine enough to be drawn through the eye of a small needle. The 3 princes thought this very hard, yet they set out in obedience to the king's command. The 2 eldest took different roads, and the youngest remounted his wooden horse, and in a short time arrived at the palace of his beloved white cat, who received him with the greatest joy, while the trunkless hens helped him to dismount, and provided him with immediate refreshment. Afterwards the prince gave the white cat an account of the admiration which had been bestowed on the beautiful little dog, and informed her of the further injunction of his father. "Make yourself perfectly easy, dear prince," said she. "I have in my palace some cats who are perfect adepts in making such cambric as the king requires, so you have nothing to do but give me the pleasure of your company while it is making, and I will procure you all the amusement possible." She accordingly ordered the most curious fireworks to be played off in sight of the window of the apartment in which they were sitting, and nothing but festivity and rejoicing was heard throughout the palace for the prince's return. As the white cat frequently gave proofs of excellent understanding, the prince was by no means tired of her company. She talked with him of state affairs, of theatres, of fashions. In short, she was at a loss on no subject whatever. so that when the prince was alone, he had plenty of amusement in thinking how it could possibly be that a small white cat could be endowed with all the attractions of the very best and most charming of women. The 12-month in this manner again passed insensibly away, but the cat took care to remind the prince of his duty in proper time. "For once, my prince," said she, "I will have the pleasure of equipping you as suits your high rank." And looking into the courtyard, he saw a superb car, ornamented all over with gold, silver, pearls, and diamonds, drawn by 12 horses as white as snow, and harnessed in the most sumptuous trappings, and behind the car 1,000 guards, richly apparelled, were waiting to attend on the prince's person. She then presented him with a nut. "You will find it," said she, "the piece of cambric I promised you. Do not break the shell till you are in the presence of the king your father." Then, to prevent the acknowledgments which the prince was about to offer, she hastily bade him adieu. Nothing could exceed the speed with which the snow-white horses conveyed this fortunate prince to his father's palace, where his brothers had just arrived before him. They embraced each other and demanded an immediate audience of the king, who received them with the greatest of kindness. The princes hastened to the place at the feet of his majesty, the curious present he had required them to procure. The eldest produced a piece of cambric so extremely fine that his friends had no doubt of its passing through the eye of a needle, which was now delivered to the king, having been kept locked up in the custody of his majesty's treasurer all the time. But when the king tried to draw the cambric through the eye of the needle, it would not pass, though it failed but very little. Then came the second prince, who was made as sure of obtaining the crown as his brother had done, but alas, with no better success, for though his piece of cambric was exquisitely fine, yet it could not be drawn through the eye of a needle. It was now the turn of the youngest prince, who accordingly advanced, and opening the elegant little box inlaid with jewels, took out a walnut and cracked its shell, imagining he should immediately perceive his piece of cambric. But what was his astonishment to see nothing but a filbert! He did not, however, lose his hopes. He cracked the filbert, and it presented him with a cherry stone. The lords of the court, who had assembled to witness this extraordinary trial, could not, any more than the princes his brothers, refrain from laughing, to think he should be so silly as to claim the crown on no better pretensions. The prince, however, cracked the cherry stone, which was filled with a kernel. He divided it, and found in the middle a grain of wheat, and in that a grain of millet seed. He was now absolutely confounded, and could not help muttering between his teeth, "O white cat, thou hast deceived me!" At this instant he felt his hand scratched by the claw of a cat, upon which he again took courage, and opening the grain of millet seed, to the astonishment of all present, he drew forth a piece of cambric 400 yards long, and fine enough to be threaded with perfect ease through the eye of the needle. When the king found that he had no pretext left for refusing the crown to his youngest son, he sighed deeply, and it was easy to be seen that he was sorry for the prince's success. "My sons," said he, "it is so gratifying to the heart of a father to receive proofs of his children's love and obedience, that I cannot refuse myself the satisfaction of requiring of you one thing more. You must undertake another expedition, that one of you, who by the end of a year brings me the most beautiful lady, shall marry her and obtain my crown." So they again took leave of the king and of each other, and set out without delay, and in less than 12 hours our young prince arrived, in his splendid car, at the palace of his dear white cat. Everything went on as before till the end of another year. At length only one day remained of the year, when the white cat thus addressed him: "Tomorrow, my prince, you must present yourself at the palace of your father, and give him proof of your obedience. It depends only on yourself to conduct thither the most beautiful princess ever yet beheld. For the time is come when the enchantment by which I am bound may be ended. You must cut off my head and tail," continued she, "and throw them into the fire." "I," said the prince hastily, "I cut off your head and tail! You surely mean to try my affection, which, believe me, beautiful cat, is truly yours." "You mistake me, generous prince," said she. "I do not doubt your regard, But if you wish to see me in any other form than that of a cat, you must consent to do as I desire. When you will have done me a service I shall never be able sufficiently to repay." The prince's eyes filled with tears as she spoke, yet he considered himself obliged to undertake the dreadful task, and the cat continuing to press him with the greatest eagerness. With a trembling hand he drew his sword, cut off her head and tail, and threw them into the fire. No sooner was this done, than the most beautiful lady his eyes had ever seen stood before him, and ere he had sufficiently recovered from his surprise to speak to her, a long train of attendants, who at the same moment as their mistress were changed to their natural shapes, came to offer their congratulations to the queen and inquire her commands. She received them with the greatest kindness, and ordering them to withdraw, thus addressing the astonished prince: "Do not imagine, dear prince, that I have always been a cat, or that I am of obscure birth. My father was the monarch of 6 kingdoms. He tenderly loved my mother, and left her always at a liberty to follow her own inclinations. Her prevailing passion was to travel, and a short time before my birth, having heard of some fairies who were in possession of the largest gardens filled with the most delicious fruits, she had so strong a desire to eat some of them that she set out for the country where they lived. She arrived at their abode, which she found to be a magnificent palace, on all sides glittering with gold and precious stones. She knocked a long time at the gates, but no one came, nor could she perceive the least sign that it had any inhabitant. The difficulty, however, did but increase the violence of my mother's longing, for she saw the tops of the trees above the garden walls, loaded with the most luscious fruits. The queen, in despair, ordered her attendants to place tents close to the door of the palace, but having waited 6 weeks without seeing anyone pass the gates, she fell sick of vexation, and her life was despaired of. One night, as she lay half asleep, she turned herself about, and opening her eyes, perceived a little old woman, very ugly and deformed, seated in the easy-chair by her bedside. "I and my sister fairy," said she, "take it very ill that your majesty should so obstinately persist in getting some of our fruit. But since so precious a life is at stake, we consent to give you as much as you can carry away, provided you will give us in return what we shall ask." "Ah, kind fairy," cried the queen, "I will give you anything I possess, even my very kingdoms, on condition that I eat of your fruit." The old fairy then informed the queen that what they required was, that she should give them the child she was going to have, as soon as it should be born, adding that every possible care should be taken of it, and that it should become the most accomplished princess. The queen replied that, however cruel the conditions, she must accept them, since nothing but the fruit could save her life. "In short, dear prince," continued the lady, "my mother instantly got out of bed, was dressed by her attendants, entered the palace, and satisfied her longing. Having eaten her fill, she ordered 4,000 mules to be procured and loaded with the fruit, which had the virtue of continuing all year round in a state of perfection. Thus provided, she returned to the king, my father, who with the whole court received her with rejoicings, as it was before imagined she would die of disappointment. All this time the queen said nothing to my father of the promise she had made to give her daughter to the fairies, so that when the time was come that she expected my birth, she grew very melancholy, till at length, being pressed by the king, she declared to tell him the truth. Nothing could exceed his affliction when he heard that his only child, when born, was to be given to the fairies. He bore it, however, as well as he could, for fear of adding to my mother's grief, and also believing he should find some means of keeping me in a place of safety, which the fairies would not be able to approach. As soon, therefore, as I was born, he had me conveyed to a tower in the palace, to which there were 20 flights of stairs, and a door to each, of which my father kept the key, so that none could come near me without his consent. When the fairies heard of what had been done, they sent first to demand me, and on my father's refusal they let loose a monstrous dragon, which devoured men, women, and children, and which by the breath of its nostril destroyed everything it came near, so that even the trees and plants began to die. The grief of the king was excessive, and finding that his whole kingdom would in short time be reduced to famine, he consented to give me to their hands. I was accordingly laid in a cradle of mother of pearl, ornamented with gold and jewels, and carried to their palace, when the dragon immediately disappeared. The fairies placed me in a tower elegantly furnished, but to which there was no door, so that whoever approached was obliged to come by the windows, which were a great height from the ground. From these I had the liberty of getting out into a most delightful garden, in which were baths and every sort of cooling fruit. In this place I was educated by the fairies, who behaved to me with the greatest kindness. My clothes were splendid, and I was instructed in every kind of accomplishment. In short, Prince, if I had never seen anyone but themselves, I should have remained very happy. One day, however, as I was talking at the window with my parrot, I perceived a young gentleman who was listening to our conversation. As I had never seen a man but in pictures, I was not sorry for the opportunity of gratifying my curiosity. I thought him a very pleasing object, and he at length bowed in the most respectful manner, without daring to speak, for he knew that I was in the palace of the fairies. When it began to grow dark, he went away, and I vainly endeavoured to see which road he took. The next morning, as soon as it was light, I again placed myself at the window, and had the pleasure of seeing that the gentleman had returned to the same place. He now spoke to me through a speaking trumpet, and informed me that he thought me a most charming lady, and that he should be very unhappy if he did not pass his life in my company. I resolved to find some means of escaping from my tower, and was not long in devising the means for the execution of my project. I begged the fairies to bring me a netting needle, a mesh, and some cord, saying I wished to make some nets to amuse myself with catching birds at my window. This they readily complied with, and in a short time I completed a ladder long enough to reach the ground. I now sent my parrot to the prince, to beg he would come to the usual place, as I wished to speak with him. He did not fail, and finding the ladder, mounted it, and quickly entered my tower. This at first alarmed me, but the charms of his conversation had restored me to tranquillity, when all at once the window opened, and the fairy Violent, mounted on the dragon's back, rushed into the tower. My beloved prince thought of nothing but how to defend me from their fury, for I had had time to relate to him my story, previous to this cruel interruption, but their numbers overpowered him, and the fairy Violent had the barbarity to command the dragon to devour my lover before my eyes. In my despair I would have thrown myself also into the mouth of the horrible monster, but this they took care to prevent, saying my life should be preserved for greater punishment. The fairy then touched me with her wand, and I instantly became a white cat. She next conducted me to this palace, which belonged to my father, and gave me a train of cats for my attendants, together with the 12 hands that waited on your highness. She then informed me of my birth and the death of my parents, and pronounced upon me what she imagined the greatest of maledictions, that I should not be restored to my natural figure until a young prince, the perfect resemblance of him I had lost, should cut off my head and tail. You are that perfect resemblance, and accordingly you ended the enchantment. I need not add, that I already love you more than my life. Let us therefore hasten to the palace of the king your father, and obtain his approbation to our marriage. The prince and the princess accordingly set out side by side, in a car of still greater splendor than before, and reached the palace just as his 2 brothers had arrived with 2 beautiful princesses. The king, hearing that each of his sons had succeeded in finding what he had required, again began to think of some new expedient to delay the time of his resigning the crown. But when the whole court were with the king assembled to pass judgment, the princess who accompanied the youngest, perceiving his thoughts by his countenance, stepped majestically forward and thus addressed him: "It is a pity that your majesty, who is so capable of governing, should think of resigning the crown. I am fortunate enough to have 6 kingdoms in my possession. Permit me to bestow one on each of the eldest princes, and to enjoy the remaining 4 in the society of the youngest. And may it please your majesty to keep your own kingdom, and make no decision concerning the beauty of 3 princesses, who, without such a proof of your majesty's preference, will no doubt live happily together." The air resounded with the applauses of the assembly. The young prince and princess embraced the king, and next their brothers and sisters. The 3 weddings immediately took place, and the kingdoms were divided as the princess had proposed. End of The White Cat. Recording by Michaela. Section number 31 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Haili. The Fairy Book by Dinah Marie Mulock. Little Snowdrop. Once upon a time, in the middle of winter, when the flakes of snow fell like feathers from the sky, a queen sat at a window set in an ebony frame and sewed. While she was sewing and watching the snow fall, she pricked her finger with the needle, and 3 drops of blood dropped on the snow. Because the crimson looked so beautiful on the white snow, she thought, "Oh, that I had a child as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as the wood of this ebony frame." Soon afterwards she had a little daughter, who was as white as snow, as red as blood, and had hair as black as ebony. And when the child was born, the queen died. After a year had gone by, the king took another wife. She was a handsome lady, but proud and haughty, and could not endure that any one should surpass her in beauty. She had a wonderful mirror, and whenever she walked up to it and looked at herself in it, she said, "Little glass upon the wall, who is the fairest among us all?" Then the mirror replied, "Lady Queen, so grand and tall, thou art the fairest of them all." And she was satisfied, for she knew the mirror always told the truth. But Snowdrop grew ever taller and fairer, and at 7 years old was beautiful as the day, and more beautiful than the queen herself. So once, when the queen asked her mirror, "Little glass upon the wall, who is the fairest among us all?" it answered, "Lady Queen, you are grand and tall, but Snowdrop is fairest of you all." Then the queen was startled and turned yellow and green with envy. For that hour she so hated Snowdrop that she burned with secret wrath whenever she saw the maiden. Pride and envy grew apace like weeds in her heart, till she had no rest day or night. So she called a huntsman and said, "Take the child out in the forest, for I will endure her no longer in my sight. Kill her, and bring me her lungs and liver as tokens that you have done it." The huntsman obeyed, and led the child away. But when he had drawn his hunting knife and was about to pierce Snowdrop's innocent heart, she began to weep and said, "Ah, dear huntsman, spare my life, and I will run deep into the wild forest and never more come home." The huntsman took pity on her, because she looked so lovely, and said, "Run away then, poor child. The wild beasts will soon make an end of thee," he thought. But it seemed as if a stone had been rolled from his heart, because he had avoided taking her life. And as a little bear came by just then, he killed it, took out its liver and lungs, and carried them as tokens to the queen. She made the cook dress them with salt, and then the wicked woman ate them, and thought she had eaten Snowdrop's lungs and liver. The poor child was now all alone in the great forest, and she felt frightened as she looked at all the leafy trees, and knew not what to do. So she began to run, and ran all over the sharp stones, and through the thorns, and the wild beasts passed close to her, but did her no harm. She ran as long as her feet could carry her, and when evening closed in, she saw a little house, and went into it to rest herself. Everything in the house was very small, but I cannot tell you how pretty and clean it was. There stood a little table, covered with a white tablecloth on which were 7 little plates. Each little plate with its own little spoon, also 7 little knives and forks, and 7 little cups. Round the walls stood 7 little beds close together, with sheets as white as snow. Snowdrop, being so hungry and thirsty, ate a little of the vegetables and bread on each plate, and drank a drop of wine from every cup, for she did not like to empty one entirely. Then, being very tired, she laid herself down in one of the beds, but could not make herself comfortable, for one was too long, and another too short. The 7th, luckily, was just right, so there she stayed, said her prayers, and fell asleep. When it was grown quite dark, home came the masters of the house, 7 dwarfs who delved and mined for iron among the mountains. They lighted their 7 candles, and as soon as there was a light in the kitchen, they saw that someone had been there, for it was not quite so orderly as they had left it. The first said, "Who has been sitting on my stool?" The second, "Who has eaten off my plate?" The third, "Who has taken a part of my loaf?" The fourth, "Who has touched my vegetables?" The fifth, "Who has used my fork?" The 6th, "Who has cut with my knife?" The 7th, "Who has drunk out of my little cup?" Then the first dwarf looked about, and saw that there was a slight hollow in his bed, so he asked, "Who has been lying in my little bed?" The others came running, and each called out, "Someone has also been lying in my bed." But the 7th, when he looked in his bed, saw Snowdrop there fast asleep. He called the others, who flocked round with cries of surprise, fetched their 7 candles, and cast the light on Snowdrop. "Oh, heaven!" they cried, "what a lovely child!" and were so pleased that they would not wake her, but let her sleep on in the little bed. The 7th dwarf slept with all his companions in turn, an hour with each, and so they spent the night. When it was morning, Snowdrop woke up, and was frightened when she saw the 7 dwarfs. They were very friendly, however, and inquired her name. "Snowdrop," answered she. "How have you found your way to our house?" further asked the dwarfs. So she told them how her stepmother had tried to kill her, how the huntsman had spared her life, and how she had run the whole day through, till at last she had found their little house. Then the dwarfs said, "If thou wilt keep our house, cook, make the beds, wash, sew, and knit, and make all neat and clean, thou canst stay with us, and shalt want for nothing." "I will, right willingly," said Snowdrop. So she dwelt with them, and kept their house in order. Every morning they went out among the mountains, to seek iron and gold, and came home ready for supper in the evening. The maiden being left alone all day long, the good dwarfs warned her, saying, "Beware of thy wicked stepmother, who will soon find out that thou art here. Take care that thou lettest nobody in." The queen, however, after having, as she thought, eaten Snowdrop's lungs and liver, had no doubt that she was again the first and fairest woman in the world. So she walked up to her mirror and said, "Little glass upon the wall, who is the fairest among us all?" The mirror replied, "Lady Queen, so grand and tall, here you are the fairest of them all. But over the hills with the 7 dwarfs old lives Snowdrop, fairer than 100-fold." She trembled, knowing the mirror never told a falsehood. She felt sure that the huntsman had deceived her, and that Snowdrop was still alive. She pondered once more, late and early, early and late, how best to kill Snowdrop, for envy gave her no rest day or night, while she herself was not the fairest lady in the land. When she had planned what to do, she painted her face, dressed herself like an old peddler woman, and altered her appearance so much that no one could have known her. In this disguise she went over to the 7 hills, to where the 7 dwarfs dwelt, knocked at the door, and cried, "Good wares, cheap, very cheap." Snowdrop looked out the window and cried, "Good morning, good woman, what have you to sell?" "Good wares, smart wares," answered the queen, "bodices of lace of all colours," and drew out one which was woven of coloured silk. "I surely may let this honest dame in," thought Snow White, so she unfastened the door, and bought for herself the pretty lace. "Child," said the old woman, "what a figure thou art! Let me lace thee for once properly." Snowdrop feared no harm, so stepped in front of her, and allowed her bodice to be fastened up with the new lace. The 7 dwarfs came home soon after, at eventide, but how alarmed were they to find their poor Snowdrop lifeless on the ground! They lifted her up, and seeing that she was laced too tightly, cut the lace of her bodice. She began to breathe faintly, and slowly returned to life. When the dwarfs heard what had happened, they said, "The old peddler woman was none other than the wicked queen. Be careful of thyself, and open the door to no one if we are not at home." The cruel stepmother walked up to her mirror when she reached home, and said, "Little glass upon the wall, who is the fairest among us all?" To which it answered as usual, "Lady Queen, so grand and tall, here you are the fairest of them all. But over the hills with the 7 dwarfs old lives Snowdrop, fairer than 100-fold." When she heard this she was so alarmed that the blood rushed to her heart, for she saw plainly that Snowdrop was still alive. "This time," said she, "I will think of some means that shall destroy her utterly." And with the help of witchcraft, in which she was skilful, she made a poisoned comb. Then she changed her dress, and took the shape of another old woman. Again she crossed the 7 hills to the home of the 7 dwarfs, knocked at the door, and cried, "Good wares, very cheap." Snowdrop looked out and said, "Go away, I dare let no one in." "You may surely be allowed to look," answered the old woman, and she drew out the poisoned comb and held it up. The girl was so pleased with it that she let herself be cajoled, and opened the door. When the bargain was struck, the dame said, Now let me dress your hair properly for once." Poor Snowdrop took no heed, and let the old woman begin, but the comb had scarcely touched her hair before the poison worked, and she fell down senseless. "Paragon of beauty," said the wicked woman, "all is over with thee now," and went away. Luckily it was near evening, and the 7 dwarfs soon came home. When they found Snowdrop lifeless on the ground, they at once distrusted her stepmother. They searched, and found the poisoned comb, and as soon as they had drawn it out, Snowdrop came to herself, and told them what had happened. Again they warned her to be careful, and opened the door to no one. The Queen placed herself before the mirror at home, and said, "Little glass upon the wall, who is the fairest among us all?" But again it answered, "Lady Queen, so grand and tall, here you are the fairest of them all. But over the hills with the 7 dwarfs old, lives Snowdrop, fairer than 1,000-fold." When she heard the mirror speak thus, she quivered with rage. "Snowdrop shall die," she cried, "if it costs my own life." Then she went to a secret and lonely chamber, where no one ever disturbed her, and compounded an apple of deadly poison. Ripe and rosy-cheeked, it was so beautiful to look upon that all who saw it longed for it, but it brought death to any who should eat it. When the apple was ready, she painted her face, disguised herself as a peasant woman, and journeyed over the 7 hills to where the 7 dwarfs dwelt. At the sound of the knock, Snowdrop put her head out of the window and said, "I cannot open the door to anybody, for the 7 dwarfs have forbidden me to do so." "Very well," replied the peasant woman, "I only want to be rid of my apples. Here, I will give you one of them." "No," said little Snowdrop, "I dare not take it." "Art thou afraid of being poisoned?" asked the old woman. "Look here, I will cut the apple in two, and you shall eat the rosy side, and I the white." Now the fruit was so cunningly made that only the rosy side was poisoned. Snowdrop longed for the pretty apple, and when she saw the peasant woman eating it, she could resist no longer, but stretched out her hand and took the poisoned half. She had scarcely tasted it when she fell lifeless to the ground. The Queen, laughing loudly, watched her with a barbarous look, and cried, "O thou who art was white as snow, red as blood, and black as ebony, the 7 dwarfs cannot awaken thee this time." And when she asked the mirror at home, "Little glass upon the wall, who is fairest among us all?" the mirror at last replied, "Lady Queen, so grand and tall, you are the fairest of them all." So her envious heart had as much repose as an envious heart can ever know. When the dwarfs came home in the evening, they found Snowdrop lying breathless and motionless on the ground. They lifted her up, searched whether she had anything poisonous about her, unlaced her, combed her hair, washed her with water and with wine, but it was all useless, for they could not bring the darling back to life. They laid her on a bier, and all 7 placed themselves round it, and mourned for her 3 long days. Then they would have buried her, but that she still looked so fresh and lifelike, and had such lovely rosy cheeks. "We cannot lower her into the dark earth," said they, and caused a transparent coffin of glass to be made, so that she could be seen on all sides, and laid her in it, writing her name outside in letters of gold, which told that she was the daughter of a king. Then they placed the coffin on the mountain above, and one of them always stayed by it and guarded it. But there was little need to guard it, for even the wild animals came and mourned for Snowdrop, the birds likewise, first an owl, then a raven, and afterwards a dove. Long, long years did Snowdrop lie in her coffin unchanged, looking as though asleep, for she was still white as snow, red as blood, and her hair was black as ebony. At last the son of a king chanced to wander into the forest, and came to the dwarf's house for a night's shelter. He saw the coffin on the mountain with the beautiful Snowdrop in it, and read what was written there in letters of gold. Then he said to the dwarfs, "Let me have the coffin. I will give you whatever you ask for it." But the dwarfs answered, "We would not part with it for all the gold in the world." He said again, "Yet give it me, for I cannot live without seeing Snowdrop, and though she is dead, I will prize and honor her as my beloved." Then the good dwarfs took pity on him, and gave him the coffin. The prince had borne it away by his servants. They happened to stumble over a bush, and the shock forced the bit of poisoned apple which Snowdrop had tasted out of her throat. Immediately she opened her eyes, raised the coffin lid, and sat up alive once more. "Oh, heaven!" cried she. "Where am I?" The prince answered joyfully, "Thou art with me," and told her what had happened, saying, "I love thee more dearly than anything else in the world. Come with me to my father's castle, and be my wife." Snowdrop, well pleased, went with him, and they were married with much state and grandeur. The wicked stepmother was invited to the feast. Richly dressed, she stood before the mirror and asked of it, "Little glass upon the wall, who is fairest among us all?" The mirror answered, "Lady Queen, so grand and tall, here you are fairest among them all. But the young queen over the mountains old is fairer than you 1,000-fold." The evil-hearted woman uttered a curse, and could scarcely endure her anguish. She first resolved not to attend the wedding, but curiosity would not allow her to rest. She determined to travel, to see who that young queen could be, who was the most beautiful in all the world. When she came and found that it was Snowdrop alive again, she stood petrified with terror and despair. Then 2 iron shoes, heated burning hot, were drawn out of the fire with a pair of tongs, and laid before her feet. She was forced to put them on, and to go and dance at Snowdrop's wedding, dancing, dancing on these red-hot shoes till she fell down dead. End of section 31. Recording by Haili.
Section 32 of The Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jaimie Noy. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Bluebird, Part 1. A powerful and wealthy king, having lost his wife, was so inconsolable that he shut himself up for 8 entire days in a little cabinet, where he spent his time in knocking his head against the wall, until the courtiers were afraid he would kill himself. They accordingly placed stuffed mattresses over every wall, and allowed all his subjects, who desired, to pay him a visit, trusting that something would be said to alleviate his grief. But neither grave nor lively discourse made any impression upon him. He scarcely heard what was spoken. At last there presented herself before him a lady, covered from head to foot in a long crape veil, who wept and sobbed so much that the king noticed her. She told him that she did not come, like the rest, to console him, but rather to encourage his grief. She herself had lost the best of husbands, and here she began to weep so profusely that it was a wonder her eyes were not melted out of her head. The king began to weep in company, and to talk to her of his dear wife. She did the same of her dear husband. In fact, they talked so much that they talked their sorrow quite away. Then, lifting up her veil, she showed lovely blue eyes and dark eyelashes. The king noticed her more and more. He spoke less and less of the departed queen. By and by he ceased to speak of her at all. The end was that he courted the inconsolable lady in the black veil, and married her. By his first marriage he had one daughter, called Florina, or the little Flora, because she was so fresh and lovely. At the time of his second marriage she was quite 15 years old. The new queen also had a daughter, who was being brought up by her godmother, the fairy Soussio. Her name was Troutina, because her complexion was all spotted like a trout's back. Indeed, she was altogether ugly and disagreeable, and when contrasted with Florina, the difference between the two made the mother so envious that she and Troutina spared no pains to make the princess's life unhappy, and to speak ill of her to her father. One day the king observed that both girls were now old enough to be married, and that he intended to choose for one of them the first prince who visited his court. "Be it so," said the queen, "and as my daughter is older, handsomer, and more amiable than yours, she shall have the first choice." The king disputed nothing. Indeed, he never did. The queen ruled him in all things. Some time after, news came that King Charming would shortly arrive, and that he was as charming as his name. When the queen heard this news, she sent for milliners, dressmakers, jewelers, and decked Troutina from head to foot. But to Florina she allowed not a single new frock. The poor princess had to put on her old one, which was very old and shabby indeed. She was so much ashamed of it that she hid herself in a corner of the saloon, lest King Charming should see her. But he did not, being overwhelmed with the ceremonious reception given him by the queen, who presented to him Troutina, all blazing with jewels, yet so ugly that King Charming involuntarily turned away his eyes. "But, madam, is there not another princess called Florina?" They pointed to the corner where Florina was hidden, and she came out, blushing so much that the young king was dazzled with her beauty, in spite of her shabby gown. He rose and made her a profound reverence, paying her besides so many elegant compliments that the queen became very much displeased. King Charming took no heed, but conversed with Florina for 3 hours without stopping. Indeed, his admiration of her was so plain, that the queen and Troutina begged of the king that she might be shut up in a tower during the whole time of his visit. So, as soon as she returned to her apartment, 4 men in masks entered and carried her off, leaving her in a dark cell and in the utmost desolation. Meantime, King Charming eagerly awaited her reappearance, but he saw her no more, and by the queen's orders everyone about him spoke all the evil they could of poor Florina, but he refused to believe one word. "No," he said, "nature could not have united a base nature to such a sweet, innocent face. I will rather suppose that she is maligned by her stepmother and by Troutina, who is so ugly herself that no wonder she bears envy toward the fairest woman in the world." Meanwhile, Florina, shut up in her tower, lamented bitterly. "Ah, would I had been sent here before I saw this amiable prince, who was so kind to me. It is to prevent my meeting him again that the queen treats me so cruelly. Alas, the little beauty I have has cost me sore." The queen, to win King Charming for her daughter, made him many presents, among the rest an order of knighthood, a golden heart, enamelled in flame colour, surrounded with many arrows, but pierced by one only, the motto being "She alone." The heart was made of a single ruby, as big as an ostrich's egg. Each arrow was a diamond, a finger's length, and the chain was of pearls, each weighing a pound. When the young king received this very handsome present, he was much perplexed, until they told him it came from the princess whom he had lately seen, and who requested him to be her knight. "Florina!" cried he, enchanted. "No, Troutina." "Then I am sorry I cannot accept the honour," replied King Charming. "A monarch is surely at liberty to form his own engagements. I know what is a knight's duty to his lady, and I should wish to fulfil it. As I cannot fulfil it to Troutina, I would rather decline the favour she offers me than become unworthy of it." Civil as this answer was, it irritated the queen and her daughter exceedingly. And when, since in all his audiences with their majesties he never saw Florina, he at last inquired where the younger princess was, the queen answered fiercely that she was shut up in prison, and would remain there till Troutina was married. "And for what reason?" asked King Charming. "I do not know, and if I did I would not tell you," replied the queen, more angrily than ever, so that King Charming quitted her presence as soon as ever he could. When he was alone, he sent for one of his attendants, whom he trusted very much, and begged him to gain information from some court lady about the Princess Florina. This scheme succeeded so well that Florina was persuaded to promise she would speak to him for a few moments next night from a small window at the bottom of the tower. But the faithless lady-in-waiting betrayed her to the queen, who locked her up in her chamber and determined to send her own daughter to the window instead. The night was so dark that King Charming never found out the difference, but made to Troutina all the tender speeches that he meant for Florina, offering her his crown and his heart, and ending by placing his own ring on her finger as a pledge of eternal fidelity. He also made her agree to fly with him next night in a chariot drawn by winged frogs, of which a great magician, one of his friends, had made him a present. He thought she talked very little, and that little not in quite so pleasant a voice as formerly. Still, he was too much in love to notice much, and departed very joyfully in having obtained her promise. Next night Troutina, thickly veiled, quitted the palace by a secret door. King Charming met her, received her in his arms, and vowed to love her forever. Then he lifted her into the fairy chariot, and they sailed about in the air for some hours. But as he was not likely to wish to sail about forever, he at last proposed that they should descend to earth, and be married. Troutina agreed with all her heart, but wished that the ceremony should be performed at her godmother's, the fairy Soussio. So they entered together into the fairy palace, and she told her godmother privately how all had happened, and how she had won King Charming, begging the fairy to pacify him when he found out his mistake. "My child," replied the godmother, "that is more easily said than done. He is too deeply in love with Florina." Meantime the king was left waiting in a chamber with diamond walls, so thin and transparent that through them he saw Troutina and Soussio conversing together. He stood like a man in a dream. "What! Am I betrayed? Has this enemy to my peace carried away my dear Florina?" How great was his despair when Soussio said to him in a commanding voice, "King Charming, behold the Princess Troutina, to whom you have promised your faith. Marry her immediately." "Do you think me a fool?" cried the king. "I have promised her nothing. She is— Stop! If you show me any disrespect, I will respect you as much as a fairy deserves to be respected, if you will only give me back my princess." "Am not I she?" said Troutina. "It was to me you gave this ring, to me you spoke at the window." "I have been wickedly deceived," cried the king. "Come, my winged frogs, we will depart immediately." "You cannot," said Soussio, and, touching him, he found himself fixed as if his feet were glued to the pavement. "You may turn me into stone," exclaimed he, "but I will love no one except Florina." Soussio employed persuasions, threats, promises, entreaties. Troutina wept, groaned, shrieked, and then tried quiet sulkiness. But the king uttered not a word. For 20 days and 20 nights he stood there, without sleeping or eating, or once sitting down. They talked all the while. At length Soussio, quite worn out, said, "Choose 7 years of penitence and punishment, or marry my goddaughter." "I choose," answered the king, "and I will not marry your goddaughter." "Then fly out of this window, in the shape of a blue bird." Immediately the king's figure changed. His arms formed themselves into wings, his legs and feet turned black and thin, and claws grew upon them. His body wasted into the slender shape of a bird, and he was covered with bright blue feathers. His eyes became round and beady, his nose an ivory beak, and his crown was a white plume on the top of his head. He began to speak in a singing voice, and then, uttering a doleful cry, fled away as far as possible from the fatal palace of Soussio. But, though he looked only a bluebird, the king was his own natural self still, and remembered all his misfortunes, and did not cease to lament for his beautiful Florina. Flying from tree to tree, he sang melancholy songs about her and himself, and wished he were dead many a time. The fairy Soussio sent back Troutina to her mother, who was furious. "Florina shall repent having pleased King Charming," cried she. And dressing her own daughter in rich garments, with the gold crown on her head, and King Charming's ring on her finger, she took her to the tower. "Florina, your sister is come to see and bring you marriage presents, for she is now the wife of King Charming." Florina, doubting no more her lover's loss, fell down in a swoon, and the queen immediately went to tell her father that she was mad for love, and must be watched closely, lest she should in some way disgrace herself. The king said her stepmother might do with her exactly what she pleased. When the princess recovered from her swoon, she began to weep, and wept all night long, sitting at the open window of her tower. The bluebird, who kept continually flying about the palace, but only at night time, lest any one should see him, happened to come and perch upon a tall cypress opposite the window, and heard her. But it was too dark to see who she was, and at daylight she shut the window. Next night it was broad moonlight, and then he saw clearly the figure of a young girl, weeping sore, and knew that it was his beloved Florina. When she paused in her lamentations, "Adorable princess," said he, "why do you mourn? Your troubles are not without remedy." "Who speaks to me so gently?" asked she. "A king, who loves you, and will never love any other." So saying, he flew up to the window, and at first frightened the princess very much, for she could not understand such an extraordinary thing as a bird who talked in words like a man, yet kept still the piping voice of a nightingale. But soon she began stroking his beautiful plumage and caressing him. "Who are you, charming bird?" "You have spoken my name. I am King Charming, condemned to be a bird for 7 years, because I will not renounce you." "Ah, do not deceive me. I know you have married Troutina. She came to visit me with your diamonds on her neck, and your ring on her finger, wearing the golden crown and royal mantle which you had given her, while I was laden with iron chains." "It is all false," sang the bluebird, and told her his whole story, which comforted her so much that she thought no more of her misfortunes. They conversed till daybreak, and promised faithfully every night to meet again thus. Meantime the princess could not sleep for thinking of her bluebird. Suppose sportsmen should shoot him, or eagles and kites attack him, and vultures devour him just as if he were a mere bird and not a great king. What should I do if I saw his poor feathers scattered on the ground, and knew that he was no more? So she grieved all day long. The beautiful bluebird, hid in a hollow tree, spent the hours in thinking of his princess. "How happy I am to have found her again, and found her so engaging and so sweet." And as he wished to pay her all the attentions that a lover delights in, he flew to his own kingdom, entered his palace by an open window, and sought for some diamond earrings, which he brought back in his beak, and, when night came, offered them to Florina. So night after night he brought her something beautiful, and they talked together till day. Then he flew back to the hollow tree, where he sang her praises in a voice so sweet that the passers-by thought it was not a bird, but a spirit. Rumors went about that the place was haunted, and no one would go near the spot. Thus for 2 years Florina spent her time, and never once regretted her captivity. Her bluebird visited her every night, and they loved one another dearly. And though she saw nobody, and he lived in the hollow of a tree, they always found plenty to say to one another. The malicious queen tried with all her might to get Troutina married, but in vain. Nobody would have her. "If it were Florina now," said the kings or the king's ambassadors, "we should be most happy to sign the contract." "That girl thwarts us still," said the queen. "She must have some secret correspondence with the foreign suitors. But we will find her out and punish her." The mother and daughter finished talking so late that it was midnight before they reached Florina's apartment. She had dressed herself as usual, with the utmost care to please her bluebird, who liked to see her lovely, and she had adorned herself with all the pretty things he had given her. He perched on the window sill, and she sat at the window, and they were singing together a duet which the queen heard outside. She burst the door open and rushed into the chamber. End of The Bluebird, Part 1. Section 33 of The Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jaimie Noy. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Bluebird, Part 2. The first thing Florina did was to open her little window that the bluebird might fly away, but he would not. He had seen the queen and Troutina, and though he could not defend his princess, he refused to leave her. The two rushed upon her like furies. Her wonderful beauty and her splendid jewels startled them. "Whence came all these ornaments?" cried they. "I found them," replied Florina, and refused to answer more. "Some one has given them to you, that you might join in treason against your father and the kingdom. Am I likely to do this? I, a poor princess, kept in captivity for 2 years, with you as my jailer?" "In captivity," repeated the queen. "Why then do you dress yourself so fine, and adorn your chamber with flowers?" "I have leisure enough. I may just as well spend some of it in adorning myself, instead of bemoaning my misfortune, innocent as I am." "Innocent indeed!" cried the queen, and began to search the room. In it she found all King Charming's presents, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, amethysts, in short, jewels without end. Meantime, from the window the bluebird, who had the eye of a lynx, sang aloud, "Beware, Florina!" "You see, madam," said Florina, "even the spirits of the air take pity upon me. I see that you are in league with demons, but your father shall judge you." And very much frightened, the queen left her, and went to hold counsel with Troutina as to what was to be done. They agreed to put in Florina's chamber a waiting maid, who should watch her from morning till night. When the princess learnt this, she was in great grief. "Alas!" cried she, "I can no longer talk with my bird who loved me so, and in our love was consolation for all our misfortunes. What will he do? What shall I do?" And she melted into floods of tears. She dared not open the window, though she heard continually his wings fluttering around it. For more than a month she waited, but the serving-maid watched her night and day. At last, overcome with weariness, the girl fell asleep, and then Florina opened her little window and sang in a low voice, "Bluebird, bluebird, come to my side." The bluebird flew to the window-sill, and they lavished on one another 100 caresses, and talked together till dawn. Next night it happened the same, till they began to hope that the waiting-maid, who seemed to enjoy her sleep so much, would sleep every night to come. But on the 3rd night, hearing a noise, she wakened, and saw by the light of the moon the Princess Florina sitting at the window with a beautiful bluebird, who warbled in her ear and touched her gently with his beak. The spy listened and heard all their conversation, very much astonished that a princess could be so fond of a mere bird. When day came, she related all to the queen and Troutina, who concluded that the bird could be no other than King Charming. They sent the girl back, told her to express no curiosity, but to feign sleep, and to go to bed earlier than usual. Then the poor deceived princess opened her little window and sang her usual song, "Bluebird, bluebird, come to my side." But no bluebird appeared. The queen had caused sharp knives to be hung outside the hollow of the tree. He flew against them and cut his feet and wings, till he dropped down, covered with blood. "Oh, Florina, come to my help," sighed he. "But she is dead, I know, and I will die also." At that moment his friend, the magician, who since had seen the chariot with flying frogs return without King Charming, had gone 8 times round the world in search of him, made his 9th journey, and came to the tree where the poor bluebird lay, calling out, "King Charming! King Charming!" The king recognized the voice of his best friend, whereupon the magician took him out of the hollow tree, healed his wounds, and heard all his history. He persuaded King Charming that, overcome with fear and cruel treatment, Florina must have betrayed him. "Then do as you will with me," cried the king. "Put me in a cage and take me back with you. I shall at least be safe there for the 5 years that are to be endured." "But," said the enchanter, "can you remain 5 years in so undignified a position? And you have enemies who will assuredly seize your kingdom. Why can I not return and govern it as before?" "I fear," replied his friend, "that the thing is difficult. Who would obey a bluebird?" "Ah, that is too true!" cried the king sadly. "People only judge by the outside." Meantime Florina, overcome with grief, fell dangerously sick, and in her sickness she kept singing day and night her little song, "Bluebird, bluebird, come to my side." But no one regarded her. At last a sudden change took place in her fortunes. The king her father died, and the people, who knew she was his heir, began to inquire, with one accord, where was the Princess Florina. They assailed the palace in crowds, demanding her for their sovereign. The riot became so dangerous that Troutina and her mother fled away to the fairy Soussio. Then the populace stormed the tower, rescued the sick and almost dying princess, and crowned her as their queen. The exceeding care that was taken of her, and her longing to live in order to see again her bluebird, restored Florina's health, and gave her strength to call a council and arrange all the affairs of her kingdom. Then she departed by night, and alone, to go over the world in search of her bluebird. The magician, who was King Charming's friend, went to the fairy Soussio, whom he knew, for they had quarrelled and made it up again, as fairies and magicians do, many times within the last 500 or 600 years. She received him civilly, and asked him what he wanted. He tried to make a bargain with her, but could effect nothing, unless King Charming would consent to marry Troutina. The enchanter found this bride so ugly that he could not advise. Still, the bluebird had run so many risks in his cage. The nail it was hung upon had broken, and the king suffered much in the fall. Minetta, the cat, had glowered at him with her green eyes. The attendants had forgotten his hemp seed and his water-glass, so that he was half dying of hunger and thirst. And a monkey had plucked at his feathers through the wires as disrespectfully as if, instead of a king, he had been a linnet or a jay. Worse than all, his next heir spread reports of his death, and threatened to seize his throne. Under these circumstances, the magician thought it best to agree with Soussio that King Charming should be restored to his kingdom and his natural shape for 6 months, on condition that Troutina should remain in his palace, and that he should try to like her and marry her. If not, he was to become again a bluebird. So he found himself once more King Charming, and as charming as ever. But he would rather have been a bird, and near his beloved, than a king in the society of Troutina. The enchanter gave him the best reasons for what had been done, and advised him to occupy himself with the affairs of his kingdom and people. But he thought less of these things than how to escape from the horror of marrying Troutina. Meanwhile the Queen Florina, in a peasant's dress, with a straw hat on her head and a canvas sack on her shoulder, began her journey. Sometimes on horseback, sometimes on foot, sometimes by sea, sometimes by land, wandering evermore after her beloved King Charming. One day, stopping beside a fountain, she let her hair fall loose, and dipped her weary feet in the cool water, when an old woman, bent and leaning on a stick, came by. "My pretty maiden, what are you doing here all alone?" "Good mother," replied the Queen, "I have too many troubles to be pleasant company for anybody." "Tell me your troubles, and I may be able to soften them." Florina obeyed, and told her whole history, and how she was travelling over the world in search of the Bluebird. The little woman listened attentively, and then, in the twinkling of an eye, became, instead of an old woman, a beautiful fairy. "Incomparable Florina, the king you seek is no longer a bird. My sister Soussio has restored him to his proper shape, and he reigns in his own kingdom. Do not afflict yourself. Happiness will yet be yours. Take these 4 eggs, and whenever you are in trouble, break them, and see what ensues." So saying, the fairy vanished. Florina, greatly comforted, put the eggs in her sack, and turned her steps toward the country of King Charming. She walked 8 days and nights without stopping, and then came to a mountain made entirely of ivory, and nearly perpendicular. Despairing of ever climbing it, she sank down at the foot, prepared to die there, when she bethought herself of the eggs. "Let me see," said she, "if the fairy has deceived me or not." So she broke one, and inside it were little hooks of gold, which she fitted on her feet and hands, and by means of which she climbed the mountain with ease. Arrived at the summit, she found new difficulties, for the valley below was one large smooth mirror, in which 60,000 women stood admiring themselves. They had need, for the charm of the mirror was that each saw herself therein, not as she was, but as she wished to be, and the grimaces they made were enough to cause a person to die of laughter. Not one of them had ever gained the top of the mountain, and when they saw Florina there, they all burst into angry outcries. "How has this woman got up the hill? If she descends upon our mirror, her first footstep will crack it into 1,000 pieces." The Queen, uncertain of what to do, broke the second egg, and there flew out 2 pigeons harnessed to a fine chariot, in which Florina mounted and descended lightly over the mirror to the valley's foot. "Now, my pretty pigeons," said she, "will you convey me to the palace of King Charming?" The obedient pigeons did so, flying day and night till they reached the city gates, when the Queen dismissed them with a sweet kiss, which was worth more than her crown. How her heart beat as she entered, and begged to see the king. "You!" cried the servants, mocking. "Little peasant girl, your eyes are not half good enough to see the king. Besides, he is going tomorrow to the temple with the Princess Troutina, whom he has at last agreed to marry." Florina sat down on a doorstep, and hid her face under her straw hat and her drooping hair. "Alas!" she cried, "my Bluebird has forsaken me." She neither ate nor slept, but rose with the dawn and pushed her way through the guards to the temple, where she saw 2 thrones, one for King Charming and the other for Troutina. They arrived shortly, he more charming and she more repulsive than ever. Knitting her brows, Troutina exclaimed, "What creature is that who dares approach so near my golden throne?" "I am a poor peasant girl," said Florina, "come from afar to sell you curiosities." And she took out of her sack the emerald bracelets, which the bluebird had given her. "These are pretty trinkets," said Troutina, and going up to the king she asked him what he thought of them. At sight of the ornaments he turned pale, remembering those he had given to Florina. "These bracelets are worth half my kingdom. I did not think there had been more than one pair in the world." "Then I will buy these," said Troutina, but Florina refused to sell them for money. The price she asked was permission to sleep a night in the Chamber of Echoes. "As you will. Your bargains are cheap enough," replied Troutina, laughing, and when she laughed she showed teeth like the tusks of a wild boar. Now the king, when he was a bluebird, had informed Florina about this Chamber of Echoes, where every word spoken could be heard in his own chamber. She could not have chosen a better way of reproaching him for his infidelity. But vain were her sobs and complainings. The king had taken opium to lull his grief. He slept soundly all night long. Next day Florina was in great disquietude. Could he have really heard her, and been indifferent to her sorrow, or had he not heard her at all? She determined to buy another night in the Chamber of Echoes, but she had no more jewels to tempt Troutina. So she broke the third egg. Out of it came a chariot of polished steel, inlaid with gold, drawn by 6 green mice, the coachman being a rose-colored rat, and the postilion a grey one. Inside the carriage sat little puppets, who behaved themselves just like live ladies and gentlemen. When Troutina went to walk in the palace garden, Florina awaited her in a green alley, and made the mice gallop, and the ladies and gentlemen bow, till the princess was delighted, and ready to buy the curiosity at any price. Again Florina exacted permission to pass the night in the Chamber of Echoes, and again the king, undisturbed by her lamentation, slept without waking till dawn. The third day one of the palace valets, passing her by, said, "You stupid peasant girl, it is well the king takes opium every night, or you would disturb him by that terrible sobbing of yours." "Does he so?" said the queen, now comprehending all. "Then if you will promise to-night to keep the opium cup out of his way, these pearls and diamonds," and she took a handful of them from her sack, "shall assuredly be yours." The valet promised, and then Florina broke her 4th egg, out of which came a pie composed of birds, which, though they had been plucked, baked, and made ready for the table, sang as beautifully as birds that are alive. Troutina, charmed with this marvellous novelty, bought it at the same price as the rest, adding generously a small piece of gold. When all the palace were asleep, Florina, for the last time, hoping King Charming would hear her, called upon him with all sorts of tender expressions, reminding him of their former vows and their 2 years of happiness. "What have I done to thee that thou shouldst forget me and marry Troutina?" sobbed she, and the king, who this time was wide awake, heard her. He could not make out whose voice it was, or whence it came, but it somehow reminded him of his dearest Florina, whom he had never ceased to love. He called his valet, inquiring who was sleeping in the Chamber of Echoes, and heard that it was the little peasant girl who had sold Troutina the emerald bracelet. Then he rose up, dressed himself hastily, and went in search of her. She was sitting mournfully on the floor, with her hair hiding her face, and her eyes swollen with tears. But he knew at once his faithful Florina. He fell on his knees before her, and covered her hands with kisses, and they embraced and wept together. For what was the good of all their love, when they were still in the power of the fairy Soussio? But at this moment appeared the friendly enchanter, with a fairy still greater than Soussio, the one who had given Florina the 4 eggs. They declared that their united power was stronger than Soussio's, and that the lovers should be married without further delay. When this news reached Troutina, she ran to the Chamber of Echoes, and there beheld her beautiful rival, whom she had so cruelly afflicted. But the moment she opened her mouth to speak, her wicked tongue was silenced forever, for the magician turned her into a trout, which he flung out of the window into the stream that flowed through the castle garden. As for King Charming and Queen Florina, delivered out of all their sorrows, and given to one another, their joy was quite inexpressible, and it lasted to the end of their lives. Note: it will be seen that this tale, which is from the French, bears a curious resemblance to Grimm's story of The Iron Stove, except that the latter retains a brevity and German simplicity not found here. This family likeness may be traced in the fairy tales of all countries. I merely refer to it to show that the repetition of incidents was not unobserved or unintentional. Editor. End of The Bluebird, Part 2.
Section 34 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Yellow Dwarf. There was once a queen who had been the mother of several children, but all were dead except one daughter, of whom she was excessively fond, humoring and indulging her in all ways and wishes. This princess was so extremely beautiful that she was called All Fair, and 20 kings were at one time paying their addresses to her. She had so many lovers, indeed, that she did not know which one to choose, and refused them all. Her mother, being advanced in years, was anxious to see her married and settled before she died. But as no entreaties could prevail, she determined to go to the Desert Fairy to ask advice concerning her stubborn daughter. Now this fairy being guarded by 2 fierce lions, the queen made a cake of millet, sugar candy, and crocodiles' eggs, in order to appease their fury, and pass by them, and having thus provided herself, she set out. After travelling some time, she found herself weary, and lying down under a tree, fell asleep. When she awoke, she heard the roaring of the lions, which guarded the fairy, and on looking for her cake, she found it was gone. This threw her into the utmost agony, as she felt sure she would be devoured. When hearing somebody approach, she raised her eyes, and saw in a tree a little yellow man, half a yard high, picking and eating oranges. "Ah, Queen," said the Yellow Dwarf, for he was so called on account of his complexion, and the orange tree in which he lived, "how will you escape the lions? There is but one way. I know what business brought you here. Promise me your daughter in marriage, and I will save you." The queen, though she could not look without horror upon so frightful a figure, was forced to consent; and having agreed to the terms proposed, she instantly found herself in her own palace, and all that had passed seemed much like a dream. Nevertheless, she was so thoroughly persuaded of the reality of it that she became melancholy. The young princess, being unable to learn the cause of her mother's dejection, resolved in her turn to go and inquire of the Desert Fairy, and accordingly, having prepared a cake for the lions, she also set off on the same journey. It happened that All Fair took exactly the route her mother had done before her, and coming to the fatal tree which was loaded with oranges, she felt inclined to pick some. Therefore, laying down her basket in which she carried the cake, she plentifully indulged herself with the delicious fruit. The lions now began to roar. All Fair, looking for her cake, was thrown into the utmost despair to find it gone; and as she was lamenting her deplorable situation, the Yellow Dwarf presented himself to her with these words: "Lovely princess, dry your tears and hear what I am going to say. You need not proceed to the Desert Fairy to know the reason of your mother's indisposition. It is this: she is ungenerous enough to repent having promised you, her only daughter, to me in marriage." "How!" interrupted the princess. "My mother promise me to you in marriage? You, such a fright as you? None of your scoffs, returned the Yellow Dwarf. I warn you not to rouse my anger. If you will promise to marry me, I will be the tenderest and most loving husband in the world. If not, save yourself from the lions if you can. The princess, overcome with terror, gave the promise, but such was the agony of her mind that she fell into a swoon, and, when she recovered, she found herself in her own bed, finely adorned with ribbons, with a ring of a single red hair so fastened round her finger that it could not be got off. This adventure had the same effect upon All Fair as the former one had had upon her mother. She grew melancholy, which was remarked and wondered at by the whole court. The best way to divert her, they thought, would be to urge her to marry, which the princess, who was now become less obstinate on that point than formerly, consented to. Trusting that such a pygmy as the Yellow Dwarf would not dare to contend with so gallant a person as the King of the Golden Mines, she fixed upon that prince for her husband. He was exceedingly rich and powerful, and loved her to distraction. The most superb preparations were made for the nuptials, and the happy day was fixed when, as they were proceeding to the ceremony, they saw moving towards them a box, upon which sat an old woman remarkable for her ugliness. "Hold, Queen and Princess," cried she, knitting her brows. "Remember the promises you have made to my friend the Yellow Dwarf. I am the Desert Fairy, and unless All Fair consent to marry him, I solemnly swear to burn my crutch." The Queen and Princess were struck almost motionless by this unexpected address of the fairy. But the Prince of the Golden Mines was exceeding angry, and holding his sword to her throat, he said, "Fly, wretch, or thy malice shall cost thee thy life." No sooner had he uttered these words than the top of the box flying off, out came the Yellow Dwarf, mounted upon a large Spanish cat. Placing himself between the king and the fairy, he exclaimed, "Rash youth, thy rage shall be levelled at me, not at the Desert Fairy. I am thy rival, and claim thy princess, who is fast bound to me by her own promise, her mother's, and the single red hair that you see round her finger." This so enraged the king that he cried out, "Contemptible creature! Wert thou worthy of notice, I would sacrifice thee for thy presumption." The Yellow Dwarf, clapping spurs to his cat, and drawing a cutlass, now defied the king to combat, and down they went into the courtyard. The sun was immediately turned as red as blood, the air became dark, it thundered heavily, and the flashes of lightning discovered two giants vomiting fire on each side of the Yellow Dwarf. The king behaved with such undaunted courage as to give the dwarf great trouble, but he was dismayed when he saw the Desert Fairy mounted on a winged griffin, and with her head covered with snakes, strike the princess so hard with a lance that she fell into the queen's arms covered with blood. He immediately left the combat, to go to the relief of his beloved, but the dwarf was too quick for him, and flying on his Spanish cat to the balcony where she was, he took her from her mother's arms, leaped with her upon the top of the palace, and immediately disappeared. As the king stood confused and astonished at this strange adventure, he suddenly found a mist before his eyes, and felt himself lifted up in the air by some extraordinary power, for the Desert Fairy had fallen in love with him. To secure him for herself, therefore, she carried him to a frightful cavern, hoping he would there forget All Fair, but finding this scheme ineffectual, she resolved to carry him to a place altogether as pleasant as the other was terrible, and accordingly placed him in a chariot drawn by swans. In passing through the air, he was unspeakably surprised to see his beloved princess in a castle of polished steel, leaning her head on one hand, and wiping away her tears with the other. She happened to look up, and had the mortification to see the king sitting by the fairy, who then, by her art, made herself appear extremely beautiful. Had not the king been sensible of the fairy's power, he would certainly have tried to free himself from her by some means or other, but he knew it would be in vain, and therefore made believe to have a liking for her. At last they came to a stately palace, fenced on one side by walls of emeralds, and on the other by a boisterous sea. The king, by pretending an attachment to the fairy, obtained the liberty to walk by himself on the shore. There, one day, he heard a voice, and presently after was surprised by the appearance of a mermaid, who, swimming up to him with a pleasing smile, spoke to this effect: "O King of the Golden Mines, I well know all that has befallen you and Princess Allfair. Do not suspect this to be a contrivance of the fairy to try you, for I am an inveterate enemy both to her and the Yellow Dwarf. Therefore, if you will place confidence in me, I will lend you my assistance to procure the release not only of yourself, but of Allfair also." The overjoyed king promised to do whatever the mermaid should direct, and seating himself by her desire upon her fish's tail, they sailed away together over the rolling sea. When they had sailed some time, "Now," said the mermaid to the king, "we are approaching the place where your princess is kept prisoner by the Yellow Dwarf. You will have many enemies to fight before you can come to her. Take, therefore, this sword, with which you may overcome everything, provided you never let it go out of your hand." The king returned her all the thanks that the most grateful heart could suggest, and the mermaid landed and took leave of him, promising him farther assistance when necessary. The king boldly advanced, and, meeting with two terrible sphinxes, laid them dead at his feet with the sword. Next he attacked 6 dragons that opposed him, and dispatched them also. Then he met 24 nymphs, crowned with garlands of flowers, at the sight of whom he stopped, being unwilling to destroy so much beauty. When he heard a voice say, "Strike, strike, or you lose your princess forever," so he threw himself into the midst of the nymphs, smiting right and left, and soon dispersed them. Presently he came to the castle, where was imprisoned the Princess Allfair. "O my princess!" exclaimed he, "behold your faithful lover." "Faithful lover!" she replied, drawing herself back. "Did I not see you passing through the air with a beautiful nymph? Were you faithful then?" "Yes," replied the king, "I was. That was the detested desert fairy, who was carrying me to a place where I must have languished out all my days, had it not been for a kind mermaid, by whose assistance it is that I am now come to release you." Having uttered these words, he threw himself at her feet, but, catching hold of her gown, he unfortunately let go the magic sword, which the Yellow Dwarf no sooner discovered, than, leaping from behind a shrub, where he had been concealed, he ran and seized it. By 2 cabalistic words he then conjured up a couple of giants, who laid the king in irons. "Now," said the dwarf, "my rival's fate is in my own hands. However, if he will consent to my marriage with the Princess Allfair, he shall have his life and liberty." "No," said the king, "I scorn thy favor on such terms." The dwarf was so exasperated by this reply that he instantly stabbed the king to the heart. The disconsolate princess stood a moment petrified, and then exclaimed, "Thou hideous creature, since entreaties could not avail thee, perhaps thou now reliest upon force, but thou shalt be disappointed. I will die for the love I have for the King of the Golden Mines." And so saying, she sank down upon his body, and expired without a sigh. Thus ended the fate of these 2 faithful lovers, whom the mermaid very much regretted. But as all her power lay in the sword, she could only change them into 2 palm trees, which, preserving a constant and mutual affection, still fondly unite their branches together. End of The Yellow Dwarf.
Section 35 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Book by Dinah Marie Mulock. The Six Swans. Once upon a time a king hunting in a great forest chased a wild boar so eagerly that none of his people could follow him. When evening came he stopped to look about him, and saw that he had lost himself. He sought everywhere for a way out of the wood, but could find none. Then he perceived coming towards him an old woman, whose head kept constantly shaking. She was a witch. "My good woman," said he to her, "cannot you show me the way through the wood?" "Oh, yes, your majesty," answered she, "that I can, but only on one condition, and if you do not agree to it, you will never get out, and must die here of hunger." "What is the condition?" asked the king. "I have an only daughter," said the old woman. "She is as beautiful as any one you could find in the wide world, and well deserves to be your wife. If you will make her your queen, I will show you the way out of the wood." The king, in fear of his heart, consented, and the old woman led him to her house, where her daughter sat by the fire. She received the king as if she had expected him, and he saw that she was very beautiful, but still she did not please him, and he could not look at her without a secret shudder. After he had lifted up the maiden beside him on his horse, the old woman showed him the way, and the king arrived again at his royal castle, where the wedding was celebrated. He had been married once before, and had by his first wife 7 children, 6 boys and a girl, whom he loved more than anything in the world. But because he was afraid that the stepmother might not treat them well, or might even do them some harm, he took them to a lonely castle which stood in the middle of a wood. It was so hidden, and the road was so difficult to find, that he himself would not have found it, if a wise woman had not given him a wonderful skein of thread, which, when he threw it down before him, unrolled of itself and showed him the way. The king went out so often to his dear children that the queen noticed his absence, and was full of curiosity to know what business took him thus alone to the wood. So she gave her servants a sum of money, and they told her the secret, and also told her of the skein, which was the only thing that could show the way. After that she never rested till she found out where the king kept the skein. Then she made some little white silk shirts, and as she had learned witchcraft from her mother, she sewed a spell into every one of them. And one day when the king was gone out to hunt, she took the little shirts and went into the wood, and the skein showed her the way. The 6 brothers, who saw someone in the distance, thought their dear father was coming, and ran to meet him, full of joy. As they approached, the queen threw one of the shirts over each of them, and when the shirts touched their bodies, they were changed into swans, and flew away over the wood. The witch's daughter went home quite happy, and thought she had got rid of all her stepchildren. But the one little girl had not run out with her brothers, and the queen knew nothing about her. Next day the king came joyfully to visit his children, but he found nobody except the little sister. "Where are your brothers?" asked he. "Oh, dear father," she answered, "they are gone, and have left me alone." And then she told him all that she had seen out of her window, how her brothers were turned into swans, and had flown away over the wood. She also showed him the feathers which they had dropped into the courtyard, and which she had picked up. The king was grieved, but he never thought that the queen had done this wicked deed. However, because he dreaded lest the little girl would be stolen from him likewise, he wished to take her away with him. But she was afraid of the stepmother, and begged the king to let her stay one night more in the castle in the wood. The poor little girl thought, "I cannot rest here any longer. I will go and look for my brothers." And when the night came, she ran away and went straight into the wood. She went on all through the night, and the next day too, till she was so tired that she could go no further. Then she saw a little house, and went in, and found a room with 6 little beds. She did not dare to lie down in any, but crept under one of them, laid herself on the hard floor, and meant to pass the night there. But when the sun was just going to set, she heard a rustling, and saw 6 swans come flying in at the window. They sat down on the floor, and blew at one another, and blew all their feathers off, and took off their swan skins like shirts. Then the little girl saw them, and recognized her brothers, and was very glad, and crept out from under the bed. The brothers were not less rejoiced when they saw their little sister, but their joy did not last long. "You cannot stop here," said they to her. "This is a house belonging to robbers. If they come home and find you, they will kill you." "Cannot you protect me?" asked the little sister. "No," answered they. "We can only take off our swan skins for a quarter of an hour every evening, and have our natural shape for that time, but afterwards we are turned into swans again." The little sister cried and said, "Cannot you be released?" "Oh, no," answered they. "The conditions are too hard. You must not speak or laugh for 6 years, and must make for us 6 shirts out of stitchweed during that time. If while you are making them a single word comes from your mouth, all your work will be of no use." When her brothers had said this, the quarter of an hour was over, and they turned into swans again and flew out of the window. But the little girl made a firm resolution to release her brothers, even if it cost her her life. She left the house and went into the middle of the wood, and climbed up in a tree and spent the night there. Next morning she got down, collected a quantity of stitchwood, and began to sew. She could not speak to any one, and she did not want to laugh, so she sat and only looked at her work. When she had been there a long time, it happened that the king of the country was hunting in the wood, and his hunters came to the tree on which the little girl sat. They called to her and said, "Who are you?" But she gave them no answer. "Come down to us," said they. "We will not do you any harm." But she only shook her head. As they kept teasing her with their questions, she threw them down her gold necklace, and thought that they would be satisfied with that. But they did not leave off, so she threw her sash down to them, and as that was no good, she threw down her garters, and at last everything that she had on and could spare, so that she had nothing left but her shift. But the hunters would not be sent away, and climbed up the tree and brought down the little girl and took her to the king. The king asked, "Who are you? What are you doing up in the tree?" But she did not answer. He asked it in all the languages that he knew, but she remained as dumb as a fish. But because she was so beautiful, the king's heart was moved, and he fell deeply in love with her. He wrapped his cloak around her, took her before him on his horse, and brought her to his castle. Then he had her dressed in rich clothes, and she shone in her beauty like bright sunshine. But they could not get a word out of her. He set her by him at the table, and her modest look and proper behavior pleased him so much that he said, "I will marry her and no one else in the world." And after a few days he was married to her. But the king had a wicked mother who was not pleased with this marriage, and spoke ill of the young queen. "Who knows where the girl comes from?" said she. "She cannot speak. She is not good enough for a king." A year after, when the queen brought her first child into the world, the old mother took it away and smeared her mouth with blood while she was asleep. Then she went to the king and accused her of eating her child. The king would not believe it, and would not let any one do her any harm. And she always sat and sewed the shirts, and took no notice of anything else. Next time, when she had another beautiful baby, the wicked stepmother did the same as before, but the king could not resolve to believe what she said. He said, "My wife is too pious and good to do such a thing. If she were not dumb, and if she could defend herself, her innocence would be made clear." But when for the third time the old woman took away the newborn child, and accused the queen, who could not say a word in her own defense, the king could not help himself. He was forced to give her up to the court of justice, and she was condemned to suffer death by fire. When the day came upon which the sentence was to be executed, it was exactly the last day of the 6 years, in which she might not speak or laugh, and she had freed her dear brothers from the power of the spell. The 6 little shirts were finished, except that on the last one a sleeve was wanting. When she came to the place of execution, she laid the shirts on her arm, and when she stood at the stake, and the fire was going to be lit, she looked around, and there came 6 swans flying through the air. Then her heart leaped with joy, for she saw that her deliverance was near. The swans flew to her and crouched down so that she could throw the shirts over them. As soon as the shirts were touched by them, their swan skins fell off, and her brothers stood before her. They were all grown up, strong and handsome. Only the youngest had no left arm, but instead of it a swan's wing. They hugged and kissed their sister many times, and then the queen went to the king and began to speak and said, "Dearest husband, now I may speak and declare to you that I am innocent and falsely accused." And she told him about the deceit of the old mother who had taken away her 3 children and hidden them. However, they were soon fetched safely back to the great joy of the king, and the wicked mother-in-law was tied to the stake and burnt to ashes. But the king and queen, with their 6 brothers, lived many years in peace and happiness. End of section 35. Recording by Sharon, Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Section 36 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Section 36. The Prince with the Nose. There was once a king who was passionately in love with a beautiful princess, but she could not be married because a magician had enchanted her. The king went to a good fairy to inquire what he should do. Said the fairy, after receiving him graciously, "Sir, I will tell you a secret. The princess has a great cat, whom she loves so well that she cares for nothing and nobody else. But she will be obliged to marry any person who is adroit enough to walk upon the cat's tail." "That will not be very difficult," thought the king to himself, and departed, resolving to trample the cat's tail to pieces rather than not succeed in walking upon it. He went immediately to the palace of his fair mistress and the cat. The animal came in front of him, arching its back in anger, as it was wont to do. The king lifted up his foot, thinking nothing would be so easy as to tread on the tail, but he found himself mistaken. Minin, that was the creature's name, twisted itself round so sharply that the king only hurt his own foot by stamping on the floor. For 8 days did he pursue the cat everywhere, up and down the palace. He was after it from morning till night, but with no better success. The tail seemed made of quicksilver, so very lively was it. At last the king had the good fortune to catch Minin sleeping, when tramp, tramp, he trod on the tail with all his force. Minin woke up, mewed horribly, and immediately changed from a cat into a large, fierce-looking man, who regarded the king with flashing eyes. "You must marry the princess," cried he, "because you have broken the enchantment in which I held her. But I will be revenged on you. You shall have a son with a nose as long as that." He made in the air a curve of half a foot. "Yet he shall believe it is just like all other noses, and shall be always unfortunate till he has found out it is not. And if you ever tell anybody of this threat of mine, you shall die on the spot." So saying, the magician disappeared. The king, who was at first much terrified, soon began to laugh at this adventure. "My son might have a worse misfortune than too long a nose," thought he. "At least he will hinder him neither in seeing nor hearing. I will go and find the princess, and marry her at once." He did so, but he only lived a few months after, and died before his little son was born, so that nobody knew anything about the secret of the nose. The little prince was so much wished for, that when he came to the world they agreed to call him Prince Wish. He had beautiful blue eyes and a sweet little mouth, but his nose was so big that it covered half his face. The queen, his mother was inconsolable, but her ladies tried to satisfy her by telling her that the nose was not nearly so large as it seemed, that it should grow smaller as the prince grew bigger, and that if it did not, a large nose was indispensable to a hero. All great soldiers, they said, had great noses, as everybody knew. The queen was so very fond of her son that she listened eagerly to all this comfort. Shortly she grew so used to the prince's nose that it did not seem to her any larger than the ordinary nose of the court, where, in process of time, everybody with a long nose was very much admired, and the unfortunate people who had only snubs were taken very little notice of. Great care was observed in the education of the prince, and as soon as he could speak they told him all sorts of amusing tales, in which all the bad people had short noses, and all the good people had long ones. No person was suffered to come near him who had not a nose of more than ordinary length. Nay, to such an extent did the courtiers carry their fancy, that the noses of all the little babies were ordered to be pulled out as far as possible several times a day, in order to make them grow. But grow as they would, they never could grow as long as that of Prince Wish. When he was old enough, his tutor taught him history, and whenever any great king or lovely princess was referred to, the tutor always took care to mention that he or she had a long nose. All the royal apartments were filled with pictures and portraits having this peculiarity, so that at last Prince Wish began to regard the length of his nose as his greatest perfection, and would not have had it in an inch less even to save his crown. When he was 20 years old, his mother and his people wished him to marry. They procured for him the likeness of any princesses, but the one he preferred was Princess Darling, daughter of a powerful monarch, and heiress to several kingdoms. Alas! With all her beauty, this princess had one great misfortune, a little turned-up nose, which, every one else said, made her only the more bewitching. But here, in the kingdom of Prince Wish, the courtiers were thrown by it into the utmost perplexity. They were in the habit of laughing at all small noses, but how dared they make fun of the nose of Princess Darling? Two unfortunate gentlemen, whom Prince Wish had overheard doing so, were ignominiously banished from the court and capital. After this, the courtiers became alarmed, and tried to correct their habit of speech, but they would have found themselves in constant difficulties, had not one clever person struck out a bright idea. He said that though it was indispensably necessary for a man to have a great nose, women were different, and that a learned man had discovered in a very old manuscript that the celebrated Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, the beauty of the ancient world, had a turned-up nose. At this information Prince Wish was so delighted that he made the courtier a very handsome present, and immediately sent off ambassadors to demand Princess Darling in marriage. She accepted his offer at once, and returned with the ambassadors. He made all haste to meet and welcome her, but she was only 3 leagues distant from his capital, before he had time even to kiss her hand. The magician, who had once assumed the shape of his mother's cat, Minnie, appeared in the air and carried her off before the lovers' very eyes. Prince Wish, almost beside himself with grief, declared that nothing should induce him to return to his throne and kingdom till he had found Darling. He would suffer none of his courtiers or attendants to follow him, but bidding them all adieu, mounted a good horse, laid the reins on the animal's neck, and let him take him wherever he would. The horse entered a wide extended plain, and trotted on steadily the whole day without finding a single horse. Master and beast began almost to faint with hunger, and Prince Wish might have wished himself safe at home again, had he not discovered just at dusk a cavern, where there sat beside a bright lantern a little woman who might have been more than 100 years old. She put on her spectacles, the better to look at the stranger, and he noticed that her nose was so small that the spectacles could hardly stay on. Then the prince and the fairy, for it was a fairy, burst into a mutual fit of laughter. "What a funny nose!" cried the one. Not so funny as yours, madame, returned the other. But pray let us leave our noses alone, and be good enough to give me something to eat, for I am dying with hunger, and so is my poor horse. With all my heart, answered the fairy. Although your nose is ridiculously long, you're no less the son of one of my best friends. I loved your father like a brother. He had a very handsome nose. What is wanting to my nose? Asked Wish, rather savagely. Oh, nothing at all. On the contrary, there is a great deal too much of it. But never mind. One may be a very honest man, and yet have too big a nose. As I said, I was a great friend of your father's. He came often to see me. I was very pretty then, and oftentimes he used to say to me, My sister. I will hear the rest, madame, with pleasure, when I have supped. But will you condescend to remember that I have tasted nothing all day? Poor boy, said the fairy. I will give you some supper directly, and while you eat it, I will tell you my history in 6 words, for I hate much talking. A long tongue is as insupportable as a long nose, and I remember when I was young how much I used to be admired because I was not a talker. Indeed, some one said to the queen, My mother, for poor as you see me now, I am the daughter of the great king, who always ate when he was hungry, I hope, interrupted the prince, whose patience was fast departing. You are right, said the imperturbable old fairy, and I will bring you your supper directly. Only I wish first just to say that the king, my father— Hang the king, your father! Prince Wish was about to exclaim, but he stopped himself, and only observed that however the pleasure of her conversation might make him forget his hunger, it could not have the same effect upon his horse, who was really starving. The fairy, pleased at his civility, called her servants and bade them supply him at once with all he needed. And, added she, I must say you are very polite and very good-tempered, in spite of your nose. What was the old woman to do with my nose? Thought the prince. If I were not so hungry, I would soon show her what she is, a regular old gossip and chatterbox. She to fancy she talks little, indeed. One must be very foolish not to know one's own defects. This comes of being born a princess. Flatterers have spoiled her, and persuaded her that she talks little. Little, indeed. I never knew anybody chatter so much. While the prince thus meditated, the servants were laying in the table. The fairy asked them 100 unnecessary questions, simply for the pleasure of hearing herself talk. Well, thought Wish, I'm delighted I came hither, if only to learn how wise I have been in never listening to flatterers, who hide from us our faults, or make us believe they are perfections. But they could never deceive me. I know all my own weak points, I trust, as truly he believed he did. So he went on eating contentedly, nor stopped till the old fairy began to address him. Prince, said she, will you be kind enough to turn a little? Your nose casts such a shadow that I cannot see what is in my plate. And as I was saying, your father admired me and always made me welcome at court. What is the court etiquette there now? Do the ladies still go to assemblies, promenades, balls? I beg your pardon for laughing, but how very long your nose is. I wish you would cease to speak of my nose, said the prince, becoming annoyed. It is what it is, and I do not desire it any shorter. Oh, I see that I have vexed you, returned the fairy. Nevertheless, I am one of your best friends, and so I shall take the liberty of always. She would doubtlessly have gone on talking till midnight, but the prince, unable to bear it any longer, here interrupted her, thanked her for her hospitality, bade her a hasty adieu, and rode away. He travelled for a long time, half over the world, but he heard no news of Princess Darling. However, in each place he went to he heard one remarkable fact: the great length of his own nose. The little boys in the streets jeered at him, the peasants stared at him, and the more polite ladies and gentlemen whom he met in the society used to try in vain to keep from laughing, and to get out of his way as soon as they could. So the poor prince became gradually quite forlorn and solitary. He thought all the world was mad, but still he never thought of there being anything queer about his own nose. At last the old fairy, who, though she was a chatterbox, was very good-natured, saw that he was almost breaking his heart. She felt sorry for him, and wished to help him in spite of himself, for she knew the enchantment, which hid from him the Princess Darling, could never be broken till he had discovered his own defect. So she went in search of the princess, and being more powerful than the magician, since she was a good fairy, and he was an evil magician, she got her away from him, and shut her up in a palace of crystal, which she placed on the road which Prince Wish had to pass. He was riding along very melancholy, when he saw the palace, and at its entrance was a room made of purest glass, in which sat his beloved princess, smiling and beautiful as ever. He leaped from his horse and ran towards her. She held out her hand for him to kiss, but he could not get at it for the glass. Transported with eagerness and delight, he dashed his sword through the crystal and succeeded in breaking a small opening, through which she put up her beautiful rosy mouth, but it was in vain. Prince Wish could not approach it. He twisted his neck about and turned his head on all sides, till at length, putting up his hand to his face, he discovered the impediment. "It must be confessed," exclaimed he, "that my nose is too long." That moment the glass walls all split asunder, and the old fairy appeared, leading Princess Darling. "Avow, Prince," said she, "that you are very much obliged to me, for now the enchantment is ended. You may marry the object of your choice. But," added she, smiling, "I fear I might have talked to you for ever on the subject of your nose, and you would not have believed me in its length, till it became an obstacle to your own inclinations. Now behold it," and she held up a crystal mirror. "Are you satisfied to be no different from other people?" "Perfectly," said Prince Wish, who found his nose had shrunk to an ordinary length, and, taking the Princess Darling by the hand, he kissed her, courteously, affectionately, and satisfactorily. Then they departed to their own country, and lived very happy all their days. End of The Prince with the Nose. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Section 37 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Howell. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Hind of the Forest, Part 1. A beautiful queen, whose subjects adored her, whose husband thought her the best woman in the world, had but one sorrow, which was equally a sorrow both to the king and the country. She brought him no heir to the throne. She at last grew so melancholy that she was ordered for her health to drink the medicinal waters that were found in a celebrated wood. And one day, sitting beside one of these fountains, which fell into a marble and porphyry basin, she sent all her ladies away that she might the better weep and lament unobserved. How unhappy am I, said she. 5 years I have been married, and am still childless, while the poorest women in the land have children by the dozen. Am I to die without ever giving the king an heir? While she spoke, she noticed that the water of the fountain was slightly disturbed, and there issued thence a large crayfish, who thus addressed her. Great Queen, you shall have what you desire, but first you must go to the fairy palace, which is near here, though so surrounded by mists and clouds as to be invisible to mortal eyes, unless you be conducted there by a poor crayfish. Though very much surprised, the Queen answered courteously that she had no objection, except that the animal's method of walking would not well suit her own. The shellfish smiled, if a shellfish can smile, and immediately took the shape of a pretty little old woman. Madame, said she, we now need not walk crab fashion. Consider me as your friend, for indeed I am desirous of being so. So saying, she jumped out of the fountain, her clothes not being the least wet, though they were made of white and crimson velvet, nor her grey hair damp. It was tied with green ribbons, and appeared all in order, smooth as silk. She saluted the Queen, and then conducted her by a road which, strange to say, well as she knew every portion of the wood, Her Majesty had never before seen, to a palace, of which the walls, roofs, and balconies were built entirely of diamonds. Is all this a dream? Cried the delighted Queen. But no, it was a reality, for the gates straightway opened, 6 beautiful fairies appeared, who, making her a profound reverence, presented her with 6 flowers composed of jewels, a rose, a tulip, an anemone, and jasmine, a carnation, and heartsease. Madame, said they, we could not give a greater mark of our favour than in permitting you to come here. We are delighted to tell you that by and by you will have a little daughter, whom you must name Desiree, the desired. As soon as she is born, call us, and will endow her with all sorts of good qualities. You have only to take this bouquet, and name each separate flower, thinking of us, when immediately we shall be present in your chamber. The Queen, transported with joy, embraced all the fairies, spent the day with them, and returned, laden with presents, to the fountain side, where the little old woman jumped into the water, became a crayfish again, and disappeared. In due time, the Princess Desiree was born, and the Queen did as she was told in naming the flowers. Soon all the 6 fairies appeared in different chariots of ebony, drawn by white pigeons, of ivory, drawn by black crows, and so on, in great variety. They entered the royal chamber with an air at once cheerful and majestic, embraced the Queen and the little princess, and spread out all their presents. These were linen, so fine that none but fairy hands could have spun it, lace and embroidery without end, and the cradle, the wonder of the world. It was made of wood more precious than gold, and at each corner stood 4 animated images, little cupids, who, as soon as the baby cried, began to rock it of their own accord. Then the 6 fairies kissed and dandled the princess, bestowing on her for her portion beauty, good temper, good health, talents, long life, and the faculty of doing thoroughly well everything she tried to do. The Queen, overcome with gratitude, was thanking them with all her heart for their kindness to her little daughter, when she saw enter her chamber a crayfish, so large that it could hardly pass through the door. Ungrateful Queen, said the crab, Have you forgotten the fairy of the fountain? You sent for these, my sisters, and not for me, who am the one to whom you owe most of all." The queen made 100 apologies, and the 6 fairies tried vainly to pacify the other one. But she was determined, as she said, to punish ingratitude. "However," added she, "I will give no worse gift to the princess than to warn you that if you let her see daylight before she is 15 years old, you will repent it." So saying, she retired backwards, crab fashion, resisting all entreaties to resume her proper form and join in the festivities. The afflicted mother took counsel with the 6 fairies how she was to save her baby from this impending evil, and after many conflicting opinions, they advised her to build a tower without doors or windows, and with a subterranean entrance, which the princess might inhabit till she had passed the fatal age. Everything is easy to fairies. So 3 strokes of their wands, making 18 strokes in all, began and finished the edifice. It was built of green and white marble, ornamented inside with diamonds and emeralds, and hung with tapestry, all fairy work, on which was pictured the lives of heroes. Though there was only lamplight allowed, yet the lamps were so numerous that they made the tower seem as bright as day. Whether the princess was ever permitted any fresh air, or taken out for a walk by starlight or moonlight, the history does not say, but it does say one thing, that she grew up very happy, very lovely, and very well educated. The 6 fairies came frequently to see her, and were most kind and affectionate to her, but the one she loved best among them all was Tulip. By this fairy's advice, the nearer she approached the age of 15, the more carefully was Desiree shut up from daylight. But her mother, who was very proud of her beauty, caused her portrait to be painted and sent among all the neighboring courts, in order that some prince might seek her in marriage. There was one prince who was so captivated by this likeness that he shut himself up with it and talked to it as if it had been alive, making love to it in a most passionate manner, and then falling into a hopeless melancholy. When his father tried to discover the cause of this, "Sir," said Prince Warrior, "he went by that name because, young as he was, he had already gained 3 battles. My grief is that you wish me to marry the Black Princess, while I will only marry the Princess Desiree. I have seen her portrait, and without her I shall surely die. Behold her." The king looked at the portrait. "Well, my son, I cannot wish for a more charming daughter-in-law. We will retract our offers for the Black Princess, and send an ambassador to propose for the Princess Desiree." The prince, kissing his father's hand, overwhelmed him with his gratitude and joy. A courtier, Becafico by name, young and gallant, was dispatched with 80 equipages, 100 mounted squires, and the portrait of the Prince Warrior, to ask the Princess Desiree in marriage. The report of his splendors travelled before him till it reached the ears of the king and queen, and of the 6 fairies, who were all equally delighted. But, said the fairy Tulip, who was the sagest of them, "Beware, queen, of allowing Becafico to see our child, as they tenderly called Desiree, and do not, upon any account, suffer her to leave her tower for the kingdom of Prince Warrior until her 15th birthday is past." The ambassador arrived. His magnificent train took 23 days in going through the gates of the city. He made his harangue to the king and queen, and much state ceremonial passed between them. Then he begged for the honor of an audience with the princess, and was very much astonished to find it denied him, still more so when the king candidly told him the whole story. The queen had strictly enjoined the ladies of honor not to tell her daughter one word of the ambassador's visit or her intended marriage. Yet somehow the princess already knew it quite well, but she was wise enough to say nothing about it. When her mother showed her the prince's portrait and asked her if she should like such a gallant young man for her husband, she replied humbly that she should be quite satisfied with any choice her parents made for her. So her hand was promised, but as she still wanted 3 months of 15, the prince was requested to wait thus long. He took this delay so much to heart that he could neither eat nor sleep. Meantime, Desiree was little better. She did nothing but look at the prince's portrait, and was exceedingly irritable with Longthorn and Gilliflower, her 2 maids of honor. The other lady, the Black Princess, was in equally sore plight, for her, too, had fallen in love with the prince's portrait, and his rejection of her hand offended her much. "What," said she to the ambassador, "your master does not find me handsome enough or rich enough?" "Madame," said the ambassador, "as much as a subject dare blame a sovereign, I blame my prince. Had I the first throne in the world, I should know to whom to offer it." He said this because he feared the bastinado, for Ethiopians are warm haters as well as warm lovers. The Black Princess was softened and dismissed him, on which he gladly took himself out of the country. But the Ethiopian lady was too deeply offended with Prince Warrior to pardon him so readily. She mounted her ivory car, drawn by 6 ostriches, which ran at a rate of 6 leagues an hour, and went to the palace of her godmother, the Fairy of the Fountain, who had been so offended by being forgotten at the birth of Desiree. Arrived there, she unfolded all her annoyance. The fairy consoled her and promised to aid her in her revenge. Meantime, Becafico had travelled with all diligence to the capital of Desiree's father, where with earnest entreaties he begged that the princess might be sent back with him to her betrothed spouse, who otherwise would certainly die. At which tidings the princess herself was so much moved that she fainted away. Thus her parents discovered how deeply in love she was with Prince Warrior. "Do not disquiet yourself, my dear child," said the queen. "If the prince suffers, it is you who can console him. My only fear is on account of the menace of the Fairy of the Fountain." But Desiree was so eager to start that she suggested being sent away in a closed carriage where the light of day should never penetrate, and which should only be opened at night time to give her food. She was willing to suffer any inconvenience for the sake of saving the life of Prince Warrior. The parents assented, so there was built a magnificent equipage, green velvet outside, and lined with rose color and silver brocade. It was very large, but it shut up as tight as a box, and it had a huge lock, the key of which was entrusted to one of the highest noblemen of the court. In this carriage Desiree was placed, after most affecting adieus, by her father and mother, and with her were sent her maids of honor, Longthorn and Gilliflower, and a lady-in-waiting who was the mother of both. Now, Longthorn cared little for the princess, but she cared very much for Prince Warrior, whose portrait she had seen, and when the bridal train departed, she said to her mother that she should certainly die if this marriage were accomplished. So the mother, notwithstanding the confidence placed in her by Queen, that she should watch over the princess and carefully seclude her from daylight until she had reached the age of 15, yielded to her own child's persuasions, and determined to betray her trust. Longthorn, who learned each evening from the officers of the household, when they came to bring the princess her supper, how far they were on their journey, at last persuaded her mother, who put off the cruel act as long as she could, that it would never do to wait any longer. They were nearly at the capital, and the young prince might, in his impatience, come to meet them, and the opportunity be lost. So next day, at noon, when the sun was at the hottest, the lady-in-waiting took out a knife, which she had brought with her for the purpose, cut a large hole in the side of the carriage, where they were all shut up together, and the princess, for the first time in her life, beheld daylight. She uttered a deep sigh, and immediately leaped out of the carriage in the form of a white hind, which fled away like lightning, and hid itself in the thickest recesses of a neighboring wood. End of The Hind of the Forest, Part 1, recorded from Houston, Texas.
Section 38 of The Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Braunert-Plunkett. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Hind of the Forest, Part 2. None of the train perceived her, or if they had, they would not have known it was she. Besides, the Fairy of the Fountain immediately sent such a storm of thunder and lightning that the whole cavalcade took shelter in the nearest place they could find. The only persons who knew what had happened were Longthorn, her mother, and Gilliflower. But Gilliflower, overwhelmed with grief, had sprung out of the carriage after her beloved mistress, so the two others were left alone. Longthorn immediately put on the garments of Désirée and adorned herself with her royal mantle, her crown of diamonds, her sceptre of a single ruby, and the globe which she carried in her left hand, composed of one enormous pearl. Thus attired, with her mother bearing her train, the false Désirée marched into the city, they two alone, for by the fairy's contrivance the rest of the attendants had been scattered in all directions. Longthorn doubted not the prince would be already advancing to meet his bride, which was indeed the case, though he was so weak that he had to be conveyed in a litter, surrounded by courtiers and knights, who all wore splendid armour and green plumes, green being the favourite colour of the princess. Seeing the two ladies so richly dressed coming forward on foot and unattended, they dismounted and respectfully greeted them. "May I inquire," said Longthorn, "who is in that litter?" "Madam," replied a knight, "it is the Prince Warrior who comes to meet his betrothed, the Princess Désirée." "Tell him," said Longthorn, "that I am she. A fairy jealous of my happiness has driven away all my attendants, but that I am Désirée is proved by these my royal ornaments, and the letters of my father, borne by my lady of honour here." Immediately the courtiers kissed the hem of her robe, and made all diligence to announce to the prince and the king his father, who accompanied him, that the Princess Désirée had arrived. "What!" cried the king, "arrived here in full daylight?" But the prince, burning with impatience, asked no questions except about the lady herself. "Is she not a miracle of beauty, according to her portrait?" There was no reply. "You are afraid to speak, gentlemen, lest you should praise her too much." But the courtiers were still silent. "Sir," at last said one of the boldest of them, "you had better go and see the princess yourself." The prince, much surprised, would have thrown himself out of his litter, but he was too feeble, and his father went instead. When the king beheld the false princess, he involuntarily drew back, but the lady of honour, advancing boldly, said, "Sire, this is the Princess Désirée. I bear letters from the king and queen, her parents, and also a casket of priceless jewels which they charged me to place in your hands." The king kept a mournful silence, and regarded his son, who now approached, leaning on one of the courtiers. When he looked at the girl, he recoiled with disgust, for she was so gaunt and tall that the clothes of Désirée scarcely covered her knees, and her extreme thinness, her red hooked nose, her black and ill-shaped teeth, made her as ugly as Désirée was beautiful. Prince Warrior, who for months had thought of nothing but his lovely bride, stood petrified. "King," said he to his father, "I am betrayed. This is not the lady whose portrait was sent me, and to whom I have plighted my faith. I have been deceived, and the deception will cost me my life." "What do I hear?" replied Longthorn haughtily. "Prince, who has deceived you? You will be no victim in marrying me." "Ah, my beautiful princess," exclaimed the lady of honor, "it is we who are victims. What a reception for one of your rank! What inconstancy, what falsehood! But the king, your father, shall make them hear reason." "We will make him hear reason," cried the other king indignantly. "He promised us a beautiful princess, and he has sent us a skeleton, a fright. I do not wonder he has kept it shut up for 15 years, and now he wishes to foist it upon us." And without taking any more notice of Longthorn, he and his son remounted, each into his litter, and departed. Prince Warrior was so overcome by this unexpected affliction that for a long time he did not speak a word. Then he resolved, as soon as his health allowed, to depart secretly from the capital, and seek some solitary place where he might pass the remainder of his sad life. He communicated his design to no one but the faithful Becafico, who insisted upon following his fortunes wherever he went. So one day the prince left a letter for his father, assuring him that as soon as his mind was tranquilized, he would return to the court, but imploring that in the meantime no search might be made after him. Then he and Becafico departed together. Meanwhile, the poor white hind fled into the wood. She wandered about till she came to a fountain where, as in a mirror, she saw her own changed shape and wept, convulsed with grief. Then hunger began to attack her. She bent her head and browsed upon the green grass, which she was surprised to find tasted very good. She laid herself down on a bank of moss, but passed the night in extreme terror, hearing the wild beasts roaring around her and often forgetting that she was a hind, trying to save herself by climbing a tree like a human being. Daybreak reassured her a little. She admired for the first time the wonderful beauty of dawn, and when the sun rose, it appeared to her such a marvelous sight that she could not take her eyes from it. She was strangely comforted, spite all of her misfortune, by the charm that she found out every minute more and more in the new world, which now for the first time she beheld in daylight. The fairy Tulip, who loved Désirée, was very sorry for her, although somewhat offended that the queen had not taken her advice, and detained the princess safe in her tower till she was 15. However, she would not leave her a prey to the malice of the fairy of the fountain, so contrived invisibly to conduct the faithful Gilliflower to the place where the poor forlorn hind reposed. As soon as Désirée saw her, she leaped the stream and came towards her former companion, lavishing on her 1,000 caresses. At first, Gilliflower was very much astonished to be so taken notice of by a deer of the forest. But looking at it attentively, she saw 2 great tears rolling down from the soft, human-like eyes, and some instinct told her that it was her dear princess. She took the forefeet of the hind and kissed them as respectfully as if they had been her mistress's hands. She spoke to her, and though the hind could not reply, yet it was clear she understood, for the tears flowed faster than ever, and she showed by as much intelligence as a dumb beast could possibly evince that she responded to the love of the faithful girl. When Gilliflower promised that she would never quit her, By 100 little signs the poor hind tried to express how happy she was. They passed the day together, Desiree leading her companion to a place where she had seen plenty of wild fruits, so that Gilliflower, who was dying of hunger, became strengthened and refreshed. But when night came, the girl's terrors returned. "Dear Hind," said she, "where shall we sleep? If we stay here, the wild beasts will devour us. Is there no little hut where we can hide?" The poor hind shook her pretty head, and the tears again began to flow, almost as if she were a human being. Her tears melted the heart of the fairy tulip, who had watched her invisibly all the time, and now made herself known, appearing suddenly in a shady alley of the wood. Gilliflower and the white hind threw themselves at her feet, the latter licking her hands and caressing her as prettily as a deer could, the former imploring her to take pity on the princess and restore her to her natural shape. "I cannot do that," said the fairy. "Her enemy has too much power. But I can shorten her term of punishment and soften it a little by granting that during every night she becomes a woman, though as soon as day breaks she must again wander about as a hind of the forest." It was a great comfort to be a woman every night, and the hind showed her joy by innumerable leaps and bounds which delighted the good tulip. "Follow this by-path," said she, "and you will find a hut that will serve you as a quiet home. Farewell." She disappeared, and Gilliflower, with the hind trotting after her, went on and on till she came to a little hut, before which sat an old woman making a basket of osiers. "My good woman," said she, "have you a room to let for me and my pet here?" "Yes, truly," replied the old woman, and took them into a room where were 2 little beds hung with white dimity, with fine white sheets, and everything as neat and comfortable as possible. As soon as it grew dark, the princess recovered her own shape, and kissed and embraced 1,000 times her dear Gilliflower, who, on her part, was full of delight and thankfulness. Then they had their supper and went to sleep in their 2 little beds. When morning broke, Gilliflower was awakened by a scratching, and there she saw the hind, just as much a hind as before, waiting to be let out. The faithful attendant opened the door, and the deer sprang out quickly and disappeared in the forest. Now, by an extraordinary chance, it happened that Prince Warrior, wandering about, indifferent to where he went, lost himself in this very forest where he had come with his companion Becafico. The latter, seeking for fruits to satisfy their hunger, reached the same cottage door where the old woman lived, and being received kindly, asked her for some food for his master. She put some bread into a basket, and was going to give it to him, when her charity made her offer the wanderers shelter for the night. "It is a poor cottage," said she, "but I have still 1 empty room, which will at least save you from being eaten up by wolves and lions." So the prince was persuaded, and the old woman, who appeared ignorant of his rank, admitted him and Becafico cautiously, as not to disturb the lady and the hind who occupied the next room. Thus the 2 lovers were so near that they might almost have heard one another speak, yet did not know it. The prince rarely slept much. His sorrow was still too great, and when the first rays of the sun shone through his window, he arose and went out into the forest. There he wandered a long time without finding any sure track. At last he came upon a sort of bower, overhung with trees and carpeted with moss, out of which started a beautiful white hind, who immediately fled away. Now, the prince had formerly been a great hunter, until his passion for the chase was swallowed up by his love for Desiree. But the old fancy returned when he saw the white hind. He could not help following her and sending after her arrows, not a few, from the bow which he always carried, causing her almost to die of fear, although, by the care of the fairy tulip, she was not wounded. All through the day he pursued her, until, towards twilight, she escaped from him towards the cottage, where Gilliflower was watching in the utmost anxiety. The faithful girl received tenderly into her arms the poor hind, breathless, exhausted, and eagerly awaited the moment when her mistress should become a woman again and tell her what had happened. When darkness came on, the deer vanished, and it was the Princess Désirée who lay on Gilliflower's bosom. "Alas," cried she, weeping, "I have more to fear than the fairy of the fountain and the wild beasts of the forest. I have been pursued all day by a young hunter, whom I had scarcely seen before he obliged me to fly, and sent so many arrows after me, that I marvel I was not killed, or at least wounded." "My princess, you must never quit this room again," said Gilliflower. "I must, for the same enchantment which makes me a hind forces me to do as hinds do. I feel myself every morning irresistibly compelled to run into the wood, to leap and bound and eat grass and behave myself exactly like a wild creature of the forest. Oh, how weary I am." Her soft eyes closed, and she fell asleep until the dawn of day, when again she was driven out in the shape of a poor 4-footed creature to fulfill her sad destiny. End of The Hind of the Forest, Part 2. Section 39 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Braunert-Plunkett. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Hind of the Forest, Part 3. The prince, on his part, came home also very much wearied and vexed. "Becafico," he said, "I've spent the day in chasing the most beautiful hind I ever saw. She has slipped from me time after time with the most wondrous adroitness, yet my arrows were so true that I marvel how she escaped. At dawn tomorrow I must be after her once more." So he did not fail to go, at earliest dawn, to her hiding place, but the hind took care not to revisit her favourite haunt. He sought her everywhere and could see nothing. Then, being very tired and hot, he gathered some luscious apples which he saw hanging upon a tree over his head. As soon as he ate them, he fell fast asleep. Meantime, the hind, roaming stealthily about, came to the place where he lay, came quite suddenly, or else she would have taken to flight. But now, seeing her enemy sound asleep, she paused a minute to look at him, and in his features, wasted with grief, but still so lovable and beautiful, she recognized the face which had long been engraven on her heart. The poor hind! She crouched down a little distance and watched him, her eyes beaming with joy. Then she sighed at length. Become bolder, she approached nearer, and softly touched him with her forefoot. Awaking, what was the prince's surprise to see beside him, tame and familiar, the pretty creature whom he had hunted all yesterday, but when he put out his hand to seize her, she fled away like lightning. He followed with all the speed he could, and thus, she flying and he pursuing, they passed the whole day. Towards evening her strength failed, and when the hunter came up to her, it was a poor half-dying deer that he found lying on the grass. She thought her death was certain. Still, from his hands it did not seem so terrible as from anyone else, but instead of killing her, he caressed her. "Beautiful hind," said he, "do not be afraid. I only wish to take you home with me, and have you with me always." He cut branches of trees, wove them ingeniously into a sort of couch, which he strewed with roses and moss, then took the creature in his arms, laid her gently down upon them, and sat beside her, feeding her from time to time with the softest grass he could find. She ate contentedly from his hand, and he almost fancied she understood all the sweet things he said to her, and so time passed till it grew dusk. "My pretty hind," said he, "I will go in search of a stream where you can drink, and then we will take our way home together." But while he was absent, she stole away, and had only time to reach the cottage when the transformation happened, and it was not a hind, but a weeping princess who threw herself on the bed beside the faithful Gilliflower. "I have seen him," she cried. "My prince warrior himself is in the forest. He was the hunter who has pursued me these 2 days, and has taken me at last. But he did not slay me. He saved and caressed me. Ah, he is gentler and sweeter even than the image in my heart." Here she began again to weep, but Gilliflower consoled her, and they went to sleep, wondering much how this adventure would end. The prince, returning from the stream, missed his beautiful white hind, and came back to Becafico full of grief, mingled with a certain anger at the ingratitude of the creature to whom he had been so kind. But at break of the day he rose, determined again to pursue her. She, however, in order to avoid him, took a quite different route. Still, the forest was not so large, but that at last he saw her leaping and bounding among the bushes. Seized by an irresistible impulse, he shot an arrow after her. It struck her. She felt a violent pain dart through one of her slender limbs, and fell helpless on the grass. When the prince came up to her, he was overcome with remorse for his cruelty. He took a handful of herbs and bound her wound, made her a bed of branches and moss, laid her head upon his knees, and wept over her. "My lovely hind," said he, "why did I wound you so cruelly? You will hate me when I wish you to love me." So he tended and cherished her all day, and towards nightfall he knotted a ribbon round her neck with the intention of gently leading her home. But she struggled with him, and the struggle was so sore that Gilliflower, coming out in search of her dear mistress, heard the rustling and saw her hind in the hunter's power. She rushed to rescue her, to the prince's great astonishment. "Whatever consideration I owe you, madam," said he, "you must know that you are committing a robbery. This hind is mine." "No, sir, she is mine," returned Gilliflower respectfully. "She knows she is, and will prove it, if you will only give her a little liberty." "My pretty pet, come and embrace me." The hind crept into her arms. "Now kiss me on my right cheek." She obeyed. "Now touch my heart." She laid her foot against Gilliflower's bosom. "I allow she is yours," said the prince discontentedly. "Take her and go your ways." But he followed them at a distance, and was very surprised to see them enter the cottage. He asked the old woman who the damsel was, but she said she did not know, except that the lady and the hind lived there together in solitude, and paid her well. But when Becafico, who had eyes as sharp as needles, coming to meet his master, by chance got sight of Gilliflower, he recognized her at once. "Here is some great mystery," said he, "for that is the lady who was the favorite of the Princess Désirée." "Do not utter that name, which only recalls my grief," said the prince sadly. But Becafico, determined to gratify his curiosity, made all sorts of inquiries, and discovered that Gilliflower was lodged in the next room. "I should like to see her again," thought he, "and since only a thin partition divides us, I will bore a hole through." He did so, and beheld a wonderful sight. There sat the fairest princess in all the world, attired in a robe of silver brocade, her hair falling in long curls, and her eyes sparkling through tears. Gilliflower knelt before her, binding up her beautiful arm, from which the blood was flowing. "Do not heed it," sighed the princess. "Better let me die, for death itself would be sweeter than the life I lead. Alas, how hard it is to be a hind all day, to see my betrothed, to feel his tenderness and goodness, yet be unable to speak to him, or tell him the fatal destiny which divides me from him." When Becafico heard this, words cannot describe his astonishment and delight. He ran towards the prince, who sat moodily at the window. "Sir," cried he, "only look through this hole, and you will see the original of the portrait which so fascinated you." The prince looked, and recognized at once his beloved princess. He would have died with joy had he not believed himself deceived by some enchantment. He knocked at the door. Gilliflower opened it. He entered, and threw himself at the feet of Désirée. what followed, of explanations, vows, tears, and embraces, was never very clearly related, not even by Gilliflower and Becafico, who were present, but who considerately drew aside and spent the time in conversing with one another. So passed the night, and anxiously they awaited for the dawn, to see whether the beautiful princess would again become a hind of the forest. But the day broke, grew clearer, brightened into sunrise, and the princess, with the prince sitting beside her, remained a beautiful maiden still. Then came a knock at the door, and there entered the little old woman who had been such a kind hostess for all this while. "The period of enchantment is ended, my children," said she. "Go home and be happy." And then they knew her as no longer the little old woman, but the fairy Tulip, who had thus faithfully watched her charge. So the bride and bridegroom returned to their capital, where the marriage was solemnized with all splendor, and, at Desiree's request, Longthorn and her mother, who had been imprisoned by the old king's order, were set free with no further punishment than banishment to their own country, where they were to remain for life. As for the faithful Gilliflower, she stayed at court with her beloved mistress, and became the wife of the equally faithful Becafico, who had served Prince Warrior as devotedly as she the Princess Desiree. The two were laden with wealth and honors, and shared the happiness of the other two lovers, which was as great as any mortal could desire. After their death, the story of the White Hind of the Forest was commanded to be written down in the archives of the state, and thence it has been told in tradition or sung in poetry half over the world. End of The Hind of the Forest, Part 3.
Section 40 of The Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Juniper Tree. 1 or 2,000 years ago, there was a rich man who had a beautiful and pious wife. They loved one another dearly, but they had no children. They wished and prayed for some night and day, but still they had none. In front of their house was a yard where stood a juniper tree, and under it the wife stood once in winter and peeled an apple. And as she peeled the apple, she cut her finger, and the blood fell on the snow. "Oh," said she, sighing deeply, and looking sorrowfully at the blood, "if I only had a child as red as blood and as white as snow!" While she spoke, she became quite happy. It seemed to her as if her wish would surely come to pass. Then she went into the house, and a month passed and the snow melted, and 2 months the ground was green, and 3 months and the flowers came up out of the earth, and 4 months and all the trees in the wood burst forth, and the green twigs all grew thickly together. The little birds sang so that the whole wood rang, and the blossoms fell from the trees. The 5th month passed, and she stood under the juniper tree, and it smelled so beautiful, and her heart leaped with joy. She fell upon her knees, but could not speak. When the 6th month was gone, the fruit was large and ripe, and she was very quiet. The 7th month she took the juniper berries, ate them eagerly, and was sick and sorrowful. And the 8th month went by, and she called to her husband and cried, and said, "If I die, bury me under the juniper tree." After this she was quite comforted and happy, till the next month was past, and then she had a child, as white as snow and as red as blood. When she beheld it, She was so glad that she died. Her husband buried her under the juniper tree, and began to mourn very much. But after a little time he became calmer, and when he had wept a little more, he left off weeping entirely, and soon afterwards he took another wife. The second wife brought home a daughter, but the child of the first wife was a little son, and was as red as blood and as white as snow. When the wife looked at her daughter, she loved her, but when she looked at the little boy, she hated him, and it seemed as if he were always in her way, and she was always thinking how she could get all the property for her daughter. The evil one possessed her so that she was quite angry with the little boy, and pushed him about from one corner to another, and cuffed him here, and pinched him there, until the poor child was always in fear. When he came home from school, he could not find a quiet place to creep into. Once, when the woman went up to her room, her little daughter came up too, and said, "Mother, give me an apple." "Yes, my child," said the woman, and gave her a beautiful apple out of the chest, and the chest had a great heavy lid, with a sharp iron lock. "Mother," said the little daughter, "shall not brother have one too?" That vexed the woman, but she said, "Yes, when he comes from school." And when she saw from the window that he was coming, it was just as if the evil one came into her, and she snatched away the apple from her daughter, and said, "You shall not have one before your brother." Then she threw the apple into the chest, and shut the lid close down. When the little boy came in at the door, the evil one made her say kindly, "My son, will you have an apple?" Yet she looked so angry all the time that the little boy said, "Mother, how dreadful you look! Yes, give me an apple." Then she felt that she must speak to him. "Come with me," said she, and opened the lid. "Pick out an apple for yourself." And as the little boy stooped over, the evil one prompted her, and smash! She banged the lid down, so that his head flew off, and fell among the red apples. Then she was seized with terror, and thought, "Can I get rid of the blame of this?" So she went up to her room, to her chest of drawers, and took out of the top drawer a white cloth, and placed the head on the neck again, and tied the handkerchief round it, so that one would see nothing, and set him before the door on a chair, and gave him the apple in his hand. Soon after, little Margery came to her mother, who stood by the kitchen fire, and had a pot of hot water before her, which she kept stirring around. "Mother," said little Margery, "brother sits before the door, and looks quite white, and has an apple in his hand. I asked him to give me the apple, but he did not answer me, and I was frightened." "Go to him again," said her mother, "and if he will not answer you, give him a box on the ear." Then Margery went and said, "Brother, give me the apple." But he was silent, so she gave him a box on the ear, and the head fell down. She was frightened, and began to cry and sob, and ran to her mother, and said, "Oh, mother, I have knocked my brother's head off," and cried, and would not be comforted. "Margery," said her mother, "what have you done? But now be quiet, and no one will notice. It cannot be helped now. We will cook him with vinegar." Then the mother took the little boy, and chopped him in pieces, put him into the pot, and cooked him in vinegar. But Margery stood by, and cried, and all her tears fell into the pot, so that the cookery did not want any salt. When the father came home, and sat down to dinner, he said, "Where is my son?" The mother brought a great big dish of black soup, and Margery cried and cried without ceasing. Then the father said again, "Where is my son?" "Oh," said the mother, "he's gone into the country to see his uncle, where he is going to stay a while." "What does he want there? And he has not even said good bye to me." "Oh, he wished very much to go, asked if he might remain away 6 weeks. He's well taken care of there, you know." "Well," said the father, "I am sorry, for he ought to have bade me good bye." And he began to eat, and said, "Margery, what are you crying for? Brother will be sure to come back. Oh, wife," continued he, "how delicious this food tastes! Give me some more." And the more he ate, the more he wanted, and he said, "Give me more." "You shall not have any of it. I feel as if it were all mine." And he ate and ate, throwing the bones under the table, till he had finished it all. But Margery went to her drawers, and took out from the bottom drawer her best silk handkerchief, and fetched out all the bones from under the table. She tied them up in the silk handkerchief, and took them out of doors, and shed bitter tears over them. Then she laid them under the juniper tree in the green grass, and when she had put them there, she felt all at once quite happy, and did not cry any more. Soon the juniper began to move, and the twigs kept dividing and then closing, just as if the tree were clapping its hands for joy. After that there went up from it a sort of mist, and right in the centre of the mist burnt a fire, and out of the fire blew a beautiful bird, who, singing deliciously, rose up high in the air. When he was out of sight, the juniper tree was just as it had been before, only the handkerchief with bones was gone. But Margery felt quite pleased and happy, just as if her brother were still alive, and she went back merrily into the house to dinner. The bird flew away, and sat himself on a goldsmith's house, and began to sing. "My mother she killed me, my father he ate me, my sister, little Margery, gathered up all my bones, tied them in a silk handkerchief, and laid them under the juniper tree. Quit, quit, what a beautiful bird am I!" The goldsmith sat in his workshop, making a gold chain, but he heard the bird, which sat on his roof, and sang, and he thought it very beautiful. He stood up, and as he went over the doorstep he lost one slipper. But he went right into the middle of the street with one slipper and one sock on. He had on his leather apron. In one hand he carried the gold chain, and in the other the pincers. While the sun shone brightly up the street, there he stood and looked at the bird. "Bird," said he, "how beautiful you can sing! Sing me that song again." "No," said the bird, "I do not sing twice for nothing. Give me the gold chain, and I will sing it again." "There," said the goldsmith, "you shall have the gold chain. Now sing me that song once more." Then the bird came, took the gold chain in his right claw, and went and sat before the goldsmith, and sang, "My mother she killed me, my father he ate me, my sister, little Margery, gathered up all my bones, tied them in a silk handkerchief, and laid them under the juniper tree. Quit, quit, what a beautiful bird am I!" Afterwards he flew away to a shoemaker's, and set himself on his roof, and sang, "My mother she killed me, my father he ate me, my sister, little Margery, gathered up all my bones, tied them in a silk handkerchief, and laid them under the juniper tree. Quit, quit, what a beautiful bird am I!" When the shoemaker heard it, he ran out of his doors in his shirt sleeves, looked towards his roof, and I had to hold his hand over his eyes, so that the sun should not dazzle him. "Bird," said he, "how beautifully you can sing!" And he called in at his door, "Wife, just come out. There is a bird here which can sing so beautifully." Then he called his daughter and his work people, both boys and girls. They all came into the street, looked at the bird, and saw how handsome he was, for he had bright red and green feathers, and his neck shone like real gold, and his eyes twinkled in his head like stars. "Bird," said the shoemaker, "now sing me that song again." "No," replied the bird, "I do not sing twice for nothing. You must give me something." "Wife," said the man, "go to the garret. On the highest shelf there stands a pair of red shoes. Bring them here." The wife went and fetched the shoes. "There," said the man, "now sing me that song again." The bird came, and took the shoes in his left claw, and flew back on the roof, and sang: "My mother, she killed me. My father, he ate me. My sister, little Margery, gathered up all my bones, tied them in a silk handkerchief, and laid them under the juniper tree. Queet, queet, what a beautiful bird am I!" And when he had finished, he flew away, with the chain in his right claw, and the shoes in his left. He flew far away to a mill, and the mill went clipper, clapper, clipper, clapper, clipper, clapper. And in the mill there sat 20 millers, who chopped a stone and chopped hick hack, hick hack, hick hack. And the mill went clipper, clapper, clipper, clapper, clipper, clapper. The bird flew up and sat in the lime tree that grew before the mill, and sang: "My mother, she killed me." Then one man stopped: "My father, he ate me." Then two more stopped and listened: "My sister, little Margery." Then four more stopped: "Gathered up all my bones, tied them in a silk handkerchief." Now only 8 more were chopping: "Laid them under." Now only 5: "The juniper tree." Now only 1: "Quit, quit, what a beautiful bird am I!" Then the last man stopped too, and heard the last word. "Bird," said he, "how beautifully you sing! Please to sing me that song once more." "No," answered the bird, "I do not sing twice for nothing. Give me the millstone, and I will sing it again." "Yes," said he, "if it belonged to me only, you should have it." "Yes," cried all the others, "if he sings it again, he shall have it." Then the bird came down, and all the 20 millers took poles and lifted the stone up. The bird stuck his beak through the hole in the millstone, and put it on like a collar, and flew back to the tree, and sang: "My mother, she killed me. My father, he ate me. My sister, little Margery, gathered up all my bones, tied them in a silk handkerchief, and laid them under the juniper tree. Queet, queet, what a beautiful bird am I!" And when he had done singing, he opened his wings, and though he had in his right claw the chain, and in the left the shoes, and round his neck the millstone, he flew far away to his father's house. In the room sat the father, the mother, and little Margery at dinner, and the father said: "Oh, how happy I am! Altogether joyful." "For me," said the mother, "I feel quite frightened, as if a dreadful storm was coming." But Margery sat and cried and cried. Then there came the bird flying, as he perched himself on the roof. "Oh," said the father, "I feel so happy, and the sun shines out of doors so beautifully. It is just as if I were going to see an old friend." "No," said the wife, "I am so frightened, my teeth chatter, and it feels as if there was a fire in my veins." And she tore open her dress. But Margery sat in a corner and cried, holding her apron before her eyes, till the apron was quite wet through. The bird perched on the juniper tree and sang, "My mother, she killed me." Then the mother stopped up her ears, and shut her eyes tight, and did not want to see or hear. But there was a roaring in her ears like the loudest thunder, and her eyes burned and flashed like lightning. "My father, he ate me." "Oh, wife," said the man, "look at that beautiful bird. He sings so splendidly, and the sun shines so warm, and there is a smell like a real cinnamon." "My sister, little Margery." Then Margery laid her head on her knee and sobbed out loud. But the man said, "I shall go out. I must look at the bird quite close." "Oh, do not go," said the wife. "It seems to me as if the whole house shook, and was in flames." But the man went out and watched the bird, which still went on singing, "Gathered up all my bones, tied them in a silk handkerchief, and laid them under the juniper tree. Quit, quit, what a beautiful bird am I!" After that the bird let the gold chain fall, and it fell right on the man's neck, fitting exactly round it. He went in and said, "See what a beautiful bird that is! It has given me such a splendid gold chain." But the wife was frightened, and fell flat down on the floor, and her cap dropped off her head. Then the bird sang again, "My mother, she killed me. Oh, that I were 1,000 feet under the earth, so that I might not hear. My father, he ate me." Then she fell down as if she was dead. "My sister, little Margery." "Oh," said Margery, "I will go out too, and see if the bird will give me anything. Gathered up all my bones, tied them in a silk handkerchief, and the shoes were thrown down, and laid them under the juniper tree. Quit, quit, what a beautiful bird am I!" Then Margery was very joyful. She put on the new red shoes, and danced and jumped about. "Oh," said she, "I was so unhappy when I came out, and now I am so happy. That is a wonderful bird. He has given me a pair of red shoes." "For me," cried the wife, and jumped up, and her hair stood on end like flames of fire. "I feel as if the world were come to an end. I will go out. Perhaps it shall feel easier." But as she went out of the door, smash! The bird threw the millstone on her head, and she was crushed to pieces. The father and Margery heard it, and rushed out to see what had happened. There was a great flame and smoke rising up from the place, and when that was gone, there stood the little brother all alive again, as if he had never died. He took his father and Margery by the hand, and they were all three quite happy, and went into the house to dinner. End of the Juniper Tree. Read by Lambda.
Section 41 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Clever Alice. Once upon a time there was a man who had a daughter, who was called Clever Alice, and when she was grown up her father said, "We must see about her marrying." "Yes," replied her mother, "whenever a young man shall appear who is worthy of her." At last a certain youth, by name Hans, came from a distance to make a proposal of marriage, but he required one condition, that the Clever Alice should be very prudent. "Oh," said her father, "no fear of that. She has got a head full of brains." And the mother added, "Ah, she can see the wind blow up the street, and hear the flies cough." "Very well," replied Hans, "but remember, if she is not very prudent, I will not take her." Soon afterwards they sat down to dinner, and her mother said, "Alice, go down into the cellar and draw some beer." So Clever Alice took the jug down from the wall and went into the cellar, jerking the lid up and down on her way, to pass the time. As soon as she got downstairs she drew a stool and placed it before the cask, in order that she might not have to stoop, for she thought stooping might in some way injure her back, and give it an undesirable bend. Then she placed the can before her and turned the tap, and while the beer was running, as she did not wish her eyes to be idle, she looked about upon the wall above and below. Presently she perceived, after much peeping into this corner and that corner, a hatchet, which the bricklayers had left behind, sticking out of the ceiling right above her head. At the sight of this, Clever Alice began to cry, saying, "Oh, if I marry Hans and we have a child, and he grows up, and we send him into the cellar to draw beer, the hatchet will fall upon his head and kill him." And so she sat there weeping with all her might over the impending misfortune. Meanwhile the good folks upstairs were waiting for the beer, but as Clever Alice did not come, her mother told the maid to go and see what she was stopping for. The maid went down into the cellar, and found Alice sitting before the cask, crying heartily, and she asked, "Alice, what are you weeping about?" "Ah," she replied, "have I not cause? If I marry Hans and we have a child, and he grow up, and we send him here to draw beer, that hatchet will fall upon his head and kill him." "Oh," said the maid, "what a clever Alice we have!" And sitting down, she began to weep too, for the misfortune that was to happen. After a while, when the servant did not return, the good folks above began to feel very thirsty, so the husband told the boy to go down into the cellar and see what had become of Alice and the maid. The boy went down, and there sat Clever Alice and the maid both crying, so he asked the reason, and Alice told him the same tale, of the hatchet that was to fall on her child if she married Hans, and if they had a child. When she had finished, the boy exclaimed, "What a clever Alice we have!" and fell weeping and howling with the others. Upstairs they were still waiting, and the husband said when the boy did not return, "Do you go down, wife, into the cellar and see why Alice stays so long." So she went down, and finding all three sitting there crying, asked the reason, and Alice told her about the hatchet which must inevitably fall upon the head of her son. Then the mother likewise exclaimed, "Oh, what a clever Alice we have!" and sitting down began to weep as much as any of the rest. Meanwhile the husband waited for his wife's return, but at last he felt so very thirsty that he said, "I must go down myself into the cellar and see what is keeping our Alice." As soon as he entered the cellar, there he found the four sitting and crying together, and when he heard the reason, he also exclaimed, "Oh, what a clever Alice we have!" and sat down to cry with the whole strength of his lungs. All this time the bridegroom above sat waiting, but when nobody returned, he thought they must be waiting for him, and so he went down to see what was the matter. When he entered, there sat the five crying and groaning, each one in a louder key than his neighbor. "What misfortune has happened?" he asked. "Ah, dear Hans," cried Alice, "if you and I should marry one another and have a child, and he grow up, and we perhaps send him down to this cellar to tap the beer, the hatchet which has been left sticking up there may fall on his head and so kill him, and do you not think this is enough to weep about?" "Now," said Hans, "more prudence than this is not necessary for my housekeeping. Because you are such a clever Alice, I will have you for my wife." And, taking her hand, he led her home and celebrated the wedding directly. After they had been married a little while, Hans said one morning, "Wife, I will go out to work and earn some money. Do you go into the field and gather some corn wherewith to make bread." "Yes," she answered, "I will do so, dear Hans." And when he was gone, she cooked herself a nice mess of pottage to take with her. As she came to the field, she said to herself, "What shall I do? Shall I cut first or eat first? I will eat first." Then she ate up the contents of her pot, and when it was finished she thought to herself, "Now, shall I reap first or sleep first? Well, I think I will have a nap," and so she laid herself down amongst the corn and went to sleep. Meanwhile Hans returned home, but Alice did not come, and so he said, "Oh, what a prudent Alice I have! She is so industrious that she does not even come home to eat anything." By and by, however, evening came on, and still she did not return. So Hans went out to see how much she had reaped, but behold, nothing at all, and there lay Alice fast asleep among the corn. So home he ran very fast, and brought a net with little bells hanging on it, which he threw over her head while she still slept on. When he had done this, he went back again and shut the house door, and, seating himself on his stool, began working very industriously. At last, when it was nearly dark, the clever Alice awoke, and as soon as she stood up, the net fell all over her hair, and the bells jingled at every step she took. This quite frightened her, and she began to doubt whether she were really clever Alice, and said to herself, "Am I she, or am I not?" This was a question she could not answer, and she stood still a long while considering about it. At last she thought she would go home and ask whether she were really herself, supposing somebody would be able to tell her. When she came to the house door, it was shut, so she tapped at the window and asked, "Hans, is Alice within?" "Yes," he replied, "she is," at which answer she became really terrified, and exclaiming, "Ah, heaven, then I am not Alice!" she ran up to another house, intending to ask the same question. But as soon as the folks within heard the jingling of the bells in her net, they refused to open their doors, and nobody would receive her. So she ran straight away from the village, and no one has ever seen her since. End of Clever Alice. End of The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock.